we can keep having a conversation, but might as well be dealing with our crippling debt while we're at it. So, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be picking up where we left off with Farming Simulator 25. We started a new challenge run yesterday, which I know was a very quick switch over from the precision farming one. Just happened and all that. And so with what we got going on here, go ahead and start this so it starts loading, is we gave ourselves a new challenge that we gave ourselves $100,000 to begin with, which is a bit atypical for me with my challenge runs. I usually start with $0, but there's a reason for it. And that's because we added the enhanced loans mod, which makes the loans work like in real life. So instead of, you borrow $1 million and only have to pay like $3,000 a month, like the default has, it's like $3,700, which is basically nothing. It's more realistic. So for our 5-year $1 million loan, we're having to fork out about $19,000 a month, or our interest rate goes up. And I am under the impression that if we continue to default on that loan, eventually they'll repossess our things. So this is a bit different in my challenge runs, that normally the challenge runs don't really have a realistic lose condition, just by the nature of how farm sim works. As long as you still have equipment that you can make money with, you can make money slowly or fast, and that's about as win or lose as you can get. This one, if I fail to make that $19,000 to pay down my debt, or I just accidentally spend too much money and don't have my payment, my whole payment situation gets worse, and it can escalate to a point that very, very quickly I could find myself underwater. I did more tinkering with this off stream, so not this run, but a run with the same settings. I really wish I had made the decisions I made on that other run I did off stream, because instead I got a tractor that, the tractor itself is just okay, but it has a really cheap sprayer on it, and it was, oh my god, better for making money than what we got. Unfortunately, I cannot pivot at this point. Anyways, Hollywood Studio is close to have a new update. When? All they said was close. Yeah, I'm gonna wait probably to revisit Hollywood Studio. It doesn't need to be 1.0 version, but I want it to be in that general ballpark. Like that we are getting close to release. Okay, so let's check. Sales-wise, we have anything I can use? Not really. We got a slurry sprayer and a tank for a seeder that I don't have a seeder, so it doesn't do us any good. I've got 1 month's worth of loan payment on standby. Contract-wise, they're starting to show up, so I can do cultivating contracts, deadwood contracts, and hoeing contracts. We could expand to doing a mowing contract, and for 18,000 that wouldn't necessarily be the worst. That's an 18-acre field. Let's take a look at what it costs us to get a mower. I think we checked this at the end of yesterday's stream. Because what we're having to do is I have to spend money to get equipment to be able to work on the fields, but I have to be careful that I don't spend too much money, because then if I spend too much money and I don't make it back, you get the problem there. So we could grab this one. So that's 4.4 meters wide. We have, I think it's 140 horsepower in our tractor. So 4.4 meters at 13 miles per hour. That one's slightly smaller. These ones will be smaller. These ones are just too expensive for me to justify / afford. Now it's smaller. So it looks like we're going with this one. Yeah, and it's like you can get the other mower to make it wider. I wish we could. It's just the reality of I don't have the money. So I am going to immediately acquire this. So let me go ahead and get this added. So this is a Cone GMD, because we have been spreadsheeting 4411, and you are going to cost me 18,000. And I'll worry about numbers on it later. Okay, so let's go ahead and buy that. And grab the mowing contract. So that's field 155. Because again, every one of these things I get that gives me more contract types we could do gives me a little bit more leeway. So we're going all the way to the bottom of the map, kind of on the west side. So unfortunately, a little bit of a trek. And then the mower should be over here. And it should start to brighten up by the time we get into position. Okay. Yeah, I'll just keep... some of the rules we've also got is, like, I'm not allowed to lease anything. That is a thing that can really kind of help it. So I can only use equipment I actually own. Let's see, what else do we have? I'm not supposed to slow down time if I'm working contracts, and that's just because otherwise you could trivialize a challenge by just slowing time down to, like, half normal time speed and all that. And by doing that, we'd run into the problem that, you know, I just have so much time to knock out contracts that I can go with it. So by keeping it at the default 5 times speed, we do run into the situation where I have to kind of make conscious choices of being like, where do I put my time and effort to make sure I'm making enough money to keep ahead of the loan payments? Eventually, the loan does get paid off. I just realized I have, like, very little gas. I think the only gas station's up there. Yeah, I think that's my only gas station. Well, I'm glad I noticed that before I got all the way to the other side of the map. Normally, I'm good about topping off before I end stream and all that, but I guess I didn't do that last time. That's okay. Better we do it now than then. Oh yeah, but for like the doing, like, I've been starting an offline one of this exact same challenge, same map and everything, just taking a completely different strategy just to kind of see how it worked. With the intent of hopefully making a YouTube series on it. We'll see if that actually happens or not. Just trying to, you know, I used to be good about putting up edited YouTube videos. It was just like another place to draw in more people to check out my content, whether on YouTube or Twitch or wherever. But then, you know, I had some stuff I invested in time and that really did not pay off, and it was just as short on time to do stuff, and something had to give, and that's what got pulled. Kind of want to get back into that, doing some challenge runs. A big part of that is mostly I want to do challenge runs that don't really work as streamed content. They're just too much downtime kind of things. But would work pretty well for edited content, so I could take all that slow part and then just, you know, hit the magic button and be like, hey, this slow thing that takes, you know, an hour, hour and a half, hand wave, 2 minutes later it's done. But we'll see. I have a lot of ideas that I start down that path, and it's just the time I need to commit I just don't have. Which, admittedly, a big part of that is I've been tending to stream on my days off. You know, that just tends to work out better for me for a whole bunch of reasons, because I want to play games anyways. And then by doing stuff on those days, like, the channel can continue to have opportunities to grow and yada yada yada. Like in cooking shows, they pull a tray out from underneath the counter. Yep. Where they're like, okay, we just need to put this roast in the oven for 2 hours. Luckily, I've already got one started. Slides out a finished roast. Yep, exactly. It's the exact same reason that those shows do that. Could you imagine? They're like, okay, well, this is a live version of the show, so we go ahead and put this roast in for 2 hours. So let's all stand around and have a conversation about whatever while we wait 2 hours for this roast to cook, with me occasionally peeking in there to make sure everything's going fine. And then you proceed to just, you know, have the person, like, sitting on the kitchen counter having a conversation for 2 hours. Which, for the record, I do think there is probably an audience for that content. But it's probably not as big of an audience as the hand waves get past that. But yeah, you get the idea. Like, even for a lot of people find the content in this game relatively slow, but I think people enjoy the conversations that happen out of it, which does align well with my content and yada yada. Versus one of those things that when you have something that's like, no, seriously, I have nothing to do other than kind of wait for things to flow for a while. You know, you can carry it for so long, but eventually you get to the point it's like, no, really. There's a bug with rice farming. Streamers are thinking the payout is what's bugged. Okay. Alright, so if I take my second left, that should get me back on track. Streamers are thinking the payout is what bugged. I haven't done rice farming in a little bit, so I can't answer that one way or the other. And do you mean with precision farming, version 1.8, or just in general? Because I would say just in general, before 1.8, I was predominantly doing the regular rice, not long grain. And it aligned with pretty much what I'd expect. Like, it wasn't the most lucrative crop, but it wasn't particularly bad either. It was, like, on the top third. So it was relatively decent. But if there's a change with 1.8 or, precision farming... Because precision farming... Well, maybe precision farming could have a problem. It'd be weird for... Because I imagine precision farming under the hood, the way it works is depending on your environmental score, it's just a multiplier. So I just put, you know, the 15%, 10%, 5%, or whatever penalty or benefit. What does the attachment even do? It's a lawnmower. It sticks off to the side. It's just right now I've got to fold it up. It's just a lawnmower that, for what I had that I could afford to throw at it, was going to give me the most area at the fastest movement speed without costing significantly more that this tractor could run. Let's see, wasn't there a Gremlins movie where they had a cooking show and the host was getting drunk talking to the audience? That wouldn't surprise me. It also wouldn't surprise me if that's just been an actual thing that's happened. Usually with a lot of those bits you see and stuff, it's loosely based off in a real event that happened at some point. Because I know back when, like, Universal Studios were actually, like, sound stages and all that, and they would sometimes let guests be the audience and all that, there was definitely a couple of times that pretty ridiculous stories came out of, you know, people being drunk or high or whatever on set, or, you know, falling asleep on set, those kind of things. From what you saw, it's for long race on all updates and mods. I would be surprised if long grain rice payout had been bugged this whole time. Like, again, for 1.8, sure, you know, that could have introduced a new bug. I know like, way back when Farm Sim 25 first dropped, I did a whole thing where I set up, a set of fields. Sorry, no, I set up a field, and I basically got to the stage where it was just ready for me to seed and do the next parts. With the exception of, like, the regular rice had its own field. And I went through and I did the exact same process on all of the fields with all the different crops. And then did the comparison. And obviously stuff like the olives and the grapes and the rice, where I had to do, like, a little bit of a different setup. There's some fuzziness there that maybe I could have positioned things a little bit better or something like that. But generally the idea was, if I have some spot of land, and I go through and I get all these things so they're 100% yield with 100% bonus yield and all that, you know, maximum fertilizer, roll it, everything, and I sell it at their peak price, how do they all perform against each other? And I remember long grain rice did rank relatively high. Like, it wasn't abnormally high. It was a little bit better than the other grains, but not by a lot. Which is right exactly where I'd expect a new crop to be. Okay, this is like literally, I keep checking my map because I'm not sure where this place is, but we're literally going to drive right past it, so I shouldn't have to worry. Hey, Devlin, how's it going? Let's see, there used to be a cooking program in Sweden called Floyd, where the chef had a strong like for alcohol. Yep. I'm not saying it's not bugged, I'm just curious. When they're saying the price is bugged, like, was it... Because it can't be I don't think it could be something significant. Again, unless it's a brand new bug. But, like, if it's off, like, 5% or something, like, maybe just a number doesn't align, but that could be just UI. But I know when I tested, rice is relatively good. Like, I think the regular rice ranked higher than the long grain rice. by a decent amount, but that's because the regular rice was one of the better performing crops, which made sense because it had specialty equipment and everything. And it was all the stuff like the oh man, what was it? Like potatoes and the sugar beets and all that was the ones that were worth a fortune, but you know, then you're doing potatoes and sugar beets. I remember a lot of the root crop, like the carrots and parsnips, were pretty high up there, like in the top 5, 6, 7. Sugarcane was relatively high. Then you had like a bunch of the grains were all in there. Sorghum was like weirdly way below the others, which is a shame. Canola was extremely low. I remember that. Canola ranked really, really badly in this version of Farm Sim for how profitable it was. And these aren't considering production lines, by the way, just to clarify. This is you farm the crop, you sell the crop. Production lines add so many variables, I don't even want to begin to do the math. And then it was the olives and grapes were the absolute worst, which is a shame because they're also some of the most laborious ones, so the biggest effort and pretty high starting investment, and they pay terribly. This will be interesting to figure out. Okay. Can you not make and sell wine? There is no brewing or fermenting of any kind so far as like alcoholic beverages in Farm Sim. The game has an E for everyone rating, and the moment they add that, it would no longer have an E for everyone rating. I believe also, if I remember correctly, I think Germany has some pretty strict laws about rating systems and alcohol in games. I don't think it's a boo. You can get mods that add it. It's a percent bug. It sells less for some and more for some. Long race is normal is fine. But the devs that said they're looking into it. Gotcha. Interesting. I know the precision farming has introduced a decent number of bugs. A lot of bugs around contracts, which I think is they introduced track lines. And so my assumption is a lot of the contract bugs are just around track lines. I know a lot of people presented the way the hoeing and the weeding works so far as like it counts at like 90% with precision farming as a bug. I don't agree that it's a bug. Maybe it's confusing UI I could go with. But like I said, from what I found, it appears to be what's happening is normally when you run a hoeing contract in the game, it goes, okay, you've got 10 acres to cover. What percentage of those 10 acres have you done? That's the percent. But with precision farming, it changes that math up. It goes, okay, what percentage of this field is covered by weeds? So it's doing a different math. And so when you get to the field to begin with, obviously the field is not at saturation of weeds. And it's kind of one of those things that's like, okay, well, you know, that's fine. And so like it's a little confusing when you first see it, where you're like, why is this field already 90% done? But once you come to the realization, it's like, oh, there's only 10% of the field is weeds that need to be dealt with. And so it's just kind of the nature of how it works. It does mean you technically can complete the field with slight, you know, like 5% less of the field actually done, which maybe not that's important. I don't think that's that big of a deal. Versus like straight up the weeding contracts not working that we've tried. Like the hoeing contracts are fine, but like the straight up normal weeding contracts, they just weren't giving me credit for. And you can occasionally get cultivating contracts that don't count, which it was interesting. The people I've had mentioned they had problems with the cultivating contracts. It was strictly It was strictly Riverbend. I haven't had anyone report them on other maps yet, and it could be a problem on other maps. But of the 2-3 people I've heard report it, I've had a bunch of people say it wasn't a problem, and then the 2 or 3 who did say it was a problem is on Riverbend. So I found that interesting, that it might just be there is a specific cultivating contract on Riverbend that's bugged, because we did have that on the East Asian map, that there was 1 or 2 contracts that were bugged and uncompletable. That there was some math going on behind the scenes that had something wrong. Let's see, you saw the trackline bug in your wife's game today? You do think it's an AI thing? The track... Oh, yeah. Interesting. I didn't think it was an AI, and maybe it is. My theory, which I haven't been able to test or prove in any way, my theory is that when it comes to calculating the field when you start the contract, is it does that math where it says, okay, 10 acres... for the contract, you need to finish like 90% of that, which is just the normal way it's calculated. Whatever the actual percent is, I don't know, but you get the idea. Like 90-ish% of it needs to be done for it to count. But then when you actually do the field, those track lines aren't being counted as part of the field because there's nothing there. They're designed to be kind of reserved to not grow things on, because they're track lines. And for those who don't know what that is, that's where you have like your big like cornfield or whatever, and then they'll have like the two path, like the little paths of 2 rows right through the middle of it, just so you have a place to drive your vehicle through, so you're not just trampling your crops. So for when you go to spray or whatever, it's a little path the tractor follows in the middle of your field. And so I think what's happening is it wasn't counting those track lines as part of the field when you're cultivating, because you're effectively not cultivating it. So you'd finish your entire field, and the track lines would take 10, 15, 20% of the... Not that much, like 10, 15% of the field, and it puts you, like, right on that fence where you, quote-unquote, missed just enough of the field that you haven't completed the task because it didn't count it, but it did count it with considerations of how big the field was. And so I think that's as well as ones, they just gotta fudge the algebra on the back end. And honestly, the lazy fix, the quick and dirty lazy fix, would be just taking that percentage of the field you have to complete before it's considered completed, and just fudge it 2 or 3% more lax, and that would probably be enough. But yeah, no, and for the record, I don't know for the fact that's my running theory, is that it's the track lines that are the problem. That's my running theory with it. Because I noticed with the fields, where you do the track lines, they don't tend to grow weeds in them, they don't tend to have any of the normal effects you'd get for when it's like cultivated or seeded or any of those things. So it seems to almost treat it as if it's like unplowed soil. So I think literally behind the scenes, it might just be taking those track lines and saying you are not part of the field for purposes of all like the system updating and everything going through it. That's my running theory. I have nothing to prove it or disprove it or anything yet. It just pretty closely aligns with the percentages I would expect. Alright. And hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? The one nice thing about doing the mowing contract is you do at least get to move relatively fast. It's only 4.4 meters wide, which isn't amazing. If we had a different tractor than the one I have, I would also be able to get the front mower and then boost that thing up to around 7, maybe 8 meters wide, which would be really amazing. But unfortunately the tractor I have doesn't have a front connection, so I can't attach on both the front and back. That is, on my other run I was doing, I mentioned there's these cool tractors way down here that they're designed for basically hooking up a sprayer to it, but they have both a front and a back connection and relatively okay horsepower. Not as high as the one we're using right now. And it is one of those things that I did that in the other run, and you're able to get like the sprayer for that for like nothing. It's like $4,000 or $5,000 for the sprayer, which is a big old nothing burger. And so it put me in a much better setup situation there. Unfortunately, it's not really a thing I can take advantage of right now. Because to try to switch at this phase, that's real messy. I wanted to hook up to this other line. Trying to get to the point where I can just zigzag back and forth really quickly. But with this being off-centered, it's a little tricky for me to line it all up. Okay. I also don't have a lot of room towards the edge of that field. I usually don't ever use the off-centered mowers, not because like I deliberately avoid them or whatever. It's just normally I would get like the mower on the front because I'm going to want to like foraging wagon it or windrow it or whatever I'm doing with it. And so it ends up working out really well to have it like on the front of it so that I have whatever's behind me, directly behind me, or have the whole mower set up where, you know, you've got the big wide back area and the one thing in the middle, and then you go by with a separate tool later. Okay. And I'm trying to only turn right, just because that thing's sticking out so far on the right. I do feel like if I turn left, I'm just gonna snag it on trees. So kind of going through, doing a couple rows here and there, then going to the next spot and repeating. Okay. I turned way sooner than I should have. And thank you for putting out the links for the Discord and the YouTube and all that stuff. I had split up the YouTube with the intention of doing like one part of YouTube as in like the live content, one as the edited content. It's just a thing with how the algorithm works over on YouTube. It kind of punishes you if you have stuff that isn't well received by your viewers. Like it'll actually bring down everything a little bit. But I kind of regret doing that. Mostly because there's more to manage now. I didn't go nearly far enough. It's fine. and trying to avoid left turns. Yeah, the algorithm. Man, I hate playing games with the algorithm. That is one thing I really like about Twitch. Is generally speaking, the only algorithms we deal with on Twitch is your recommended section has a little bit of an algorithm going on behind it that we don't really know all the details on, but we do have a pretty good idea of a handful of things that do impact it. And then otherwise, it's like if you're in a games category, you're going to be presented based on your viewership more than anything else. Like there isn't some whole like formula of like, oh, this many people clicked on but didn't watch more than this amount, or there's like none of that garbage happening. The front carousels have a little bit more going on with them, but it's not the same thing where you have to stay in your lane or else you're punished by the system or anything like that. Like, don't get me wrong, doing a extremely wide range of content can be rough on your channel because it's the same thing we've talked about before. Like, if you are doing a bunch of one type of content and then you just switch to something else, you might get some built-in interest from, like, it's different. But unless you're actually trying to grow that audience, that can be a rough sell. And usually the example I give would be, you know, hey, you're watching the Discovery Channel or whatever, and then suddenly, you know, Bachelorette comes on. It's not even anything about, like, one show being better or worse than the other show. It's just you have a type of content you're expecting, and then you've got this other thing, and you're like, that's not really what I'm looking for here. Or, like, the vibe is just totally different. But there's also got to be an amount of experimentation, because it can always be dangerous to keep yourself in just one place, because then you ride or die with whatever that one thing is. And we've had plenty of content creators who, like, they were the, you know, quote-unquote, that game channel. And then, for whatever reason, that game kind of fell out of favor, that people weren't really that interested in it more. Usually nothing to do with the creator, but it doesn't matter. Their channel comes down with it. Like Kerbal Space Program, we had a lot of creators who did Kerbal Space Program as, like, their big game and all that. Then Kerbal Space Program 2 came out and just killed the category. It has sort of slightly recovered, but it's not what it was. City Skylines had that as well. City Skylines 2 came out, and that had a pretty nasty hit to that whole category. Which I think is a bummer. My understanding of City Skylines 2 is actually in relatively good shape now. It's not perfect, but it's actually supposed to be in pretty decent shape versus, you know, I actually really enjoyed the launch of it. I will acknowledge the fact that it had some very serious economic issues. Like, just the way they were handling the population, mobility, and all that. That made the game potentially really frustrating at times. But my understanding is they've done a good job of, like, cleaning a lot of it up, but it's just, unfortunately, trying to escape getting received poorly on release is real tough. Like, we've got those positive stories of, like, you know, Hello Games, where, you know, No Man's Sky had a really rough launch, but through a lot of time and dedication by the devs, they have more than redeemed themselves in that regard. You know, you can still certainly make a big stink about the marketing being perhaps a little disingenuous and all that. Well, I mean, not just a little, but being disingenuous and all that. And there's certainly valid complaints to be had there. But at least from the dev side, you can definitely go and say, well, they put in the time to at least, you know, honor what it was supposed to be and everything. You know, and now it's considered one of those best value games that they've just done so much. But that's the exception story. That's why that's such a big story versus most of the time when a game comes out and the reception is poor, that's that. Like, it doesn't get a second chance. There's usually recovering is very hard. Because not only do you have to, like, get yourself a good message, but you have to undo the previous message about how bad it was or whatever. And that's tough. I do feel like the devs, both for Kerbal Space Program 2 and for City Skylines 2, tried to repeat the formula they did for their first title, which is they released this, you know, admittedly somewhat buggy and somewhat unbalanced and kind of non-great shape game, not early access, but like, you know, in that thing, and then slowly build up the game to becoming what it is. And that worked out for them really well the first time. But I feel like the industry has changed a lot, that as they've been getting more and more and more and more early access games, that depending on the price tag, people's tolerances for buggy games and complete games has gotten much lower. And I mentioned the price tag thing because if you spend 10-15 bucks, you're far more willing to put up with some rough edges than when you drop 40. You know, let alone when you get up to like 50 and 60. Like, $50-$60, I'm expecting a completed or mostly functional product that doesn't have too glaring of problems. Obviously, bugs happen, but there is a certain quality and depth of content expectation at that price tag. As you just asked your wife the map she's on the Japanese looking one. All in all, not too much in that map has bugs. Gotcha, yeah. No, she's having the trackline cultivator contract issues on that map. That means it's not map specific. Because again, the information I'm getting on stuff like that is mostly just talking to others, which is more anecdote than reliable. And so like I said, of like the 8 or 9 people I've heard talking about it, that I've had, you know, interactions with, most of them were not playing Riverbend, and it was the ones the ones that were playing Riverbend's the only ones I had really reporting that issue. But that can easily just be the ones not playing Riverbend were doing something other than contracts, or they weren't doing those specific contracts, or whatever. Because like I said, I do know when it first released, the East Asian map did have, it was like, oh man, there was like one harvest contract that was bugged that was uncompletable. There was a stone pickup contract that was bugged that was uncompletable, and there's like a couple others. There's like 1 or 2 fields, there's just some calculation wrong, and they fixed that. But that was right when it dropped. And it was all contract stuff. I imagine if I made the AI do this lawn mowing this way, it'd probably do like 12-point turns at the end of each row. And it would take forever. Just because it's weird, like it's sticking all the way out on one side, and it'll want to go up, you know, 1 row each way the whole way. So it's gonna go to the end and do like the much tighter turn and have to do all that. But that's usually the benefit of doing the AI versus the player, is the AI will do everything with precision, but it's kind of one of those things that you step back and you look at its path, and it will do the safe, I know I can make it work kind of stuff, even if it's far less efficient. Whereas the player can make that decision being like, yeah, I know I said to do this many hedgerow, I'm not going to bother doing the hedgerows, I'll just keep going off the ends of the field because there's no trees on the end of the field, I can just turn around super fast and not have to deal with it. Okay. And then sometimes something will catch the AI off and it'll struggle to figure out how to navigate it. Usually it'll eventually succeed, but, you know, it'll be like a tree in a weird spot and it'll like do this kind of thing until it can like fully turn itself around. And where I'm doing that really fast, it'll be like... And so it could just be one of those things that just takes forever. It's not a problem with the AI, it's just the nature of how you have to program those things. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, there's just... we have to program those things. They can't really account for every possible things. But you did that yesterday, Mr. Start? It's all good. It's one of the reasons that, this is a comment out to creators, as well as, you know, just, you know, a call out to audiences to be patient with creators, that it doesn't happen very often, but every once in a while, you know, we'll get a raid and it'll be like, hey, you know, I'm Rual Storge, yada yada yada, do the whole pitch kind of thing. And people are like, I'm really tired of you hearing me say that. It's like, I'm sorry, but that is the marketing. You know, you got new people here, they don't know what you're about. But where I was going with this was, there'll be people who are like, why do you have this thing reminding people to follow all the time? And it's like, yeah, because people forget. Case in point, exactly right there. Very genuinely, when I started actually being conscious about, yeah, when I end stream, make sure to be like, hey, don't forget to follow, that kind of thing. And like, I'm still pretty bad about actually doing callouts during stream, but it is just one of those things that very genuinely, when you do that, it's almost every single time that you're like, hey, don't forget to follow if you're enjoying the content, that kind of whole spiel. Almost every time you get like 1 or 2 follows that happen during that time. You know, and there's not really a good way to do the check and be like, okay, but those people who followed from the call out, did they stick around or that? Like, there's not really a good way of measuring that. Not practically, that I've seen at least. But very genuinely, it does make a pretty big impact. You are getting all caught up on that grass. Yeah, freehand faster than AI. Till the AI catches up to it. Yeah, well, I mean, there's actual tasks that the AI will outperform players a lot of the time, just because, again, the AI has, like, really high precision with certain motions. Like, it used to be one of the, yeah, a lot of chopping MCs. Oh, yeah. Like, in Farm Sim 22, for example, when it came to the contracts for doing stuff like Lime, the AI would just walk circles around the actual player on how well it could do, because unless you were running mods to get everything like precision GPS, know the width of the thing or whatever, there was always that you'd turn around and have that like little wiggle of being like, am I overlapping, not overlapping, figuring all that out, where the AI, just because it knew the exact width of your equipment and all that. So for stuff like, you know, the lime putting down thing and certain fertilizing tasks, the AI could outperform the player pretty consistently. With the exception of the big sprayers. The big sprayers, the AI didn't have a clue what to do with it in Farm Sim 22, where it would just drive forward like 2 inch and be like, job's done. Be like, thanks, man. Real appreciate that hustle. Let's start that row again. That said, the AI in Farm Sim 22, if you had a flat rectangle with a tool that was a rectangle, it did a really good job. It wasn't necessarily the most efficient job, but it did a good job for the most part. Anything outside of that, the AI would really struggle with. That's actually one of the big things I would say is one of the biggest upgrades between Farm Sim 22 and 25 is the AI in Farm Sim 22 was pretty rough at times. Versus Farm Sim 25, I think to date I've only managed to get the AI properly stuck where the AI kind of chucked its hand in the air and said, forget it. Like, twice. Versus Farm Sim 22, I could get the AI to throw its hands in the air and said, I give up, probably 3, 4, 5, 6 times a play session. Like, there were just certain tasks you just accepted the AI could not handle. The worst offender being when you get, like, the spray thing that unfolds out to, like, 40 meters. AI could not handle that. Just couldn't do it. Or some of the more exotic specialty crops. The AI struggled real bad in some of those, too. I'd say the only task in Farm Sim 25 I think the AI really does poorly is the root crops. But to me, that's more indicative of the problem with a bunch of the root crop harvesters having no internal storage. So the AI is doing what the AI is supposed to programmatically, but due to the nature of how that particular set of vehicles works, it just doesn't, they just don't work well together. The good news is as we're getting farther and farther down this field and the rows are getting much longer, or have less turnaround time, that this is getting much faster for building up the percent. And considering we're still only about 1.5 in-game hours from when we started this field, so not real-life hours, but in-game hours, it's looking pretty good, because I want to say this is like an 11 or 12 or 1600 or 16,000 contract. And we didn't spend all that much on the mower here. It should help out quite a bit. We can start getting ahead of her debt. Okay. What other contracts do we have popping up while we're doing this really long row? Oh, yeah, I'm wrong. It's 18,000. Yeah, so we only have the one there. I've got some. I know I should take that really big cultivating contract, but also I'm real scared to take that really big cultivating contract. That is a real big cultivating contract. A real big cultivating contract. It's 40,000 though. So it's one of those ones, it's like, do I want to do that big of a field all in one go? Probably not. Should I? Probably. Because you are 50 acres. That'd be basically the entire rest of the in-game day. That is a very big contract. But if I could do that contract in this contract, that means I could in one in-game day cash in about 70,000. Which we talked about really needing to get enough money to buffer to survive the winter, because once we get to December and January, the contract's going to really dry up. You don't have mowing contracts during that time, you don't have harvesting contracts during that time. I don't think they typically have spraying or fertilizing contracts during that time. It's mostly just wood transport and deadwood contracts, which are fine, but it's pretty hard to make any meaningful money doing that. So we'll see what we can do in that regards. It's just the problem is my cultivator is about the same size as this mower. I think slightly bigger. I think it's like 6 meters and this mower is 4.4. I could be wrong. But I move significantly slower while cultivating. I think it's like 7 or 9 miles an hour. So about 2/3 this, like half to 2/3 the speed of this. Another field we're talking about doing is a very large field. Like in the realm, I'm a little concerned we might not have enough time in the in-game day to finish it once we get over there. Which then we gotta decide, like, okay, do we keep the hard on the rule of just no slowing down time, or if it's like literally doom or gloom, you know, would it be I'd be allowed to slow down just to finish out that last contract at the end of the day? Because I don't want to get into the habit of immediately just fudging the rules because of all that. What are the other contracts? So you're 17 acres. Yeah, I think it's a direct increase, so it's not one of those things that I don't think it's one of those things that, like, I believe if I were to do the 50 acres between smaller contracts, I get roughly the same payout. I don't think there's a multiplier for, like, the bigger and bigger processes you do. I could be wrong in that one. But it is a curiosity there being like, okay, do I start taking the smaller contracts? So if I take the smaller contracts, I'm 100% doomed to any chance of doing the bigger one. So if we only got like those two smaller contracts, it wouldn't be bad. That would keep us still mostly on track of just making sure we got things paid off. Versus if I can knock out that bigger one, we can get ahead, which is what we really want to do. I think ideally I'd like to get the sprayer. Sprayer contracts are relatively fast. If we take advantage of the precision farming things of like reducing the herbicide use, like, because it reduces it like 70-80% of the herbicide you put down, like, it is tremendous. There's a lot of potential for some really good money there with contracts that go relatively quickly. And the same with the fertilizer, though it's not 70-80%, but it is significantly better. But we gotta figure that all out. And at some point I will need to upgrade the tractor. Because we'll start running into limitations where, again, it just takes me time to do the contracts because we're using pretty low-end equipment. It's what we can afford. So we'd want to switch that up whenever we can make that happen. So stuff like instead of cutting 4.4 meters worth of grass per pass, I'd be able to get away with, you know, cutting 12, 16 meters per pass, whatever the full setup is. Another thing that'd be good to get into is if I get into any of the harvesting contracts, that would be a huge win. The pro and con there is harvesting contracts pay really well for the time you put into them. The catch is the equipment investment to get into them in the first place is very high, and they are contracts that you can only do a couple months out of the year. Whereas the other contracts, you have a lot more. I think we skip on the giant one. I think that $50,000-ish cultivating contract, while I do want the money really bad, I think they'll be pushing us to kind of to a limit on what we can sneak in one day. And I do also imagine it'll probably get pretty tedious for me as well. I think it'd be better if I did the two smaller ones that only give me about 22,000, and then maybe we manage to sneak in another contract around all that.
Thank you, One Bad Badger, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, One Bad Badger, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate it. It means a whole lot that you do that. So I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that. So I am noticing one thing we probably need to try and avoid is we are running into this issue where sometimes when I go over my previous tracks, we get really kind of swamped down by the bits of grass laying on the ground. Because this is the second time we've had a pretty bad lane where lots of slowdowns. If I'm trying to avoid that, I'm actually trying to think of how I could even avoid that. Because I could definitely make it so I could avoid it going one direction on the field. But going the other direction, I don't have a good way of avoiding it. So I guess we just kind of live with it. Because, I mean, I could do the thing where I drive on the inside and I do loops, but I don't think I'm close enough to the edge of the field. Oh, it literally took me, like, it bounced me enough, it literally disengaged my GPS. But the problem is I don't think I'm close enough to the edge of the field to really justify that. We'll see. I might act like we got more head rows and just circle the inside. Because this speed we're supposed to be going right now, both all the bouncing around, it's slowing us down a lot more than I want it to. All right. The real bummer here is if I had something like a baler or whatever, and a tractor I could hook up stuff on the front and back, there'd be the potential to do a field like this, do all the mowing, get, you know, the 16,000 or whatever for doing the contract, and then probably scoop in an extra 4,000 or 5,000 from the bales. That honestly might not be worth it without an auto, you know, bale pickup thing. Just because the fact that if I have to pick it up manually, the time I'll spend picking it all up, I'd probably be better served just doing a different contract. Okay. And I believe the good news is because we're not doing this for any type of harvest amount, I don't have to worry about the rain. Let's see, you found a resolution problem you didn't know that you needed to fix. That's good. Graphics card update? Gotcha. Yeah, drivers will get you. They can fall out of date and cause all sorts of problems. Especially with new release games, you can get yourself in lots of caught up issues. All right. I did see that some of the other people playing Farm Sim, especially for really slow tasks, so this task wouldn't be an example, but like some of the harvesting tasks, that a lot of people have been getting mods that, I can't remember what they call it, it's like real speed or whatever, that they go through and they'll take their work thing and be like, okay, well this harvester can only go like 6 miles per hour. And they'll be like, nope, modify, I can harvest at 24 miles an hour. It's fine. And it's also like, okay, I get why people do that. Especially with some of the really slow tasks like plowing and all that. I can understand people not wanting to wait. It's a little cheesy, and it looks pretty silly, but it's like, you know what? Hey man, fair enough. Like doing stuff like the root crop and all that, where you have to go that slow, it's like, you know what? Fair enough to make the assessment that this is like not the part of the game you care about, want to go fast. Okay. Yeah, so each road should be putting a good couple percentage on there now. They're doing the really, really long rows at the end of the field. And trying to spend less time turning around where I'm not actually mowing. I do hope people have been enjoying Farm Sim and all this. This is one of those games I've always liked because with content creation, there's always a balance. I do enjoy some of the games like Project Zomboid that keep me like super duper focused on them, but then you feel like you're really not participating with chat as much because like once the fighting starts, you just can't really look away long enough to like properly read comments and all that. It's just a game that's too punishing and all that. You're here early today? I appreciate that. You know, versus, I like games like RimWorld because they strike a nice balance. Where, like, you know, sometimes things kick off and you gotta really focus, and other times things are kind of mellow that you're just, you know, you're just building your colony while you wait for the next event to happen, that kind of thing. But then, you know, games like American Truck Simulator and Farming Simulator, you don't have to like super duper focus on them. You know, you gotta watch that you're not just driving off the road or whatever, so there's that level of paying attention. But it's one of those things you get out straight away, you can like look up, catch up with chat for a good couple seconds, take a quick peek down, make sure you're not gonna hit anything, look back up. That kind of thing. But there's just a lot of games like, that was one of the things I was running into with Oblivion, is Oblivion was another one of those games that I felt like while I was playing it, because like nothing happens in the game unless you're actively moving around and doing stuff, that it was far harder for me to balance between, like, being, engaging with chat and playing the game at the same time. Usually here around 1 or 2 a.m.? Yeah, no, I gotcha. I do appreciate you being here early and all that. Every set of eyeballs helps. But like right now we're doing all this ourselves, but there's times that, you just go in and be like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this task myself. You just hand it over to the AI and we just kind of watch the tractor do tractor things. And it could get through that real quick. And so while it's going on, we can have conversations and not have to, like, sweat it or whatever. That also gets into the whole, what is the value you offer your audience kind of thing. I do think a lot more of the value I offer, like, me trying to, like, do my own assessment, be like, what is the reason that people tune in? I think the conversations are one of the major aspects of it. I also do think the analytical gameplay and, like, the challenge runs I do are big parts of it. But at the same time, if we assume, like, the analytical side of it and the conversations are major factors, when I'm playing a game that I have to, like, hyper-focus on the game for a while, that is a detriment to those two things. They're trying to figure out a way to make some extra money for another tractor that's somewhat decent for multiple tasks at a good price, but you need to save up for those attachments as well. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely a thing. Like, if you're playing in any kind of challenge run whatsoever, whether it's just hard economy or you got a bunch of extra rules or whatever you got going on, it can be also true of, like, not challenge runs, but, like, the challenge runs exacerbate it. That it's like, okay, I'm making money, but where should I spend it? Like, what's the play so far as where I should spend it next to get it so I can make money faster and all that? And that's always a really hard conversation to have because there's lots of pros and cons, and some of it's about, going longer without spending the money to get the even better thing versus, okay, do I spend the money now? I'm not going to get the much better thing, but I'll get something in the middle that'll make me able to make a little bit more money to get to the even better thing faster. And there's a whole juggle to be had there. And that's where it gets into, like, game settings and all that, what's the right strategy, and even then, honestly, it's one of those things, because normally this is a unlosable game. It is a matter of being like, okay, play it the way that you enjoy, but knowing, like, this strategy might be a little bit faster, that strategy might be a little bit slower. Both strategies will ultimately keep moving you in the direction you want to go, though. It's just how fast. So, in a lot of ways, it's not that there's no wrong answers, there certainly are. Like, buying a harvester for sugarcane when you don't have literally anything else related to sugarcane nor a place to do sugarcane would certainly be a wrong answer because it's just going to sit there and do nothing for you. But, you don't have to worry about any level of min-maxing or anything like that. Not unless you're doing, like, kind of world record stuff or whatever. Which in some ways can be more stressful for some people because, there's not a clear direction you should go. But otherwise it's going to be a lot more liberating in just knowing that's like, you know what? It doesn't matter. Like, any path I take is arguably going to be moving me towards my goals. And therefore there is no wrong answers in that regard. Now you do have people get very much into the min-max, which is fine if you enjoy that gameplay. Feeling like, okay, if I start with vehicle X, I can get attachment Y, that's the cheapest I can get this set up, and that, is my most lucrative crop I can get to from the very beginning. Okay, I can use that, and then because I have that set up, I can, invest in this production line to take the money from that and multiply it, and then once I get a certain money, then I can pivot over here to something that's got a very, a much better cumulative amount of money you get from your production. Like, you can do all that stuff. That's never been my big interest. That's one of the reasons I've actually kind of deliberately not let myself fall into kind of the trap that is trying to min-max the strategies of that so much as just figuring out some viable ones, is it can be a thing once you start down that path that you're like, okay, well, I want to start another challenge run, and I'm going to do this to make money, and you start getting yourself into a place where it just feels bad because you know you could be doing the other thing that you've done the math and met it out that is the best strategy, and you're like, well, I'm doing this and I'm enjoying it, but it's hard to not just look at it and go, but the other one I know I would be far better along, and it can be a whole thing. That's a thing I felt in Path of Exile before, when there was like a very hard meta for some leagues that's like, okay, well, I want to do something that's not that, but there's almost a feels bad man in the fact that you see like everyone else succeeding in a much rapid rate because they're using the current meta, and you know, their success doesn't hurt you or anything, but it's really hard to not do that comparison, and so that can be pretty annoying. That's one of those ones I didn't usually have too much problem getting past, because most of the time the metas were very annoying in how many different buttons you had to deal with and juggle and all that, and then the Righteous Fire. But it is one of those things. It's also a problem with game balance with a lot of single-player games that you'll get into that situation. Like Skyrim would be an example. Skyrim is one of those games that, you know, you'll be like, I'm gonna do like two-handed combat stuff, or I'm gonna do mage stuff, or I'm gonna do whatever. And then just because the dragons fly up in the air and then stealth is ridiculously powerful, you end up, you know, stealth shooting the dragons in the air because your choices to hit them in the air were basically use a bow or use a spell, and that's pretty much it until you get the shout to force them to land. And so you get yourself in the habit of doing that. And once you start doing the stealth archer to hit them, because that's the only way to get at them other than your spells, you start stealth archering more stuff as your character gets stronger, and that just as a natural progression of it. And then suddenly you realize you're doing a stealth archer build because it is so incredibly unbalanced, and situationally they kind of force you to do it anyways. And so it gets really hard to be like, no, I'm forcing myself to play this other way, even though just the way the game's built kind of naturally kind of nudges you into a given direction. Not as a deliberate decision. Yeah. Stealth archer for the win, except for when NPCs matrix dodge your arrows. Yeah, no, it's just kind of one of those ones that it wasn't a design decision they made consciously or whatever. It's just kind of, okay, we want these dangerous dragons. Part of what makes them dangerous is like the fact that they stay in the sky and like, you know, breathe fire down at you, and you have to wait till their land to deal with them. And, you know, they have a tendency to take off. And the reason they set up all that is to have you get a special dragon shout thing that forces them to land, so that you can deal with them better as like not a hard break in the game, but like a soft, hey, if you want to fight dragons, you really kind of need this ability to make it practical. And then just because of that game design decision to have your you know, your gatekeeping ability, your blocking ability that you have to unlock or whatever, it does ultimately become one of those things you're like, oh, that design decision had a real strong side effect. Bit emergent breaking when you find out that the dragons and vertibirds share a lot of the same code. That doesn't super surprise me. You decided to accept the vampire bite today. Oh, did you let your character become a vampire in Oblivion? It's a shame it's so tedious to deal with. Like, it's not terrible in Oblivion to deal with, but like the vampire thing is kind of cool in that it gives you all those buffs or whatever. But it is as well as things that like you just start melting the moment you step outside once it starts escalating. And so that's kind of one of those things. It's like, all right, this is kind of a cool mechanic, but really, it does become a little obnoxious after a while. It's manageable though. Like if you remember to take the time every so often to go and just stop by someone's house while they're sleeping to reset the blood thing, it's very manageable. But if you're trying to do other things and being like, no, I need to stop and wait till it's nighttime and do all that. As he made an immersive Skyrim no magic, no range weapons run once. The first 10 levels are super hard. It didn't help that you had the worst luck ever with Dragon before hitting 5. Yeah. Well, it's almost exclusively the dragons that are the problem, because most of the other stuff that's, you know, they stay on the ground, so you can run up and whack them in the head with a weapon. It's still rough, because I feel very genuinely, in Skyrim very specifically, you know, you can get melee to be strong, but it just doesn't feel nearly as strong as some of the other ones. That's what Dracula said in his interview. It gets a bit tedious after a while. Oh, was that like... Was that a book or a movie or a game or whatever? Interview with a Vampire? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, I could see that. That's been a common take when you have like a game or a movie or a book that nothing in particular is being as smart, but yeah, no, I gotcha. I was gonna say that's actually a common trope in stuff that has people who are immortal, that they end up just doing nonsense and they're like, why are you doing it? It's like, man, when you live forever, it gets real boring after a while. I was like, yeah, I can see that. Like, it would take a lot of being deliberate of trying to vary what you do to keep any level of, any semblance of not, you know, just getting tired of doing the same routine. The first 2 centuries are the hardest. You got the DLC Vampire Home. It comes with a permanently unconscious cattle for you to feast on. Excellent. But yeah, no, it's like a common take that they're like, why are you doing this? Like, man, I'm bored. Like, when you've lived for thousands of years, there's not a whole lot that gets you excited or grabs your interest anymore, which is be like, you know what, that's a bummer. I also don't think that necessarily be true, because if you can consider, like, humanity, let's say, one of the first humans on world ends up being immortal. They've been through all of time. We're still discovering stuff new every year. Like, computer games and all that, or, you know, all these revolutions and all that. You know, you're still experiencing new things after thousands and thousands and thousands of years. In a lot of ways, this would be probably a far more entertaining time than many of the tens of thousands of years that came before it, because we've had kind of this gradual increase in rate that we're expanding technology and discoveries and all that stuff. So depending on being immortal 500 plus years ago, it's like nowadays you have released video games. That's exactly where I was going with that, Burning Sun. Like, if you go back to, you know, Ice Age humanity and all that, living for thousands of years or whatever, probably not the best. Kind of your days would be very, very samey for entirely long times. House Adventures. I miss Hoop and Stick. Yep. See, there's a great vampire movie you really loved called Only Lovers Left Alive. It's slow and different, and you love it. Gotcha. I've not heard of that one before. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, like, that's, there's been a lot of times where people are like, if you could go back in time into any time frame whatsoever, like, basically, throughout all of existing human history, if you could just be living in any one of those times, but you couldn't come back, where would you live? And I'd be like, I'd like now. What is the minimum amount I could go back in time? Because advancements in medicine are pretty big deal. Having access to, you know, working plumbing and electricity and basic human creature comforts for, like, all of the crap going on in the world, genuinely, like, things have never have been as good as they are now. It's where we have a weird and complicated relationship and so happen to be vampires kind of movie, so be prepared. Gotcha. But see, that's why the really old stories with immortality end up being super manipulators. Oh yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing. If you have nothing else, you're gonna find something to entertain yourself. And I would imagine if you were immortal, your view on a lot of things would change. What are you growing? So at the moment, we don't have our own field. We're doing contracts. So right now, I'm mowing grass because they offered to pay me. We're doing a challenge where I started with $1 million in debt. And then we've got a mod that makes the loans more realistic. So instead of like the $3,700 I'd normally have to pay for this type of a loan, which for the record, I don't have $1 million. I started with $100,000. I have to pay about $19,000 a month. It's just kind of one of those things that like we have to fight really hard to make progress while just trying to survive the loan. It's kind of a different take. So we normally do like the Survivor Man challenge where you start with $0 and that kind of thing, and then have all sorts of extra restrictions. It's kind of, it has the same sort of outcome in that progression is slow. It's just what makes it slow is shifted a bit. Instead of being slow because I have no resources to work with and I gotta slowly climb ourselves out. Rig yourself to death to survive alone, so basically a real life simulator. Yep, we have had that joke made a whole lot. I've actually been someone who has been fortunate in real life to not have had many deaths. I've always been very paranoid of death, and it is one of those things that it's not that I've never had any deaths, that wouldn't be true, but it's just kind of one of those things that I will struggle without a lot of stuff for as much as I can get away with if it means not going in debt. That's not always an option for a lot of people. Circumstances are what they are. I'm very privileged to have had that option, but it has been tough. But yeah, debt is terrifying. As long as your health is good, you can get away with it. Yeah, that's exactly the reason I was saying with the privilege, that there is one of those things that, you know, you don't always get a choice. Like, circumstances can certainly make it where it's like, here's your choice. Be homeless or take on debt. You know, die or take on debt. You know, and obviously in that scenario, taking on debt would be the more correct answer. But I've been very fortunate that, while there's definitely been dicey times, I have mostly managed. Like, it's only college I took on any debt, and it wasn't that much. Like, I didn't have, like, a big student loan or anything. It's just one of those things that, like, trying, like, as much as I was trying to keep my costs down as much as possible, you know, at the time I was in college, by the time from when I started college to finish college, tuition more than tripled. And so it's just kind of a thing that even with all my budgeting and expectations of what was going to happen, there's only so much you can do. And genuinely going back, working all those extra jobs and everything to make that work, I would argue was probably not the correct answer. But that's, you know, because I just didn't have a life outside of work, really. It is just kind of one of those things that's like, yeah, it is what it is, though. I think it would have benefited me a lot more to have potentially incurred some debt, but actually have, you know, gotten a chance to spend more time with friends, gotten a chance to get to know more people, you know, in my field, gotten more opportunities to network, all those kind of things. But debt's terrifying to me. I've just seen it I've just seen it do so much damage to so many people. And again, there's times that you don't really get the choice. I do know a lot of people who screwed themselves by debts they absolutely didn't need to take on because they got credit cards and just went wild. But for every one of those stories, I know people who they got sick and then they couldn't work. You know, and there's only so much you can do to navigate that situation. Okay, so contract is done. So let's take a quick peek real fast. So this contract, let's see what else we got. We got a couple of smaller mowing contracts. We've also got some we got some cultivating contracts. I'm gonna go with the mowing contracts since they already have the equipment on board, and those are relatively fast. So let's go get to the next fields for mowing. So from where I'm at, the next closest field we grabbed, because we grabbed 2 of them. We've got 132 and 53. So if I take this out to the north, and then we go, take this, we turn left, and then we take our second right, and that should take us nearby both those fields. Let's see, I had a discussion recently with a psychologist that explained that brains aren't able to grasp economics enough earlier in development. And that's why it's not explained better in formative years. And that can be damaging to the individual, which was very fascinating. Well, that's, I do genuinely think there are a lot of decisions that we allow people 18 and under to make, where they're not at a point that they can truly understand the ramification of those decisions. You know, whether that's sign up for the military or take out a huge amount of debt or these kind of things, that I genuinely wish, not that you couldn't borrow money or anything like that, but that we would have more guardrails on it. And this isn't me trying to badmouth being younger. It's just one of those things that, it's one thing to be like, oh, you're 18, you can get, $1,000, $2,000 credit line or whatever. Yeah, that's probably a totally manageable thing. That's fine, whatever. You get a cell phone. Yeah, that's fine, whatever. But then some of the things like, oh yeah, I'm going to sign the next 4 years of my life up to, where there is no exit without some, really, really significant consequences. And you're like, no. I mean, honestly, even as like someone later on in life, that could be a hard thing to commit to and fully understand the ramifications for, because you don't know what tomorrow holds. But as an 18-year-old, you're just not there yet. Like, especially at that phase of life where you're probably just starting to consider being able to move out, whether or not you're going to be, getting a job or whatever, and all those kind of things. Like, it's just one of those things you're like, it's not... I genuinely feel like a lot of that is incredibly detrimental. Is the reason car rentals required to be 25? Yep. You mean like signing up for student loans you can no longer even bankruptcy out of? Exactly. And I get the argument being like, oh yeah, well then people just take a student loan, get their degree, and then file bankruptcy, and that'd be the path. And I'm like, yeah, I can understand that concern and see that. But then it's like, okay, well, then maybe the student loan shouldn't be so generous, which there's a big negative there, that means less people can go to college and university and whatever. But then the counter argument there would be like, without the absence of that injection of money, then maybe they can bring costs down, or they would have to have certain universities and colleges target a lower income bracket and all that. There's a lot, like that is a very large basket. But yeah, no, that's especially some of the terms on those student loans, it's like these are incredible predatory that it's worse than buying a house in the fact that you're bought in and all that. And it's just kind of really, really rough. Brain development isn't fully finished until like 25 plus. Yeah, it's... Let's see, the study that resulted in that belief didn't look anyone older than 25. Brain development doesn't stop until then. Brain develops forever. Probably. But it's like don't get me wrong, they do have to have some kind of cutoff there. Like, here is the line in the sand that we're saying, you know, brain is developed. Like, to a point, you can make those decisions. But I do feel like, especially at, you know, 18, 19, that kind of age range, where you just got out of high school. Like, you just got out of high school. You don't know what your living situation's going to be. You don't know what your career situation's going to be. You don't know what any of those things are going to be. And then you're expected to... Like, it's one thing to be like, I would like to pursue this in school and have the ability to pivot and all that. That's fine. Like, there's going to be a certain amount of you don't have control over it. But at the same time, being like, hey, young person, make this decision that will have ramifications for the rest of your life. Cool. You can't drink a beer yet, but make this lifelong committing decision to take on this horrific debt that you're going to spend the next 30 years of your life paying off. So it's a thing. Industry strategy, having a bankruptcy or judgment is slightly better, you guess, than defaulting on student loans, but not my butt. Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the big workarounds you have with that is a lot of stuff that you do more about social education, which I know people are like, socialism. I'm like, look, man, when it comes to investments in education, historically speaking, for every dollar you put in education, you get $2 back in economic growth. And that's not even going just like GDP and that kind of thing. Like, genuinely, the people below poverty gets to be far less. The middle class tends to be much larger, all that kind of stuff. So, like, investing in education just almost universally pays more than almost any other investment. It's one of the most reliable investments that we have ever had in human history. And so I'm definitely in the camp to be like, you know what? By all means, if someone has the motivation to go to college or whatever, you know, barring they've showed a track record that it's just, you know, like there's a limit. Like, if someone keeps going to college and they keep flunking out or whatever, yeah, there should be some type of guidance there. But generally speaking, it's like, yeah, if someone wants to go to college, give them a shot, let them try. It'll be way more cost effective than what we're dealing with. But I'm also someone who sees as education as one of the single most powerful things you can do for just about everything good in society. Environmentalism, helping your economy, helping your, like, civic rights, all those things. People who are educated are far, far harder to manipulate. Not that they're immune to it, to be clear. They're nowhere near immune to it. But it's a lot easier to get pushback from people who are educated, who have opportunity, who have options, than those who don't. And it isn't to be like a measure of intelligence. It's the classic, like, if you could switch jobs because you've got, you know, education, experience, degree, that kind of stuff, it's far harder for your boss to abuse you and all that kind of stuff. Because if they take that approach, you probably have the buffer to be like, to hell with this, I'm out. And then the boss is the one who suffers because they can't just run you through the ringer. Alright. Hey, Mohan Rock. Hitting the 125 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot that you'd continue to tune in all the time, so thanks so much for that. Which, for the record, that's coming from me in my regards, like, being a former educator, both informal and formal and all that. So obviously I do have a certain amount of bias. Let's see, Kenok saying, sad, but the bonus stream broke your stream streak. You're sleeping during it. Yeah, it is one of the downsides of doing those bonus streams, but I kind of made the decision a while back that I wasn't going to let, you know, I wasn't going to let stream streaks prevent me from streaming. And also check out Allison Adventures, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid, but it also does stuff like RimWorld and that from time to time as well. So it's not kind of like a Project Zomboid Plus streamer, I guess I would rephrase it. So kind of like Alanorama is a RimWorld Plus streamer. Oh, you think how to learn this lesson. Let's, at the end of this row, let's pivot and turn this around. But yeah. But no, so it's like, yeah, I have a certain amount of bias as a former educator. But at the same time, it's a bias I could back up with science. Only 5K? Just paid the 19K or falling behind. Yeah, so every single month I have to pay the 19K. We've already paid this month. And the thing we did, oh, I meant to do this. We have a contract that's done for 18,421, so that'd be 9,210. That'll be splitting between the mower and this. And that's for my spreadsheet. I'm just out of personal curiosity, I'm splitting it between stuff to see like what makes what. Those what? 9,210. Okay. So I will attribute 9,210 to the mower and then 9,210 to the tractor, since those are both the pieces of equipment I'm using to do this job. This field's kind of small, so it's not going to leave me a lot of time to do data entry and all that. I don't normally keep spreadsheets like this for streaming stuff, but off stream I tend to do this. Okay, so we have... You get the 9,210 on the tractor, and you get the 9,210 there. And I just realized I don't have the calculation formula going on the mower. And I'm doing it this way, ignoring the lines at the moment, and the reason I'm doing that is we did find in the last field that when I was crossing over where I've already mowed, sometimes the tractor would get like really bouncing up and down and struggle and we'd lose a lot of speed. So I am trying to not lose a bunch of speed. I think we will hit a point that, because this is a relatively square field, very relatively, that I'm going to spend too much time turning around. We'll get there. Okay, so you get that calculation here and drop it there. All right. Yeah, so for example, from the investment of the mower and the contracts I've done with it, I'm still underwater about $5,588 that I used on the mower that my contracts have not effectively paid back yet. Whereas the lawnmower attachment we are using right now, I would still be about just shy of $9,000 underwater, because we did just buy it and we've only done like one job on it. But then the idea is once they kind of paid themselves off, all of the extra income we're drawing in is just profit at that point. Speaking of which, let's complete that contract. Yep, so we're locked in. So we're back to kind of where we started for the month. Because I spent 18,000 on the mower attachment and we just made 18,000. So basically, money-wise, we're neutral for the month. You know, it's slightly up, but we're going to call it neutral for the month so far. But I have the additional mower attachment, which does mean I have a whole extra type of contracts I can do now. The catch-22 being is, you know, I still lose 19,000 at the end of the month due to the loan payment. But considering we're only halfway through the in-game day and all that, that still gives me time to put a little bit more in the bank. Keep things going. But I do really want to try and get ourselves another... ideally like 30, 40,000 in the bank this in-game day. I don't think that's going to happen, but at least 20. Because I do know, as far as contracts go in Farm Sim, that December and January get to be pretty sparse. There's nothing to harvest during those seasons because it's winter. There's nothing to fertilize. There's typically nothing you have to worry about weeding or anything like that. I think you'll still get the rare cultivating contract or plowing contract. You'll get deadwood contracts, kind of like the big ones you see, as well as wood transport. I don't have what I need to do wood transport, so those are off the table, because I doubt I could get the money together to do them, let alone have them pay for themselves during the first winter. So the first winter is going to be mostly trying to... It's going to be like doing your survival city builders, where you got to get like all your resources before you go into the winter to just ride out the winter. We're kind of approaching that to a certain degree. I can still get some money in, but I'm willing to bet with the deadwood contracts and all that, I'm probably only going to be able to get into the single-digit thousands. Maybe break just a little ways into the double digits if we're lucky. So that is a genuine concern that the winter is going to be a rough ride. Once I get past the first year, as long as I didn't get too overly spendy, I'm a lot less worried about that. Because right now with what I've got is I could do hoeing contracts, I could do mowing contracts, and I can do cultivating contracts. The one I would really like to make happen is spraying contracts. I feel like with precision farming mods, spraying contracts are going to be very lucrative, because the consumable, which is a significant portion of the cost of doing those contracts, you massively reduce how much herbicide and fertilizer you use, especially the herbicide. And so I'm kind of just looking at it in the sense that it's like, okay, if I can reduce my consumable use by 70% on the herbicide, that means even for a contract that's only like $6,000 or $7,000, I'm probably pocketing an extra $800-900 in herbicide I'm not spending. And those contracts are also very fast, because you can move at a relatively good speed, like 11-12 miles an hour. And then instead of like this, where I'm doing each pass I'm doing 4.4 meters worth of width, the sprayers are usually like 24 meters, 30 meters, like really, really big widths, that sometimes it can be a difficulty to manage them just because like of the size we're dealing with. Alright, I'm starting to feel like we're hitting that point that going along the edges isn't helping as much. So we're going to go back to doing the back and forth. Just knowing the fact that I am going to run into a situation where I will have to go back over my own stuff, which is fine. I'm also trying to constantly diversify what we're able to do in contracts for a couple of reasons. The strategic reason is just you can't count on always getting the same contracts the same months and all that, so having more options gives me more options. So that gives me more flexibility based on whatever is offered. Another thing is, for me as the player, having more options for contracts to do, you know, diversifies what I'm doing for my own personal enjoyment, so I'm not just doing the same thing for an entire stream the whole way. And in addition to all that, from the viewer's standpoint, I feel like having a couple different processes we can do. Again, like yesterday I think we literally just did cultivating contracts the whole time. No, that's not true. We did some deadwood, but it was... No, that's... Actually, it's very not true. Because we did, because I forgot, we started a new run yesterday. We did some deadwood contracts, we did a bunch of cultivating, and we did some hoeing contracts. But you get the ideas. We spent a lot of time cultivating yesterday. Which, that was... I looked at the contract we had here that was for 46,000, and I stared at that going, you know what? For just purely the money side of that, being able to scoop up 46,000 this in-game day, even if I'm kind of going to have to really push it to do that, would certainly be a strategic win, because it wouldn't have cost me getting the mower or whatever. But at the same time, that'd be hours and hours of cultivating. The big one is if I can get enough equipment and I get myself like maybe 100,000 in the bank, that's when we have the possibility of buying a tile of land and maybe making something happen there. That said, I do think if we get that kind of money just sitting in the bank that I can just use for whatever I need to use it for, I do think the better usage of it would be investing in either larger tools or a better tractor. Very, very specifically, I think one investment that'd be well worth our time once we get a couple more tools going is getting the getting ourselves a tractor that has a front and back connection at a minimum. That's most likely going to depend on sales, though. Speaking of which, no. Even if I could afford it, I'm not buying the grape harvester. One is I actually don't think there is grape harvesting contracts just in the game at all. And two, no. To hell with that. The grapes are fine when I was doing it for my own farm. Money making wise, they're pretty awful. They're literally what, like, they think the first or second worst in the game for making money. You missed a spot? Don't care. It's not my yard, not my problem. This is what you get when you contract out. No one bothered to look up my Yelp reviews first. They just typed farmhand into their local browser and said okay, and paid without any farther review of anything. I mean, consider the fact that they hired someone who's over $1 million in debt, who would very likely not have the means to properly service a bunch of your stuff by lack of resources because they're $1 million in debt and very little to show for it. Not saying that makes them a bad person or anything else like that, but it's definitely one of those things that should be kind of a thing. Is like, I probably should talk to this person a little bit more carefully, just to make sure things are on the up and up. Your old man used to say nobody cares like you do. Yeah, and there is a catch-22 on that. Like, I definitely grew up in a house where it was like you should learn to be able to do, you know, literally whatever, and then decide if you're going to pay someone else to do it instead. And to a certain extent, sure, but also to a certain extent that's not realistic or pragmatic. Sure, simpler processes like knowing how to replace a leaking pipe, you know, resolder something. I agree wholeheartedly. It's worth taking the time to know how to do those things. But at the same time, there's a lot of processes that over the years have gotten more and more advanced and specialized that a person knowing how to do like a full repair on an air conditioning is nowhere near as reasonable as it used to be. Doing a lot of automotive repairs, like I definitely remember working on cars that were out of the 80s and all that I had owned and everything. I said that like there's multiple, there's just one. And all that, and it was one of those things that was a very reasonable ask. But then you look at cars and how much more advanced transmissions have got and the computers in them and all that. And yeah, stuff like an oil change and gas filter and all that, I do agree it's still worth someone taking the time to at least learn how it works, and then pay someone else to do it. But at the same time, I also don't think it's practical for someone to be able to fully repair their car anymore. It's too specialized compared to what it used to be. Let alone would you have the specialty tools to do half of the stuff. And this is someone who, my first car I was always working on because it was a piece of junk I bought for almost nothing. And when you pay almost nothing, you get something that behaves exactly how you expect when you paid almost nothing for it. Big back pain today? Well, I hope that calms down for you. Alright, chat, it is getting to be about that time. For those new to the channel, it is right around this time that I take my long break. My long break is about 5 minutes. It's just basically my wife gets home around this time, and I just run downstairs to welcome her home, just chuck something in the oven, get back up here, that kind of thing. But it is slightly longer than my other breaks, so I do apologize. It is just the nature of the beast. 2,324. Oh, were you doing the math of how much that contract was worth? Yep. I will just add that to my spreadsheet now real fast while that's in front of me. So 2,324. 2,324. And I will accept that. Oh, the game's paused. That's why it's not letting me accept it. That's fine. Anyways, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I will see you in just a couple minutes. So see you then. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this real slowly. I keep watching the wheels just scooch a little bit every so often. Very slowly. Okay, go down. Please. Please tell me we're not gonna have to, like, move this whole thing though. Okay. Alright. Alright, the correct way to do this mission.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some, like, horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least. Refuel your car. Switch, throw the switch to change. I want to put you away. That's probably fine. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Oh. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. It's El Pastor in a tortilla shell. And if I let it sit here for too long, it's going to be mush in a tortilla shell. Whoa, look at those parts fly. Okay. Those parts had a place they wanted to be that wasn't that trailer. Did I see? Ah, that's great. That's great. If you want to see how dense the zombies are here when you spawn in, that's how dense. I love that we got our giant platform of pet zombies. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies.
They had a family, children, a job that now needs to be assigned.
Whoops. I missed with the whale. I'm sure they'll figure it out. We're gonna take our chances with left. So, 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. He barely did anything to the whole situation. So, alright. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? Or potential alternative for saying no, too. Yeah, how's that feel, Boomalope? Sucks to be you, huh? That Boomalope right there? That one? The one who ate my crops, who ran away? Sucks to be you. Even Cassie's tired of your garbage. Locking you into one tile spot, telling you to get wrecked. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. BP cables are everywhere.
I am so sorry, I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's that. It's all good. Well, we're down. I mean, that's longer than I expected to make it. I did like... Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. So prisoner, begin converting them. So let's see. They're a tough child. And they want to be in the mines. Alright. That thematically fits this in a very uncomfortable sort of way. Ooh, actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before. When you didn't start it yourself. And I am back. Sorry about that. Took me an extra minute because I Tomb grabbed the mail for me and got a jury summons while I'm supposed to be doing other things. So that's gonna be a whole fun thing to get sorted out. So that's super exciting. It's literally, I've got my niece and nephew visiting, and we're supposed to be doing some touristy stuff, and we just got the plans and everything solidified yesterday. And it's exactly on the day that it's going on. I was like, man, the good news is usually you can get it shifted a couple of days, but it's just like, could you not? Like, could you not? And to be fair, Poor Tomb has had like 3 or 4 jury summons since my last one, so I don't really have any, like... I've gotten lucky and not gotten that many summons for a while, so I can't really complain. It just, the timing sucks. Alright, let's get this next mowing contract and all that. But it's been one of those things, like the last, like 4 times I was supposed to get together with my family, like parents and all that, something has always come up. Like, I had one that, you know, I hadn't even like gone out and run into a bunch of people, but ended up like testing, you know, positive of COVID. So I was like, well, I'm not gonna go see my immunocompromised father while I'm actively with COVID. And then there was like, I think another one I ended up having like car problems at like the same time. It's just like really this weird fluke of, you know, bad luck. And I'm already not great about, you know, visiting my folks, which I fully acknowledge is on me. But then when you make the plans and then they fall through from stuff that's completely unrelated, it's a whole thing. Let's see, it's been 30 years since you got jury summons. I guess if you can spot a guilty person, they don't want you. Yeah. For me, it was probably, I had a thing, and it was the particular judge I was dealing with was like, it's your job to, you know, determine if you believe the person based on the evidence provided, you know, did it or didn't do it kind of thing, like, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt or whatever. You're not supposed to have anything to being like, whether you morally agree with the law or anything else whatsoever. And I'm like, that's factually not correct. I'm like, I disagree with you. It is absolutely a process that jurors are allowed to do, that even if the person did technically break the law, if you look and say, no, under these circumstances, this person was in the morally right situation or whatever, you can choose to find them not guilty under those circumstances. Like, that is a thing. Like, if the law is unjust or whatever, you are allowed to do that. And I held my ground at that. And then, you know, it's like, they didn't be like, hey, you're wrong or anything like that. They were just like, okay. And then they didn't move forward with me being a juror. Because I'm like, yeah, you know, if you come in here and you're like, hey, like, you know, this person, we are going to charge him with this, like, ridiculous thing because whatever. And I'm like, that's a stupid law. Like, for example, with right now, with everything going on, if I got put on a panel or like, hey, this person's trans and we find that illegal, which isn't a thing, but let's pretend it is, I'd be like, not guilty. It's like, well, very clearly all the evidence says, yeah. I'm like, yeah, not guilty. I don't think they did it. It's like, but we have them on camera. We have witnesses. We have fingerprints. Yeah, didn't do it. Sorry, I don't think they're guilty. I don't think they committed a crime. That's my choice. Which just means, realistically, when they get to the point where they're like, hey, do you think you could, you know, do this case non-biased? I'd be like, no, I don't believe I'd be non-biased. I'll be honest. It's like, I'm not like, I disagree with the premise of it. I'm not going to be a non-biased juror, so if you're looking for a non-biased jury, I am not the pick you want. But yeah, so I haven't been brought back. Like, and I don't make a difficult thing. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna use my moral compass. I'm sorry. That's just the reality. But it is what it is. Like, I don't mind jury duty. Like, very genuinely, I don't mind that whole process. It's inconvenient and all that, but, you know, you need people to be jurors and all that. That is the whole way that whole thing works. It's just the timing on this particular one sucks. Usually the timing is like, this is mildly inconvenient, whatever. But in this particular, it's like, you know what? I can't move around the thing you're interrupting. But they shared me some tacos they stole. They're innocent as in this case. Exactly. They offered me tacos. What have you offered me, prosecutor? Nothing. Nothing. I find the defendant not guilty. The defense rests. And that kind of thing. "10 years accepting bribery." Accepting bribery isn't the actual charge. I actually don't know what the name of the charge is, but there is... no, it would be, Ooh, I don't know what the charge the juror would get. Like, it's accepting a bribe, but it would be, like, I don't know what the actual name of the charge is, but I know for the person who is doing it, they'd be tampering with a witness. You know, either threatening or bribing them, is not allowed. But actually, like, I know the juror also gets in trouble. I don't think the charge is, like, the wording isn't accepting a bribe. The action is accepting a bribe. But, like, there's a different legal term that I don't know. Jury tampering? Yeah, that's what the person who bribes the juror is. They're jury tampering. But, like, the actual juror, you also get in trouble if you accept a bribe. Like, obviously, if you're threatened as a juror, you've done nothing wrong. Like, you would report and be like, hey, I'm being threatened by this person. But like if you accept a bribe, you know, whether or not you actually follow through with what that bribe you're supposed to do, but still accepting the bribe with the expectation that you would use that to unbias yourself. Or sorry, that you would use that to give them the results they want. There's a word for it. It doesn't matter. The point is you'd be accepting a bribe. So I could certainly... It'd be bribe receiving by a juror. Oh, it literally is just received a bribe? Okay. I thought there was an extra term. Kind of like, you know, you don't arrest people for shoplifting, you arrest them for larceny. Larceny includes shoplifting, but the actual charge is larceny. Which larceny includes a whole lot of things around like theft or whatever. I'll deal with that. I'll deal with that in my next braid. Like, I just sent the message to the others, be like, hey, here's what's up. This might mess with my, like, of the 2-3 days we've got plans, this might mess with one of them. But, you know, I'm gonna try, because that's the thing, I'm not trying to get out of jury duty. It's gonna be one of those things to be like, hey, can I have any day that's not this day you've asked for, or the day right after? Any other day is good. Like, and I will happily serve. But, like, that specific day you've asked for, that's the one and only day that's kind of a problem. They're usually pretty reasonable. I personally haven't had to delay before, but I know a lot of people who have, because, like, they'll get jury duty and be like, oh, that's, like, my sister's wedding. Yeah, can I move it to literally any other day? And they're usually pretty reasonable about it, as long as you, like, do it more than, like, the day before. Because they give you, like, a month in advance notice. Game going. The store page showed very different camera angles in this game. Is that a thing that Simulator 25 can do, or is it just the Pleasant Void? You thought came with the RimWorld game? That was a sales preview? What? Different camera angle? I don't get what that has to do with RimWorld. But yeah, no, you can change your camera angles in this game. So, like, I can zoom in real far, put it behind the tractor, put it along the side of the tractor. Like, you know, I can move the camera anywhere I want it. You can also hop into the tractor. So, like, you know, it's the same as just about any 3D game with camera controls. You can put the camera wherever you want. I tend to usually keep it at least a little ways out, so we're not just listening to the tractor engine blast the whole time. Even though the tractor engine can actually be relatively okay white noise. You thought it came with the game that was in the sales preview. Yeah, Gabe, I don't... Maybe just use the name RimWorld by mistake. But this is from Giant Software. There's no connection at all between Giants and Lucian Studios, who's the makers of RimWorld. They should be fine rescheduling you some other time. It's not like a cherry pick people for it, right? Yeah, no, that's the reason. They tend to be pretty good as long as you don't wait till like the last minute. They're usually pretty good about bumping you around or whatever. But no, the way they do jury summons where I'm at, I'm not going to name the specific county, we'll just say Central Florida. But usually what they'll do is they'll line up a couple of cases that are all going to need jury trials to be roughly in the same time frame. You know, and then they'll have like all their non-jury cases in between. You know, stuff like, like speeding tickets and all that kind of garbage in between there. But they'll get their jury trials all lined up, and they'll do like one big sweep of jury selections that usually goes over the course of like a couple weeks or whatever. That they'll just sit there and they'll be like, okay, shotgun out, all right, bring in these 50, 80 people for potential jury selection. You all just sit in a waiting room, and they'll be like, okay, grab this one, all right, these jurors go in that room, okay, and you'll have, like, I'm gonna get the names of the positions wrong, but you'll have, like, the defense and the prosecution's lawyers there, and it'll be like, okay, hey, this case is vaguely involving this type of crime or whatever between, you know, this company and this individual. The crime involved is trespass or like whatever it is. You know, does anyone here have a connection with either of the parties? And you'll be like, yeah, you know, I worked for them, you know, a couple years ago. Most likely, you know, they'll usually ask us, like, does that mean you would be biased for or against? Do you think you'd be biased for or against the whatever? And if you're like, yeah, I do think this would impact my view of the company, okay, get out. And then you go back to the waiting room, and then, like, the next one comes up and they'll drag you in there again. And they just kind of go through a gamut. So it ends up being this, like, whole day of sitting around in the courthouse, just being brought into one, being like, here's this, whatever, whatever. And then, you know, if you get selected, everything moves forward per normal. But they've done that, and it's genuinely, it ends up being less disruptive, because, yeah, it means for you as an individual, as a juror in there, it basically consumes your whole day. Whereas the way it worked when I was in a different county, they would bring you in as, like, one of, you know, however many potential jurors for a specific case, and then you'd go away, which means you got lots more individual juror summons, but it would be less disruptive on any given day. Because you'd go in, and, you know, you'd be like, yeah, you know, I work for them, and it'd be like, all right, get out of here. But you get paid $40 to waste your day. They do compensate you. Ooh, that actually makes me wonder. So either way, they compensate you for juror duty. Even if you're not selected, basically taking up that time, you are compensated. I thought it was based on your normal pay. Like, it's not like they'll pay you the same amount the company would. But as a self-employed, I have no idea what that works out to be. In California, it's $15 per day and then taxed. Yeah, I mean, it's just taxed as income. I'm imagining it's probably one of those things that, in the absence of having a regular like salary, whatever you want to go with, they probably just have a baseline they apply it for. It wouldn't surprise me if it's something like $10-15. I'm not so worried about that part. What day of the week is that? Oh, wrong month. That's a Thursday anyways. No, wait a second. Did I look at that wrong? May have looked at that wrong. I did look at that wrong. It is a Wednesday. Okay. It probably won't affect stream even if I were to get stuck with jury duty. That said, it wouldn't matter anyways, because I don't know about you all. As much as I love hanging out with all you all, I got my niece and nephew visiting from the other side of the country, and I hate to break it to you, I'm gonna go spend time with them. Don't take it too personally, they're adorable. So even if it was those things that I got out of it or whatever, I'm still going to spend it with my niece and nephew. Oh, thank you. I love you. It looks nummy. It smells nummy. In my defense, they were delicious. But yeah, let's see. New York, it's $40 a day, but the employers of certain size are expected to pay for it mostly. 3 days missed of work? Yeah. But yeah, not all those things. Like, you get it. It's a necessity. It's just the timing. Yeah, so when we have our next break, I'll deal with the communication side of things I gotta do. But I hope everyone's been having themselves a good day and all that. I've been enjoying getting back into some Farm Sim and chilling and doing all this stuff. It's one of the reasons I like Farm Sim so much for streaming is just the fact that we can have these conversations and I don't have to be like juggling 30 things in a game at the same time or going like, you know, okay, how do I do this? How do I want to manage this? But it makes sense that they would pay you for something. Work aside, you have to go there. pay for the gas, public transportation. Yep. Let's see. It was a narrative voice that illustrated the pawn's actions preview without mods, Cassandra, random... Oh. Randy, Phoebe are mute. It was very disappointing. You did not persuade you not to have fun. Okay, well now I'm confused what that had to do with Farming Simulator 25. Yeah, no, right, no, RimWorld, the storytellers are not narrators in any way. They don't have voices, they don't do anything like that. Really what the storytellers in RimWorld do is just on the background, they just decide what events happen when, kind of thing. And let's see. And if you're late, you don't get compensated at all for your time, even if you sat through the whole thing? Well, I don't have any idea about any of that stuff. I've just never been late for jury duty. Because missing jury duty can get you in some pretty big trouble. You know, barring if you can demonstrate that, like, it wasn't your intent to miss it, you know, you had, like, a medical emergency or something like that. Or, you know, got into a car accident, whatever. But yeah. I don't think I would want, you know, like the idea of Randy, Cassandra, and them. I don't think I'd want them to have voices narrating. Like, I could certainly see that when an event happens, it could be read out loud. But I feel like the moment they'd have to, like, script it. Because, like, how would, you know, you could do the whole thing where it's like, you know, the name of the faction would be like, you know, the pig faction, the Baconators, or whatever. You'd have to have the recorded dialogue of being like, you know, the pig faction, where it says like Baconator or whatever. The pig faction is sending a raid from whatever. I feel like with how often you get the same events in RimWorld so far as classification and type, that's fine for the gameplay, but if you were to narrate the voices of like having that all read out, I feel like that would get incredibly obnoxious after a while. I understand accessibility-wise, there would be a benefit having that option, so I wouldn't hate it being an option. I think it'd be potentially a good option, that thing. But I feel like it'd be in that park of like a screen reader or something like that, where after you heard that same dialogue for the 50,000th time, you would get super annoyed by it. Because I think that's what you're saying. Yeah, but no, very genuinely, if you're watching videos for RimWorld and someone's narrating what's happening on the screen, that's someone who's making content, which can be fun. Does a criminal record exclude you from jury duty? I don't believe so. I actually don't know off the top of my head. I don't believe so, though. Because generally speaking, you do want juries to be representative of a whole range of your population and all that, because it is kind of important to get a range of different people's impressions. Because you'll have people who got criminal records that, you know, kind of garbage reasons they got them, and that can be important to consider when it comes to a lot of you know, it can be kind of important for a lot of things of just, you know, you'll see what's obviously not great behavior from the perspective of someone who's been on the receiving end. And so it's important to have that perspective represented at some level. Now, granted, realistically, during the jury selection process, that person is going to be someone that they'll be like, yeah, we don't think this person will be non-biased, so they're going to get, you know, they're not going to be one of the ones selected, most likely. But still. The Simulator 25 is showing dynamic angles like sweeping camera panoramas and carrots going into the bin. I was unsure if you had direct camera control. You do? Yeah. So you can make those type of things. And I'm willing to bet there's probably a mod to add cinematic camera. But yeah, I don't believe there's a cinematic camera to begin with where you'd be like, hey, get to work, and then the camera like pans around like in City Skylines or anything like that by itself. Your car was parked far away and no space near your courthouse, so it was a long walk back. Yeah. Yeah, no, where I'm at, there's parking directly. Actually, I think most of the courthouses I've been to in the different counties I've been to, the vast majority of them had like genuinely enough parking that usually they provided parking for nearby areas as well. But it's just like if you were someone who was not at the courthouse, you had to pay extra for parking, and they had big sections of the parking garage that was reserved for, you know, people who had reason to be there, whether they're jurors or attorneys or whatever. Alright. So we're quickly running this day down. It's going to get dark soon. But we're going to be able to knock this contract out, which will be another bump in our money. So ultimately, we'll end this day with a bit more money than we went into it with. The downside is, I think we're actually down money-wise from where we were at going into this month because of the 19,000. Oh, it's still lifted. Which is a little concerning. I think a big part of that is I skipped out on some of those more lucrative cultivation contracts just because I didn't want to put in the really high amount of time. Oh, come on. Yes, we're getting another 9,000 from that. I got another really small contract right by the gas station. I might try and snag that one. That'll push us a little ways into the darkness time. But snag that last one to just try and get ourselves that much more of a buffer. It'll also have me right next to the gas station, so, you know, the whole end of the day, go top off the gas tank and all that, we'll be in position where I can just grab it right while we're there. We probably also need to do maintenance on the tractor. It is starting to build up. That is one thing that's going to hurt really badly over time, is just some of the tools, the maintenance costs. We are in the hard economy, so the maintenance comes faster and it's more expensive. Let's see, are there roads in America with no speed limit? You know, it's not an overall thing, but you're curious, there's some exceptions. I believe, and I could be wrong with this, there was a road going through Texas and Arizona, if I remember correctly, that I believe had effectively no speed limit. I could be wrong, or that could be horrifically out-of-date information. Generally speaking, though, most roads have speed limits here. Reasonable and prudent. Oh yeah, you're talking about the driving speed there. It's that you know, it has no speed limit, but like if you're being reckless about it, even though it's no posted speed limit, if you are creating a genuine danger because you're weaving between cars at high speeds or something like that, you know, you'll still get slapped for it. But yeah, generally speaking, there's, for the most part, speed limits everywhere. You know, four that have no speed limit? Yeah, like I know there was a road in Texas, Arizona area that was famous for being like where, you know, there's parts of the Autobahn in Germany that don't have a posted speed limit. It was kind of that type of thing. I can't remember what road it was. Was it Route 66? No, that doesn't sound right. There was one in Arizona, like I believe it cuts from Arizona to Texas, I remember hearing about. But that's been a long time. So I have no idea what's changed on a lot of those. But yeah. I've never been one who's like gotta go fast, so that's never been a thing I've really paid much attention to. Let's see, yeah, it makes sense for some straight roads in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, the problem you run into and why a lot of roads, even in the middle of nowhere, still do have speed limits is because a lot of the roads in the middle of nowhere are not exactly well maintained. So if you're flying down the road like 120 miles an hour and you slap into a big old pothole, congratulations, you stop being. Because you just broke your suspension and sent your car careening out into the side of the road, which would most likely be like wheat or cornfields or something, because you're in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the country, but still. Recently drove on the Autobahn, remind you, that's not a good idea to have something like that. Yeah, no, I can distinctly think of the, there was a time driving a convertible that I was like, I wonder how fast this goes, because in like this little back nature reserve road that the public couldn't go on. And so I got going about as fast as that car was reasonably going to get going. And it was definitely a moment in my brain where I was like, this is stupid. And being a convertible with this top down, I was like, this is stupid, and also, it's making my scalp tingly. I should slow down. I also did that on a motorcycle one time, and I didn't even get going that fast. I had started to accelerate, and this is a really dumb thing I'm doing right now. This is a really fast way to shorten my lifespan an incredible amount very suddenly. There was a dirt road in Utah that I used to have no speed limit. Gotcha, and that's probably one of those things that just didn't have a posted speed limit. Not because it didn't feel necessary, I think it just wasn't bothered to be posted. So you're driving 250 kilometers per hour, about 150 miles per hour, and people were overtaking you on the Autobahn, and it's not that great when it comes to road surface. Yeah, that's one of the reasons, like, I mentioned it the other day that I had a coworker at the time, who was basically told, you can go to jail or you can sell your car. And like I said, you know, people ask, like, did that judge? Is like, I don't know who told him that. But basically it got in trouble for, like, more than doubling the speed limit by a large margin in a school zone, like, really, really out there. And it's kind of one of those things that when, you know, someone gets in trouble for a speed limit, they're going, like, 120 miles per hour in like a 40 zone or whatever, and they'll be complaining about how much their speeding ticket is and all that, and in my head I'm like, man, you're crying to the wrong person, because genuinely I'm having a great deal of difficulty having any sympathy for you whatsoever. Because I'm definitely not the person who would advocate being like, oh yeah, you should be allowed to drive that fast. I'm like, nah, man. I've seen the way people drive. It was posted no speed limit? Interesting. Huh. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that's like, when someone's driving that kind of extreme speed and gets in trouble for it, I'm like, nah. I'm not able to muster sympathy, I'm sorry. Like, it would be like someone taking a nail gun to their hand and then firing the nail into their hand and being like, ow, that hurt. I want to complain to you about it. And you'd be like, sorry? I'm sorry you're hurt, but like, you really kind of brought that on yourself. In high school, there was a kid complaining about getting a speeding ticket. He thought it was completely unfair. He was only going 45 in a 25 residential. And the cop added a bonus penalty because his brakes were shot and he had trouble stopping to be pulled over. That's so unfair. Yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things you're like, yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like things worked exactly how they should. And like I've had, I had someone I knew who was the kind of person who got like a really bad speeding ticket for, again, going almost twice the speed limit. And then being like, I can't afford this. And I'm like, I mean, then don't do it. It's like, I don't want to be that person, but if you can't afford to get in trouble, don't do the thing that's getting you in trouble. Like, I get it when it's some of those things that's a hard decision, but gotta go fast is not some life requirement. I shouldn't accept this contract, but I'm doing it anyways. Okay, so this is 4,410. I need to make this Form different. 4,410. 4,410. Should also make the columns fit. Okay, so that's up at the gas station. That's kind of the only reason I'm doing it. So gas station straight up there. Is there a second gas station? Why do I not see the field? 32. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yep, so if we take a right and then a left, we will go right by the gas station. Let's see. In Alabama, they have unposted roads that are dirt roads with speed limit 25 and improved roads with 35. Let's see. Some of these laws annoy me. We have plenty of them in Europe. Every country has its own silly illogical laws where live people are drunk driving, losing their license, and then keep driving, and then nothing will ever happen to them at this point. Yeah, no. Here in the States, if you get caught DUI, which is our charge for drunk driving under the influence, you get caught DUI, there's a real good chance you don't have a license anymore. We have a point system for your license, but there are certain things you do that they will just skip the whole middle part and be like, yep, you know what you don't have? A driver's license anymore. And there's different states have all sorts of different rules that, like, some of them you can take a course to, like, remedy it and you'll still get some points, but not all the points. Some of them it's like a very temporary suspension. Some of them it is not a very particularly short suspension. There is a pretty wide range there. But yeah, quite often if you get caught and you actually get the DUI on your ticket, you are probably either one. I forget what the So there's one where you can drive, but only to and from work or a couple of other necessities. So you're not like on a fully suspended license, but a heavily restricted license. There's one where your license is fully suspended and you're like, well, I can't live like this. Like that's too bad. You shouldn't have done it. And then there's again where you just get some points on your license and, that could eventually cost you being able to drive. Let's see, yeah, when you refuse to do the test, you'll automatically lose it for a year, right? I don't know that that's true. So, I know if you refuse the breathalyzer, a lot of times they will then take you in for a blood test. It could be that if you refuse the blood test, maybe you get that. I don't know, because I don't drink and drive, so it's just not a thing that has concerned me very much. But I do know it is one of those things that a lot of people will actually advise you to not take the breathalyzer because they're not a super accurate test. So it's kind of one of those ones where, like, yeah, if you're not, like, just guilty and trying to get out of it, just go in and get the blood test, because that's going to be the number that's actually going to be held, for or against you or whatever. And yeah, the cop's going to be pissed off because you're wasting their day, but at the same time, you want to make sure you're not being held accountable for things you didn't do. But I've never been pulled over and asked to blow or anything like that. But so you don't understand the year one starter pack? Do you pay a subscription regularly as with MMOs? No. So the way it works for Farming Simulator is kind of like season passes and a lot of other things these days, where basically what ends up happening is you pay for the year one season pass. And what that is saying is all of the DLC that comes out for the game year one is included in that season pass. And for Farming Simulator, if I'm correct, and I could be off by like one or two things, is that I believe 2 or 3 packs that it's just a handful of equipment kind of thing, so it's like not as big of an update. And then they'll have one expansion, which is the one that usually introduces a new map, it introduces a bunch of new equipment, it introduces some new crops. So like it is a more significant update. Whereas the packs, like to give you an idea of a pack, here, let's switch over. If we go down here to this, the Nexat, all of the equipment under Nexat is one of the packs. So you get a bunch of equipment there. The McDon, which is a windrower that you can have like a thing for thatching and all that, that is another pack. So packs are relatively small things that are just, anywhere from like 4 to 12 pieces of equipment, that kind of thing, but no new crops or whatever. And then it's the expansion that is the whole thing where it's like, you know, there's a handful of new crops, a bunch of equipment to go for those new crops, and then on top of all of that, you usually get a new map with it and all that. And the Season Pass gives you all of that. So generally, if you're going to buy it all, the Season Pass is the better spend. If you're not going to buy it all, that's when the Season Pass stops making as much sense. Okay, I'm observing that this field sucks to using this side mower. The breathalyzer result can't be used in court, at least the portal one. They have to calibrate certified police stations. That is validated, though. I have no idea the rules around that. Like, here in the US, I have no idea about the rules around that. I just remember I had a friend who was an attorney who was like, yeah, if you get pulled over for DUI, whether or not you did it, don't agree to the breathalyzer. Like, it's not about trying to, like, escape being guilty or whatever. They were just very much like, yeah, don't agree to the breathalyzer regardless. It's just, it can read higher than you actually are. And it's just, there's no benefit other than saving time. But even as an innocent person, if they're not calibrated right, they can misread that you actually have been drinking alcohol when you haven't. Well, not a common problem. It doesn't matter how common it is if it happens to you. Versus, you know, the blood test kind of stuff they can do. Those are very accurate. So, like, guilty or not, get the blood work. And again, the cop's gonna be pissed off because you're wasting half their day, which, you know, fair enough. But when it comes to your, you know, your ability to continue driving and doing everything, how happy the police officer is less relevant. You gotta do what you gotta do to protect your own rights. Because usually if they do the breathalyzer and you do pop, so, you know, you do the breathalyzer, you're over the rating, they usually will drag you back to the police department, you know, they'll arrest you, bring you back, and then they will make you do the, like the one on scene that I think, like I said, I believe it's blood work, and that could just be a local thing. So either way, they get the more accurate test as normal procedure. The one out in the field is just trying to clear people. It's like, okay, you're fine, get out of here. Don't know. It's not a normal problem I deal with. I'm not someone who drinks and drives. Like, if I have a drink, you know, a lot of time will go past before I'm willing to drive home. Or if I've had a drink or two and, like, Tomb's with me or whatever, it'll be one of those things. I'm like, hey, you know, I had a drink or two. Like, I'm feeling it at all, so you should drive instead. Just not worth it. That's pretty rare. I don't drink very much. Let's see, you know, saying something that's a little bit funny to you is that you have a the standardized field sobriety test, and they make you do the exercise on the side of the road, but they have to have, but they need to have a suspicion, your OVI, I'm assuming that's equivalent of DUI, you're under the influence, which is usually pretty obvious. Yeah, no, like, that's the thing. I actually don't know how much they still do the field sobriety test. They probably do. It's just, again, not a thing I think about. That said, my introduction to all that is I remember young me trying to play Police Quest, and you end up pulling over this lady who in the game has absolutely been drinking. And you have to, like, it's because this is going back to the really old games where you have to, like, type in the thing of it. And so I was like, give drunk test, give drinking test. The game's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And you had to remember that it was a field sobriety test and, like, type that in. And it was so frustrating to deal with. Because do you know what, like, Tween Me didn't know? Tween Me didn't know the word sobriety. Because why would I? Yeah, OVI is operating vehicle under the influence. Yeah, that's what I figured, is it was the equivalent of DUI. You know, same charge, different name, because different locations at. You always assume that the field test is just so you can laugh at someone. I mean, I think they do it with, like, as a, you know, a deeply flawed, but a test nonetheless. Because someone who has, like, motor skill problems would also fail a lot of those tests as well. Because, I know traditionally it was stuff like, you would have a line on the ground and you'd kind of have to, like, hop along the line on the ground 1 foot, and then you'd switch feet and then hop the way back. They'd have you do stuff like, you know, while touching your nose and, like, switching hands, saying, like, you know, your ABCs starting from Z going back. And the idea was that you know, if you're intoxicated, you wouldn't be able to do the multitasking. So if you focus too much on the letters or whatever, you'd sit here and just be like that the whole time, and be like, no, you gotta switch. Or if you're doing this reliably, you'd stumble really badly on the letters. That's the thing. I don't know if they do it anymore. I know they still use the breathalyzers from people I know who work in the police department. It's just I never bothered to ask them about any of that. See, over here, the police use the breathalyzers, and if it shows anything, they take you in for a blood test, or you can agree with the breathalyzer result, which can be wrong by a lot sometimes. Yeah, that was the advice I had gotten from, like I said, I had a friend who was an attorney. He's like, whether or not you're guilty, like, the breathalyzer is not reliable. It can be plus or minus by a lot. Yeah, part of the test to see you can follow basic instructions. Yeah, that was basically what they're trying to do, is like see if you're effectively cognitively compromised or if your balance is absolutely shot. Because those are two common symptoms of being intoxicated. Again, it's better than nothing, but there would be a lot of people with a lot of situations that even if they haven't had any alcohol or whatever, that those actions could be difficult to them for completely unrelated things. Not that I think it should be, like, illegal for them to do the field test or whatever, but it'd be one of those things like, you know, if you're son, you're like, hey, I've got a bad hip, I can't stand on one leg and hop up and down or whatever. They wouldn't take that as you failed or whatever. Like, you failing your field sobriety test isn't an automatic, like, you're guilty of DUI. It'd just be another reason to be like, all right, you didn't do well, so we're gonna drag you in to, like, get you to get a proper blood work thing. And I do believe you're right that if you refuse the blood work kind of thing, that it's not like an admission of guilt kind of thing, but I do believe there's a consequence for it. Like that it's kind of assumed that, you know, if you don't agree to it, that, like, you might be right that it's 1 year automatic suspension of your license. Because, I mean, genuinely, you would only say no in that circumstance if you're expecting to pop. And I don't believe they can compel you by law to take it. It's just, you know, it's like, hey, if you don't, here is the consequence, you will be done. But I don't know what the rules around that are. And that's all because it's nothing I've had to worry about. Because I've only known one person who got DUI, and yeah, they got it because they were driving under the influence, and not a little. And it was not a one-time thing. I'm not gonna take the blood test to prove my innocence because I'm sober. Okay. Yeah, like, if you could demonstrate that you're like, hey, the officer in question who is going to be taking it, like, there is history between me and this officer that, you know, couldn't be trusted, yada yada. I'm sure there'd be circumstances that would make sense. That you'd be like, hey, I am willing to do it, but not with him, kind of thing. I'm willing to bet that could be a thing that would work in a certain defense, but it would have to be like, hey, you know, this person's my ex-girlfriend's boyfriend or something like that, and has said they're gonna get me or something like that. Like, you would have to demonstrate there's very clearly a conflict of interest there. Yeah, Jaywalker, it was operating a vehicle under influence, I believe is what it was. So basically the exact same charge as DUI. It's just, you know, the code for in a different country kind of thing. Yeah, no, it's all good. That's pretty standard that you'll have, like, oh man, what was it? I think it's like your regular stuff, like not parking your vehicle correctly, all that kind of thing. Or not parking, like a lot of minor infractions here, like if you were to pull in front of someone too closely or whatever, that you cause an issue. You can get up to reckless driving. That's the more serious version of the charge. But you can also have what's, I think it's moving violation. It's basically if you pull up to like a red light or a stop sign and you do a rolling stop and you get pulled over. Well, yes, the thing that you'll be told that you did is you did a rolling stop. I believe the actual charge is a moving violation. And then, like, again, the extreme thing of where you just slam in between an intersection with, like, no anything, so you're endangering people. That'd be reckless driving. That's the more... That's the Big Brother, more serious version. And I believe it can go a step higher from reckless driving to, oh, it's not public endangerment. Reckless endangerment? Which it's not that, the reckless endangerment I don't believe is specifically associated with driving, but it's like reckless endangerment would be the same thing as like taking a loaded gun and like waving it, you know, barrel sweeping people and all that. You know, loaded gun, safety off, that whole thing, where it's like, yeah, you're just being stupid in a way that you're gonna hurt someone. Let's see, operating vehicle under the influence? Some states have that instead of DUI. Ah, got you. Gotcha, I didn't realize that was even a thing in the states that it was different. Yeah, same basic charge. Or like reckless endangerment can be a lot of things. Anything that you create a bunch of danger, you know, to your well-being and others for like no good reason. Is there many vehicles you could operate under the influence, you guess? You've heard folks getting DUI under variations of bicycle, just don't booze and drive? Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing with bicycles here in the US. At least in Florida, I believe it's countrywide, but I could be wrong. That bicycles live in this like weird place where, depending on the circumstances, you can be considered pedestrian or vehicle. So like people be like, can I legally ride on the sidewalk? In a lot of states, yes, because you're qualified as a pedestrian, unless you follow into these conditions, at which point you qualify as a vehicle and you're supposed to be on the road. But even on your own, if you're on the road, you have like an entirely different set of rules than most cars do. And they're stricter rules in a lot of cases. Like, for a lot of places, if you're riding a bicycle on a road and a car cannot pass you with a clearance of, I believe it's either 4 or 6 feet, that like if a car can't pass you with a gap of 6 feet without crossing the median and no pass, you're supposed to ride your bicycle on the inner third of the lane. The idea being to discourage people from trying to pass you because they cannot pass you legally or safely. And I have had people scream at me up and down when I rode a bicycle on a lot of that kind of stuff. Which I still rode on the outer third because I don't want to die. Because people don't know the rules. I've told the story here more than once that I used to ride a bicycle to work, and I had like a perfectly working car, but just the nature of the route, the time to bicycle ride versus drive was about the same route, like time-wise. Just the like, I had the sidewalk went, there was no turns on that side, so when the red light turned red, I could just keep going and not have to stop, whereas the car, you do, because people could be turning left onto the road. And that was the part that had the sidewalk, but a bunch of it didn't have sidewalk before that, closer to the apartment I was staying at. And I had one guy swerve around my bike and, you know, tell me to get off the effing road as he threw a half-drank beer bottle out his truck window at me. Didn't hit me or anything. And it was just one of those things that you saw that, and it was just like, in your brain, you're going, how many crimes did you just commit in that action? Like, one could argue assault. You know, there's certainly throwing a beer bottle at someone will qualify as assault. You know, with like ill intent and whatever. You swerved around in a no passing area. You were clearly driving under the influence, considering you had an open container in the cabin of your car that was in your hand when you threw it at me. Like, I was like, holy crap, man. Like, if you got spotted by a police officer doing that, that license is gone. Like, magnitudes over. Because open container, that's a fine. Potentially get you in trouble. Drinking while driving, that's a fine that can cost you their license. Assault has nothing to do with your ability to drive, but probably don't commit assault. It's not that hard. And then, you know, swerving across no passing lanes and all that, you know, you could argue reckless driving, all that kind of stuff. It was one of those things like, holy crap, man. Like, in this one action, if you got caught, you've stacked things to make sure you wouldn't be allowed to drive again. Yeah, open container, it's not going to necessarily put you in jail. It's not really that severe, but it's pretty bad. Usually you're going to get hit with a nasty fine, and you can get in more serious trouble depending on the nature of it. Because they treat it about the same as drinking and driving in a lot of ways. See, whenever you change the trash at work, you find a concerning amount of beer cans and gas in the trash cans. DUIs are more common than I think. Oh yeah, no, DUI is a real problem. That was for a little while I was doing a really, really long commute from where I had been living when I was still at my parents', going all the way half across the state for a job. That was a contract job. And I hated the drive home. Like, the drive out on a normal day was no problem because no one was out that early. But the drive home, if it ended up being a late day, you know, like it put in extra time kind of thing, the best route for me to take home to avoid the worst of traffic, I went across this road that went pretty close to the local airport or whatever. And it was one of those back roads that goes to a bunch of subdivisions that have, like, no businesses there, and the one bar in the area. And that road would be ridiculously dodgy, where you'd see cars swerving back and forth the whole way. I had a couple of times that I actually did get on my phone and be like, hey, you've got someone who's like super drunk on the highway over here going this way. Like, I actually did call once or twice, and I'm like, yeah, there's someone who is like going to kill themselves on this road. They're not just a little bit here and there. They're barely in control of their car. Realistically, unless there's a cop saying right there, they probably got to wherever they're going long before the cop got in position, but I've known a lot of people who've gotten hurt, so. And I know, like I said, I had the one buddy who had a lot of addiction problems. So I would want someone to turn in that buddy to save his life, kind of thing. Let's see. Cycling the sidewalk has been banned in your country for a few years ago. And many of the roads have no shoulders. There's some laws aimed at the, let's see. Some laws aimed at the perfect chunk of road that has a sidewalk, bike path, separate bus lane. But most roads aren't that. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the, that's kind of the way, like I said, the law is if someone can't safely pass you, which I can't remember if it's like 4 or 6 feet that they have to have between you and the vehicle, they're not supposed to pass you. And for those who don't know, that's true of cars as well, as you're not supposed to try and pass a car unless you can clear the other car by, like I said, I can't remember the exact amount, it was like 4 or 6 feet to safely pass. And so that's the reason why they recommended bicycles ride on the inner third, so here's your stripes in the middle, the inner third of the lane, because that way kind of really makes it hard for a vehicle to attempt to pass you. And it really pisses people off. It's like, hey man, I'm just trying to obey the law. Like, don't get pissy at me. Get pissy about the law. I think it's a good law, in all honesty, because I've had people like narrowly miss clipping my handlebars as they, go flying past at double the speed limit. But, the worst thing is, like, it's one thing if, like, the road you're on, it's like the speed limit is like 65 miles an hour and you're on a bicycle on the road. Yeah, that gets real dodgy. That's utterly terrifying. But this is some little road that's like 30 miles an hour. It's like, look man, I'm going the speed limit on my bicycle, or at least pretty close to it. Like, it's a roadster with a really good gear setup and all that. Like, if I'm not going the speed limit, we're real dang close. Because I am hustling. Yeah, your grandma drive to drunk driver? Yeah. I didn't have anyone like direct family or anything. I did have classmates. Alright, so let's go here. So we got another $3,059 would be attributed to the tractor. And this. Alright, so with that, the tractor has officially earned more than it cost. Did you just get sleepy in game? No. There is no sleep in game. I mean, sorry, let me rephrase that. There is no, like, your character getting tired and needing to sleep in the game. You can sleep to advance time, though. There can be some massive hate for bike riders there. Yep. Let's see. Bicycles on 65 mile per hour roads is for road design. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, there are just some places that there just aren't enough options for vehicles to get from A to B, that you end up with those kind of things where you get those conflicts where there's the high speeds. Now, generally speaking, when you're getting to stuff like expressways, they usually will have rules that are like, hey, you may not have a bicycle on this road. Because, when you're getting up to like 85 mile per hour and all that kind of stuff, yeah, you're not doing that with a bicycle safely on the road. By the time the person sees the bike, they're already in its back tire. Oh, there's like 3 roads left? Yeah, that's just the way contracts work in the game. That they expect you to not be able to do it perfectly kind of thing. So they actually expect you to do like 90% of the field or whatever. And in Farm Sim 22, it wasn't as noticeable because the GPS wasn't a thing and all that. I think they also made it a lot more lenient. But because of it, you get to that 90%, it goes, okay, job's done. And it's not only that, but like it literally won't even let you mow the last bit because you've finished your task. There's actually mods out there to let you finish the field because it annoys people a whole lot. But it is a thing to like give a little bit of padding. That way, if there's any like weirdness that happens, it doesn't mean you guarantee fail it. Let's see, you get pissed about cyclists in Key West because they're also oblivious. Same with scooters, the stupid rented golf carts, and that putt-putt around the island. It's not Disney World. Pay attention and drive or get off the road. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely that, and I wouldn't even say it's necessarily the vehicles. Yeah, there's definitely the whole thing about tourists not really paying attention to what they should be doing. Like, they want to sightsee, and yeah, you get it. But at the same time, when you're impeding traffic and all that, it's like, okay, at least pull off the side of the road. The one we have between here and the coast is we'll have a lot of people, they'll see an alligator off the side of the road just sunning itself, and then they'll pull off the road and they'll start getting really close and taking pictures. Like, you are really dumb. That is not a pet. That is a really dangerous animal that you are effing with right now. Maybe don't let little Timmy get that close to the front of the alligator. It's unlikely to chase you, but if you practically feed yourself into it, I also don't think it's going to complain about getting a free meal out of it. So maybe pull off the side of the road, and from the safety of your car, or from a fairly safe distance, snap a picture. But don't go climbing down in there practically into the alligator's mouth. I just realized I don't actually know where the repair point is on this map. Alright, let's go find this repair point. I'm assuming it's going to be here somewhere. Or just Google what it looks like and move on. Let's make a TikTok video. It's right there. Okay, so I'm assuming we pull the vehicle into the dealership or whatever and we hit that, or there'll be like a framed out area on the other side. I don't know which. I prefer it to be on the other side of the building, and the only reason for that is some of the really big vehicles, like the harvesters and all that, can be real tricky to pull inside some of these buildings. Okay, so repair that, and repair that. So about 800 bucks. Yeah. For those who don't know, alligators are an ambush predator. Generally speaking, once you've made them, they'll leave you alone. Still, even then, don't do particularly dangerous things. We already paid out the contract? Yeah. Yeah, so that was the contract we looked at. I was like, that's an amazing contract. I just passed on it because, like, man, I do not want to sit here for, like, the next 4 hours, just staring at the cultivator for one contract. So you're pretty sure they're like crocs, they're in Australia? Yeah, no, so they're an ambush predator. So usually what a gator will do is they just kind of poke their nose and their eyes just above the water, and they kind of lazily go towards the shore or whatever. And then when something gets too close, they'll jump out, grab it, and pull it in. And then when they pull it in, they do what's called the death spiral, where they just hold on to you and they just keep spinning and thrashing you because it does a lot of damage. But you'll have all the things that are like, yeah, did you know that alligators can run at something like 27 miles per hour? I'm like, yeah, but like for all of 10, 20 feet. And it's usually, again, they lunge out of the water and they can kind of keep that momentum going for a little bit. They're not fast runners. Usually if something gets away from them the first grab, unless it's silly enough to stand there enough that I can just do like one more lunge, they'll usually back off and go back into the water. You know, try again in the future. Alright, so we made our loan payment, so that's good news. Now we are just kind of waiting till daylight because I didn't give myself a place. So you're going to see that these contracts are going to start getting real sparse. We are in the winter. I don't have as much as I wanted to go into the winter, but we are dealing with what we got. Oh, if we had more money. Happy Gilmore, too many Adam Sandler movies are the same. Yeah. Yeah, it's those ones that you can like enjoy, but he does have a format. The pressure they can put on their jaws as well too. Yeah, that's actually one of the distinct difference between alligators and crocodiles. So alligators, it's almost all power to close, very little to open. So that's the reason why a person can like grab the alligator's nose, don't do this yourself, grab the alligator's nose and just hold it closed. They don't have much muscle to open their jaw. But with crushing force, they can close that jaw real hard that your bones stand no chance. Crocodiles, on the other hand, have a little bit more of a balance on opening and closing. So that whole one-handed holding its mouth shut, don't do that with a crocodile. You will lose a hand. Oh, they actually gave me some good cultivating ones. I was really not expecting to get that. These actually aren't that big of fields. So let's go ahead and jump on that. It's been a while since I've done contracts during the winter. Usually the contracts I got during the winter were just wood transport, dead wood, and other stuff of that nature. Okay. So we've got field 86, which is... There's 87. Where's 86? Oh, it's literally like almost on my screen. It's right. It's just to the south of us. Didn't know that about gators? Yeah. Alligators and crocodiles are very similar animals, but they do have subtle differences. Like, alligators' nose are more broad. Crocodiles come to more of a point. The alligators have, again, like more crushing force on their bite, but less ability to open their mouth. Crocodiles, it's more evenly distributed. There's something with the tail as well. I want to say alligators had more of a wider, fatter tail. But, you know, for the most part, they're very similar animals. Both of them are ambush predators that if you get too close to the water's edge and they feeling a little hungry, they might opt to have a little sneaky snack. Both of them try to drag you into the water and then just pull you under and spin. Still, I'm not interested to get close enough to either one to determine. Yep, that is the sound strategy. The sound strategy is like, is that an alligator or a crocodile? Doesn't matter, not getting closer. You read that if you're unsure if you got an alligator or a crocodile, simply apply the weight test. You'll be able to tell if you've seen them later or a while. I've heard that one before. Not in that exact phrasing, but like the way you tell the difference between alligator or a crocodile is whether you see them later or after a while. It's a good one. It's a good one that you're like, what? Oh. Mama always says gators are looky-loos and not petters. Yep. Took some liberty to apply it to the specific situation. Yeah, no, it was well executed. But yeah. No, that's one of the reasons. Not the big reason, but that's the reasons why, generally speaking, in Florida, if you cannot see the bottom of water, you do not go in that water unless it's like, you know, a campground or something where they actually take the time to like net off the area or whatever. We got critters here. But very genuinely, the gators aren't numero uno concern. They're up there. They're on the list. The numero uno concern is the water snakes. They're the same snake, but they go by a couple different names, water moccasin and cottonmouth. They're one of the most dangerous snakes, simply because, while there's tons and tons of very venomous and dangerous snakes in the sense that if they bite you, they can be a problem, most snakes are relatively chill and want nothing to do with you. Water moccasin / cottonmouth, they are very aggressive and territorial snakes. So you just don't mess with the areas they live in. Let's see, do you have any chicken farms in game? There are chicken farms in game. I do not currently own one. I have owned them in past runs, though. Most of the times the gator is scared of us. Yeah, generally speaking, the alligators you tend to worry about in Florida more than anything are the ones that are near places that people live, because people feed them, and then they start liking people, and then they become very dangerous. So like I know there was an alligator in the neighborhood I lived in that had to be euthanized because there was an old lady feeding it chicken out the back of her house. Like she was going out to like the lake there and chucking chicken out to it. And so it no longer feared people, and it was like, all right, this is a real danger for like children in the neighborhood, dogs and all that. And so in her feeding it all that kind of stuff, it was like, yep, well, you just got that thing killed, so you're welcome. Whereas once you get out away from people to like the Everglades and all that, the only people who go out there are tourists to look at the alligators, which are neither here nor there, or you go out and they'll usually have like supervised guides that are actually run by the very same people who hunt the alligators. It's part of the thing where they can kind of double dip, where they're scouting out areas where the alligators might be at while also giving tours. So the part of the job that doesn't pay, they make money on it anyways. Or they're hunters. And needless to say, the alligators hear the airboat coming, and they know it's time to nope the F out. Because, you know, they see the airboat as a predator. It's a thing coming to come after them. So alligators there are skittish. Now granted, if you see an alligator, you still don't jump in the water with it. Alligator's probably not going to pay that close of attention to what just smacked into the water. There's going to be something smacked into the water. It might be edible. It's game time. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Airboating's actually interesting. Bring your ear protection. It's fun, but my god, is it loud. It is so incredibly loud. But that's actually, if you ever want to do some fun tourist stuff you can do in Florida that is not just going to theme parks, you know, going to like the more tropical areas and going scuba diving or snorkeling is certainly up there. But airboats through some of these swampy areas can also be pretty fun too. Because there's just not that many places you see airboats in general. And then, you know, it's not like swamps you see on television. Like when you or like in Magic cards or all that. Like most of those swamps, those are more like in the deep of like Louisiana. Like you're like in the deep swamps up there where it's, you know, everything's kind of rotted and, you know, black or whatever, and it's just overgrown and moldy kind of thing. Like that kind of swamp is what you usually see presented, like Alabama, Louisiana, that area. But a lot of swamps aren't like that. A lot of swamps, it's literally, it'll look like a field and then you try and walk into it and you just sink because it's not land, it's water. With, you know, the occasional spot in between that will be, you know, just open water. That's basically the entire St. John's River in Florida is like that. It just kind of goes, like it's not one of those rivers you follow, it just kind of is there ubiquitously in the area. With like patches of sandbar and, you know, patches of water and then just tall grass all over the place and, you know, various swamp trees and all that. Kissimmee? Yeah, Kissimmee's that way as well. Kissimmee's South Orlando metro area. Lot of tourist stuff in Kissimmee. It's like the outskirts of the Disney area. And then you go a little farther south and it just immediately turns into swamp. With patches of like suburbia in there. You once threw a rock to prove a friend that a log was, you know, a log was a log and not a crocodile. You were very confused and the log opened its eyes. I remember my grandfather, they used to own a cottage in an area called Walaka, which is like north middle of the state kind of thing. It's very like its only historical importance was that there was a for people who would bring in their goods and it landed on one side of Florida and then trek across the swamp and then it'd go off the other area, which is very few. But there was just like a little wood barge that go across part of the waterway there. But there was a lot of people that had like retirement cottage kind of things up there for fishing and all that. So had one of those. And I remember him that he got a fish on his line and was bringing it in. And then the alligator thought that was great. And so the alligator grabbed the fish. And now he had an alligator on his line and was trying to fight it. Which was kind of fun, and he got it near the dock and went, nope, and then cut the line. Because he's like, nope, not effing with that. That was those areas you didn't really have to worry about alligators because there's like this really big ledge from the water to the houses and all that. Yeah, it was very much like, well, don't know what fish I had. It's not my fish anymore. Oh, man. I got to see a lot of cool fish out there. We had, I don't know what they're actually called. We called them croakers because they would croak like a frog. So you'd take this fish, you'd get on, you know, you get in your net or whatever, you bring out of the water, and you just hear this like frog croaking sound as it would breathe. It's just the way it worked. You know, and then you release it because it's a worthless fish for like eating or anything. You know, caught bluegill, we'd cook those sometimes. Got lots of blue crab. Those were horrific creatures that are delicious. Got stingray. I hated catching stingray. Stingray were no fun. I was never big on fishing, it's just, you know, the family would drag us up there, and what the hell else am I gonna do? There's no internet, no computers. So there's just hanging out at the cottage, being bored, and fishing. We'd get mullet. Those would go in the crab trap, because the crab loved the mullet, and they weren't super useful otherwise. We'd get gar. Gar was awful. If you've not seen a gar, it's just like the whole front half of the fish is just a mouth with teeth, and the whole thing is just bones and scales. So you'd throw a cast net, you get a gar, and then your cast net's just destroyed. We had like all the birds in the area. We had this one this blue heron that we named Charlie. It had like one of its feet was like it'd walk on the knuckle of it because its foot was hurt. Like had been hurt, it wasn't like actively hurt. And he used to hang around, and all the fish we'd get that are too small, we'd just chuck them to Charlie. It was cool having that bird around. It'd just chill, hang out. I'm sure it was probably bad for the bird to get all those handouts from everybody, but, you know, whatever. I was a kid, I didn't know better. Sometimes you'd take the boat around, you'd go where the springs were, and you'd find manatees. Be able to see the manatees just chilling by the springs. That part was really fun. There's also a ravine in the area that was like, I think it was a state park. We used to like going to the ravine, even though it was like, literally just this like crack in the ground with a bunch of trees in it. But for kids who had nothing else to do, it was nice to be able to run around, like, just let the parents be like, okay, go off, do your thing, come back here at whatever time, and just being able to run around and just not be cooped up at the cottage. There's some of the stuff I miss around that stuff, and there's some of the stuff I really don't miss around that stuff. Alright. So we got the stretching and all that. But yeah, for those who don't know with Farm Sim, we actually do have a lot of animals you can keep on the farms. I can't remember if I can see them all from here. I have to go to the buy menu. But there's like chickens, goats, cows, all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I gotta go to the buy menu. But like, ooh. Still not useful. But yeah, so we go down to, I'm blanking on where it is. It's here. You know, you got like cows, pigs, sheep, goat, horse, chickens. But even under cows, you got a bunch of different breeds, including water buffalo. Under sheep and goats, like you got a bunch of different breeds. So not a huge range of animals, but there is a bunch of them. And it's actually can be a pretty lucrative way of running the game and all that. The pigs are a tough one to make money with, but they work. But a lot of the other animals, like the chickens, are an easy one to get up and running, where you just chuck some feed in there and come back later. Get your eggs, sell your eggs. You know, not like real life where there's a lot of maintenance you gotta do, like cleaning out their coops and all that, and it's not just chuck in a whole thing of feed once per year or anything like that. You'd have to go in on the daily, you know, clean out their area, get more feed put in there, yada yada. It's nowhere near that laborious. In practice, it works like any of the production lines, where there's just kind of, this is the input, that's the output. this one says put grass in, and then you get wool out. That kind of thing. So the other good news is we are already set in regards to, I've got enough money to pay the next month's loan. So if we can put it together some money here, we might be able to put ourselves in pretty good shape that once the spring starts, being able to jump on some more contract types, or otherwise give ourselves better options. I'm really kind of hoping we can put together some money and we'll get lucky and we'll get a decent tractor to show up here. So we can upgrade our tractor so that with some of these contracts, like the cultivating one, I can get a bigger cultivator or whatever. Because we can do that, that means we get to do the same contracts I'm doing now, but do them, 2, 3, 4 times as fast. Which means we make 2, 3, 4 times as much money in the same amount of time. Which is kind of what, the dream for that, because once I'm able to start doing that, we really pick up the pace that we make the money. And once we're doing that, like that, that's when we break away where we're like, okay, we're only making a couple thousand more per month or whatever. With our current breakdown on the spreadsheet I've been keeping, looking at that, so right now, as far as the contracts we've already completed versus the cost of purchase, we have made about $4,200 more than our initial investment on the tractor. So not much, but, making it there. We did make about $1,000 more on our lawnmower than we cost. So all in all, last month we technically lost money when we could take into consideration the loan payment, but also one of those things that we have paid off, like the tools we got, we paid off in the course of that day. The cultivator we're using right now, that's been our moneymaker. We made about $19,000 over what it cost me to get, and that's with us splitting the value of these operations between the tractor and the cultivator. We've got the hoe we purchased. We're underwater about $27,000 on that, so that's not panned out well. And then we had bought a weeder. It didn't work out due to bugs with the like a bug with the precision farming mod. So we did end up losing about $1,500 on that one. Which we did sell it back because if it wasn't going to work, it sitting on my farm wasn't going to do me any good, so we got what we could back. So all in all, we're sitting at what? From the equipment I've invested in, we've got about $23,000 worth of revenue, as in the plus, and we've lost about $29,000. So that does mean the overall we're under about $2,000. Not great. On the other hand, this contract, when we finish it, will put us over our expenditures. That for all the investments we've made, we will have turned a profit on those investments. Now, the issue we're running into is none of that's taking into consideration our loan payments. So while we are starting to pay stuff off and that kind of things, that's not factoring in the fact that each month we've been losing about $20,000, $19,000, whatever it is, for the loan payments. Which makes sense. We start in August. There's no loan payment on August itself because you start then. So we'd have, September, October, November, December. So that'd be 4 loan payments that, if we start at $100,000, we pay about $80,000. In low payments, we land about $20,000. So, amusingly enough, if I had done literally nothing this whole time, we would have had roughly the same amount of money in the bank. The difference being, by doing this stuff, while I have almost no money in the bank, I do have some equipment we're sitting on right now. So our net worth has improved. How are we doing on our loan, by the way? Okay, so we've paid off just over $60,000. Because it is taking some money from principal because we are using the enhanced loans, and that's the nature of enhanced loans is it works like real world loans where each payment does a certain percent interest and a certain percent principal, which that all gets into like compound loans, not compound loans, all that garbage. I did find it pretty funny that you know, after stream, I was hanging out a couple people who are friend of the channels, like hanging out with Sim, hanging out with Drongo, hanging out with Ultra, and all that. And I think it was like in 2 separate channels that they were like, "Oh, what was Rual doing in stream today? Oh, he was talking about debt." It's like, yep, you're not wrong. Not a normal conversation thing we have to worry about in the channel, because normally in my runs when I play, you know, almost any game, if I'm not forced to take on debt by game mechanics, I usually will avoid it like the plague. But because we got into a whole conversation about like compound interest and all that kind of stuff, and how nefarious it can be, you know, if you don't pay ahead. And so it was a big conversation thing yesterday. I was like, yeah, you're not wrong. We did discuss debt. Not a normal topic we deal with. Like, to such a thing, there's a game I played a couple times on channel. I've really been debating doing a new run-in with all the updates. I actually put out an update literally today, which is Big Ambitions. For those who aren't aware of Big Ambitions, I jokingly refer to it as serial entrepreneur tycoon. That basically you get plunked down in Manhattan, and I think it's your uncle gives you a bit of money to start off your first little gift shop of a business. And the premise of the game is that you're building effectively a what would be the word? Not a business conglomerate, where you've got like a whole chain of business, not a franchise, because they're not all the same company or whatever. But basically, you're like spin up a bunch of, you know, bars and gift shops and restaurants and all these kind of things. So you're just spinning up all of these businesses, and just basically taking over Manhattan. But it's fun. It's kind of like having, you know, like Supermarket Simulator, where you simulate a grocery store, less focused on running that one grocery store and like doing all of the stuff there. But more like you got the basics of the grocery store, and then the basics of this business, and the basics of that, and you just keep opening more and more. And so like at the very beginning, you kind of go in there and manually run your own gift shop, but then, you know, you hire employees and do that, and as you grow, you get like purchasing agents and all that sort of stuff to handle the restocking the inventory in your place. So it's kind of this thing of, you know, make bigger business bigger. But part of the tutorial is to show you that you can take a loan. And, you know, your uncle is like, well, you need money to get started, so take a loan. Yep, they did add manufacturing a while back. Which was like, that was when I started being like, oh yeah, I should do another run. And that was 2 major updates ago that they added the manufacturing. Diversified corporate empire. Yeah, it's like basically you are doing this big like corporate empire, and like the whole city is broken up into districts, and each one of them has like a like an opponent. You know, you have like a whole bunch of other businesses trying to do the same thing you're doing. Most of them aren't, like, they're just kind of cannon fodder for the rest of you. But each district will have like their one main established, you know, rival who will actively try to work against you. So they'll try and hire people out from underneath you, or they'll try and do the thing where they open a bunch of the businesses of the same type to try to muscle you out of the district and all that. It's not super cutthroat or anything, but it does kind of, you know, throw a wrench in things a couple of times. But yeah, it's kind of a cool setup. But where I was going with that is they have one of the missions on the beginning of the tutorials. I think you make your gift shop, and they're like, well, you've been doing this, we should open a restaurant. Go to my buddy who works at the bank and get yourself a loan. And you have to do it to advance the tutorial. And I'm like, but I don't need a loan. I'm willing to take the time to like go through this. So, you know, what I would do is I'd take the loan and I'd immediately pay the loan off to satisfy, you know, the fact that I took the loan. And be like, yeah, I'll just take an extra 2 days working my gift shop, thank you, and not have this horrific payment and interest and all that to deal with, you know, forever. But it's always one of those ones that's like, the first time I played, I took the loan and I just kind of dealt with it. And then from every playthrough after that, it's like, and I've taken my loan, and I paid off my loan, and we're gonna go back to just climbing slowly. An interesting thing in Big Ambitions is it doesn't really mention it to you, at least not, maybe when you get far enough in the story or whatever, there is an aging mechanic in that game. Your character can die of old age. And then, like, weirdly, kind of the thing in the game that you're trying to do is, I don't remember if it's an operation or a thing you can buy, but you can buy a thing to de-age your character. And it's like, none of that is explained or mentioned to you or anything, because honestly, playing the game long enough that that's a real concern isn't really a thing to worry about. So it's like, weirdly, one of the things to do in the game is to make enough money by the time you start having that as a genuine concern to be able to buy your way out of not being old. And it's this whole thing, it's like, you've got this, but like, you're talking a pretty unreasonable number of hours to play this game before any of that happens. And it's kind of thing. I think I only learned about that, I think it was it Let's Game It Out did a video on that game, I thought? And I can't remember what he was doing. It was either that, it's Spiffing, but it's one of them. Was doing a video on the game, and the way he was playing it was just like abusing the mechanic and then fast forwarding ridiculously fast. And actually ran into like the aging concern or whatever it was. Hey Pusher, how's it going? But it was just one of those things you're like, wait, what? This is a mechanic in the game? You feel like it would say something. It sort of does make me wonder, like right now it's mostly just, hey, serial entrepreneur. Like it does make me wonder if when the game does go like 1.0 in release, like if they will add some overarching story that, you know, yeah, your uncle's there doing the tutorial uncle thing, but like, you know, here's the reason why. Because I think right now the way that game works is just being like, you know, I think it's your uncle is like, hey, you know, sorry to hear about your loss, that the implication is that, you know, your parent passed away or whatever. And it's like the only mention of anything. Josh, after fast forwarding for like 2,000 in real life hours, oh, I died of old age. I think that's what happened. I think it was like, he had found some way to make the game give him a little bit of money for like no effort. And so it's like, okay, let me just, you know, minimize the game with it fast forwarding and just give me money. And died of old age. Which I thought is really funny. For those who don't know, Josh is Let's Game It Out. Another content creator, primarily on YouTube, but does stream on Twitch from time to time. Whole gimmick with his content is usually he'll find a game, he'll find some horrific way to break the game, and if it's a game that he really gets into, it'll be some like completely over-the-top elaborate project that he's probably sunk hundreds of hours into that is utterly cursed in the most amazing ways. Or he'll take like one of those like really kind of janky simulation games and just you know, have like mess around with whatever jankiness is, and you know, it's always really engaging and fun content. He does really good content. His Satisfactory builds are so funny. Yeah, for like Satisfactory. So for those who watched Bloody Drongo play Satisfactory with the conveyor belt spaghetti, especially early on, Josh is the extreme version of that. Finishes the game, but like with this tornado of like conveyor belts that goes up to literally nowhere. But then eventually does feed out to some place it's supposed to go, and just other nonsense. And yeah, there's lots of fun stuff there. He's doing the most extreme beta testing and bug hunting one can do. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely times. I like that there's times he's shown like little clips from stuff he tried that he's like, yeah, I tried this. He's like, I could only stand the 1 frame per second for so long. We're gonna have to pivot. It's like, this can be fun as a joke, but no, really, I have been doing this for like 20 hours at 1 frame a second, and even I have my limits. Yeah, and I've enjoyed that. He also does like a lot of Planet Zoo, Planet Coaster, those kind of things. Good stuff. I do enjoy a good video by someone deliberately and maliciously, not actually maliciously, deliberately playing games incorrectly just to see what they can do. The classic thing, like figuring out how much you get paid is by how long a person is standing inside of your business in some game, so you make the entire entryway this giant maze. So them walking up to the counter to then getting upset and leaving, they're in your store for so long that you actually make good money. I think it's like an arcade game simulator. That can also be some fun content to do for like as a content creator who has done simulation games, including like the supermarket simulator and all that. I get a lot of keys for some pretty bad games. But so he loves that he pulls off the so I let the game running for 3 days and came back and reveals the horrors that took place. Oh man, well we have a couple clips not even doing something that bad from just doing hide or near, where something goes wrong and the whole game starts chugging really hard and you're like, oh no, what's happened? And that's only for like where you walked away from an area for a couple of hours with it running and you're like, why did I come back and this whole game is barely able to run? Oh, I see, everything went wrong. That's a game that I kind of wish there was another layer to the content in there, so far as like stuff to do. Because I feel like that'd be a fun game to take all of the blacksmithing stuff to like another level. Like basically like be able to automate the blacksmithing side of it like you can with like the ingots and all that. I think that would be a lot of fun. And yeah. Imagine the devs didn't include the cleanup button. Oh yeah, no, just you'd brick your save. You'd have to keep starting new saves. Or you'd have to get the nuke and just hit the button to have it delete all the buildings there because you just nuked the whole pile. Even with that, you got that little magnet wand. If you went through anywhere near a thing and you picked it up, the whole game would just chug for a second. Alright. I'm pretty sure they're making a hide or near too, if I remember correctly. I think they announced that. That could be a fever dream on my part, but I feel like that was a thing I heard about. Oh right, it's going to send a message real fast. Okay. I'll deal with all that after stream. What I'm going to do is during the next ad break, I'm going to mute my mic for a minute and eat some of this food that's been smelling delicious next to me this whole time. Rual is a fever dream noted? Correct. I mean, you don't realize that you're just a brain in a jar. It's just you happen to have a fever this week. That was... Oh, who was it? There was, I never had philosophy as a course in college. I believe I had a buddy. I don't think he was a philosophy major, he just had a philosophy course. But he was doing the whole thing about, like, how would you prove that you're not just a brain in a jar? Which, you know, the reality is you can't. And I remember it was like, my counter-argument, if I'm a brain in a jar, and I'm blissfully unaware of it, does that matter? Like, if I'm living my own experience, my own life, in my own fever dream or whatever, this is my reality. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are if this is where I'm trapped. Sorry if you missed it. Do you own your own field at all? Not at the moment. We are doing a challenge run. It's probably going to be quite a bit till I own my own property. And that's just the fact that we are paying $19,000 on a loan every single month. So a lot of this is just trying to keep the bank from, you know, taking us out. So it's kind of a twist on, normally I would do what's referred to as the Survivor Man Challenge, where I start with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream, and I just got to make it work. So instead of starting with the $0 where I can't really do anything for like the first 3 or 4 streams because I'm just cutting down trees, desperately trying to make any kind of money, we instead flipped it on its head a little bit by giving ourselves a little bit of starting money, but horrific debt. And so it lets me kind of get off the ground a little bit faster, but then the debt drags out the problem longer. So we are working on trying to pay down our debt and get on stuff. I can prove it, actually. Shows an empty jar. But yeah. That was always, like, when it gets to, like, philosophical discussions, there was definitely times that I can enjoy a good philosophical discussion, and then there's definitely times where, you know, someone's asking, like, a philosophical question, you're like, okay, but really, with your philosophical question, it's irrelevant because, like, any outcome of the scenario is equally as irrelevant, kind of thing. Like, it doesn't impact anything. Versus, like, the philosophical questions that are like, well, this or this, you're like, oh man, that's got some serious implications. So when you have those ones like that one where it's just like, okay, sure, you know, as a thought-provoking thing, sure, there's some value there. I will fully acknowledge that. But also, you know, regardless of the outcome, it doesn't change anything. But yeah, so the way I would be able to buy a field, realistically, is if I can get myself a little bit more... The big thing I need is to get better equipment, is what it really boils down to. Because if you can imagine, I'm doing this contract right now, and this contract is going to pay us... Come on. This contract's going to be paying us about $16,000. So if I finish this contract, I get $16,000. And I'll probably be able to do like 3 contracts of this size in the course of an in-game day. Ideally. Give or take a little bit on details. Now, if I can manage to get myself a cultivator that's 3 times as wide, that means I can, you know, roughly do 3 times as many fields with that kind of thing. That's not actually how it'll work out, because it depends on if I get the contracts, if they're the same size, and yada yada yada. But the point being, I can make more money in the course of one day. That means I can make more money faster overall. So at the end of each day, after I pay off my loan, not after I pay off my loan, after I do my loan payment, I have that much more money to then get better equipment the next day. Sorry. So right now we're in that very beginning of the game where I'm very much in the beggars can't be choosers. I'm going to buy whatever we can work with. What I'm hoping to do is that we will get lucky and we'll get a used tractor to show up here as I'm trying to build up some money, but used in the sense I can actually afford it. Because right now the tractor I have, the problem I'm running into is it is only 140 horsepower. So we are kind of really scraping up against the ceiling of what my tractor is capable of so far as this. Like, if I want a bigger cultivator, I need a bigger tractor. This is the biggest cultivator this tractor can handle. So that's kind of a real situation there. And the issue is a bigger tractor. We're probably talking, not counting getting something on sale half off or whatever, we're probably talking in the area of like $135 or more $1,000. We can actually take a peek at what tractor I would probably grab as my next tractor with all that. Let's see. So we went to the tractors. We'd probably want to jump up to at least a medium tractor. So this is like the direct upgrade to the tractor I've got. Front back connection, relatively good horsepower. It actually gives me the ability to upgrade its horsepower. So it jumps up to 180. That's not really a big step up. These ones don't have a front connection, so while they are cheaper, that lack of front connection, we're already feeling that pain. So I want to avoid having my next tractor still have no front connection. Because if I get the front connection, that will open up more opportunities for me. We just couldn't do it at the beginning because money. It is a thing I mentioned at the beginning. I kind of regret not getting one of these two, because it's basically the same horsepower, slightly more than what we spent, but it does have a front connection, and it can get a very cheap sprayer. But it is one of those things that's kind of too little too late. Me, if I want to pivot to that other tractor at this stage, would be a setback. So we just kind of live with what we got. So let's see. other tractors that are relatively inexpensive. We've got you 230 horsepower, front and back connection. That is a real good possibility. So 89,000 there. We got some John Deeres down here. Yeah, so that one's still only a little upgrade. That's only a little upgrade. Yeah, because we're already at 140. I would imagine that one being 230, that's probably what we're going for. 90,000 for 230 horsepower. That would jump us up horsepower to just shy of double. And that would open up some significant tool considerations for 90,000. If we were to look at the large tractors, what is the cheapest they come? I imagine it's not good. Yeah, so you're at this point we're already talking the 200,000s by the time we get to large, so large is kind of out of here. So we're probably looking again somewhere in the area of this. That's 230. Some of these tractors do creep up to around 300, but the price step up is pretty big. What is your big negative? For that low price, you gotta have big negative. Speed. It only goes 24 miles an hour as opposed to like 37 and 30 that the other ones go. So it's got about everything else I want. It's just for driving between locations, it's a pretty big down step in speed. But then if we got that, we would be able to go in here. So 6 meters. 7.5 meters. Yeah, so it'd be able to jump the cultivator I've got to 7.5 meters versus the 4 meters I'm doing right now. So about twice as large for the cultivator. And then, we'd have the mower and all that. We would be getting ourselves a front connection, which gives us some options. Because then what I could potentially do is like the grass contracts where you mow the grass. I could potentially have the mower on the front mowing the grass and then like a foraging wagon or a baler on the back and picking up that, so I get the money for the contract and then I can also collect the grass and sell the grass. I'm doing pretty good, Master Tots. How's it going as well? I literally said I was going to mute my mic right when the ad break started so I could eat some food, and I'm not doing that, and I should fix that.
Thank you, Mark 3186 for subscribing for 4 months.
And thank you, Mark, for the tier 1 sub.
Thanks to Randall Thor 1812 for my sub gift.
And thank you so much, Mark, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. And that is for Munching Bit Sub to channel. And also, thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting that sub and all that.
Thank you, Mark 3186 for subscribing for 4 months.
I really do appreciate that. Yeah, no, that seems like
Thanks
I need to go.
Randall Thor 1812 for my sub gift.
I do need to fix that. There's a current thing with Firebot with like continuous gifted subs and upgrading gifted subs, that for some reason it double registers. Like so far as the alerts go, it's only those like specific scenarios. All like other subs seem to be perfectly fine and unaffected. All right, what's gonna probably happen in here in a minute is I am gonna go ahead and likely mute the mic real quick. It'll be a little tricky because I'm having to turn around so much. But I'm gonna mute the mic a little bit, eat a little bit of my food here that's looking delicious, and we'll keep farming and all that, but I'll be right back so far as conversation goes. But thank you again for everyone tuning in, and I'll be back for more conversation here in just a couple minutes. Slight change in plans. What I'm gonna go ahead and do real fast is at the end of this row, I'm gonna pause for just a minute, put up the away screen. Just need some hot sauce. It's good, but it needs some hot sauce. So give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab that real fast and be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me.
Every day, I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen of write a poem of me and you. That is a fun sticker placement. All right, and we're back. Yeah, no, I was grabbing. It's like a like fajita, fajita chicken dinner thing. It's basically like fajita, vegetables, chicken, and rice, and it's good. But I was like, oh man, you need some seasoning, friend. It was like a bagged meal. But when something lacks seasoning, you got options. With some nice habanero hot sauce will do it. That's not like a particular brand I'm attached to. Just, I had, for a good couple, like, Christmases and all that, everyone was like, you like hot sauce. Let me send you habanero hot sauce. And I got this thing that was like a 24-pack of different hot sauces and a bunch of individual hot sauce. Like, okay, hang on. I like hot sauce. I think you overestimate the amount of hot sauce I can eat without absolutely destroying my stomach lining. So it has been a slow effort to pick away at the supply of hot sauce I've got. It's mostly all been good. I think out of all the bottles, there's only one I'm like, all right, hang on, this is a weird sauce. I think I even still ate it, but it was definitely like, all right, of all these bottles, this is the one that wasn't really a winner, which is honestly a pretty good rate when you like if you get a bunch of bags of beef jerky and there's like one you're like, I don't know about this one, it's too sweet or whatever. That's not bad when you get a big variety pack of a whole bunch of stuff. Give? Yeah. Alright, and I'll get back to actually eating that. Because I'm trying to be better about that. It was one of the things I was really bad about, like food would arrive and I wouldn't eat it. And I'd get to the end of stream and it'd be cold, and some stuff holds up pretty well, but then there's definitely other foods that you get to the cold part like, this is really unappealing. I think the worst I've had, it wasn't an egg roll. It was something in that general area of like egg roll-esque, but it had like a cheese filling in it. And that cheese tasted medicinal. Not like it had gone bad. It's just, without it being the right texture, it just had a weird aftertaste. I'm like, you know what? I'm like, it's one a few times like, you know what? Out of like this handful of them I ate like 2 or 3. I'm like, you know what? I don't want the rest of this. This is pretty unpleasant cold. Like this doesn't taste like food anymore cold. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute the mic, make this food happen real fast, and get back to it.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right, and food is done. So I do apologize about that, but you know, got to do that self-care. The body's not going to take care of itself yet. Okay. Really need to get myself some better equipment. Speed this process up. Oh man. You know what I remember? I remember our first Survival Man challenge we did on No Man's Land. And I remember getting that, like, do they even still have it? I keep pushing escape for the store, and that's not how that works. If we look at our plows, there was a plow one size smaller than this in Farm Sim 22, if I recall correctly. And I remember having to do the entire field we had for our first field with that microscopic plow. And then needing to do the entire field with a seeder that's only a hair bigger. And needing to do that for like 2-3 in-game years. Which was rough. Where the entire stream was basically me going through one cycle of handling that field from start to finish. Because it wasn't even a big field. It was a relatively small field. But, you know, didn't really have any money. And that was, I wanted to get to doing crops as fast as I could. And so that's what we got going on. And that was with, like, greenhouses helping out. Now, granted, like I said, you could sit there and just fast forward a year with the greenhouses and buy your better equipment and kind of skip the whole middle process. But kind of the goal that I do try to make it when I do these runs is that you never default to just fast forward, just fast forward, just fast forward. Because, one, I personally don't find it entertaining to play or watch. And then two, it really does feel like cheesing the whole thing. That's part of why I like this, is you can't easily cheese this one. Because, let's say I tried to come up with a meta strategy for dealing with the whole contract thing at the beginning. And like, even if I opened up everything, so even if I went down here and went, okay, generators, for the 100,000, I could buy this solar panel. And we'd exhaust our money. So just pretending for a moment I had a tile to put that on, it only makes you about $9,000 a month, which means I've already lost the challenge if I were to do that. Because I would build it, it'd make me 9,000 that month, I'd lose my 19,000 due to my loan payment, and now I'm underwater 10,000. And challenge lost. Now, I could try going for the greenhouses, and realistically, again, assuming I already owned land, even if we went with the greenhouses, if we went in here and got ourselves the greenhouses, I could build, of the larger greenhouses that pay the most, we'll probably have the mushroom actually. We'll just pretend that, even though we'll pretend that I could get 3 of them. Well, those greenhouses pay between like $1,500 and $2,000 a month in profit. Well, that's still like $6,000, you know, for $4,500 to $6,000, I would already lose the challenge. So even if I didn't restrict myself from doing those things, which I just did it because in general I just always have restricted the use of power generation because you plop it down and makes money forever, I would lose the challenge. There would be no making it work. They don't make enough money. I think over the entire course of a year, a greenhouse usually makes you into a ballpark of, I think it's like 12 to 20,000 or something like that. I can't remember the exact amounts. That's going by Farm Sim 22 amounts. I actually don't know what they make in 25. But you get the whole idea there. That's roughly 1 month's payment. So I have to do stuff that makes more money, which means contracts, which means equipment, and for equipment and all that. So it basically removes the entire strategy of do thing that gets you money, fast forward. Because that's one of the ways to circumvent, cheese, whatever you want to call it, a lot of the economic challenges in the game, is to just get yourself the bare minimum, be stable, and then just fast forward till you have money. I do wish there was a better way to deal with logging, because I actually really like doing the forestry stuff, but it's mostly picking up the logs. Like the cutting down part's fine, but it's like picking up the logs and shipping them can be very laborious. And yeah, there's autoloader. I want like it's the same comment I had when we were doing the silver run thing, is I really wish there was something between manually picking up everything and autoloader, so it's not, I don't want it to be quite as automatic as autoloader, where you just walk up, you push a button, and it just teleports onto the back of your truck. But I also don't want to be sitting there going like, you know, moving the mouse a billion different directions constantly for every set of logs. What was the name of the mod you're using? Is it precision farming? Yes, precision farming is the one that makes it so you have to worry about acidity, nitrogen content, adds track lines, and those kind of things. Which, for the complexity it adds, it actually makes the game, like, it reduces the workload on a lot of things, counterintuitively. But yeah, that's the precision farming. The other mod I'm using that impacts gameplay is the enhanced loans. Precision farming is an official mod, enhanced loans is not. That's actually the only mod I'm using that does not impact, that impacts gameplay, is the enhanced loans. The other mod you can argue is the map is a mod itself. For those who haven't seen this map, it's a pretty cool map. It is absolutely huge. But it is fresh stocks, however you pronounce that. But it is a incredibly large map. Let's see, if you're really good with the cutting machine, you can line them up with the tree trailer prior to trimming the length. But even with that, without realistic bracing techniques and proper employees, the trees easily swing off the trailer. Yeah, that's the thing. I remember being able to do stuff like, I got really good on the Silver Run map where I would grab the tree and it kind of wiggle the tree cutting truck around to put the tree right next to the pile, and I would get one giant pile for like 4 or 5 trees, and then I could get the giant Volvo high lifter and like grab, I think it was something like 8 or 9, 10 logs all at one go and drop them in the semi, and like 2 passes fill up the semi. You know, but it's one of those things that, like, when one log breaks away, it ruins the whole thing, and you have to do all that. But even then, it was more so, like, to control the arm of having to sit there and, like, take the mouse and, like, wheel it up and down and left and right and again and again. And it was just, like, killing your wrist after a while. So you love how it makes you make perfect lines. Very satisfying to watch. Oh, so the stripe thing I'm going with, the perfect lines thing, that actually isn't the precision farming mod. That's just Farm Sim 25. Farm Sim 25 has the GPS built in. So you just, if you just hold the button for turning on and off the AI, there's steering assist in here, and it puts all those things there. Let's see. You can only mod on the PC with this game. You've been watching people and studying if you want to buy it, but it's just a little too confused when you see people with trucks and stuff in videos, and just never played, you're asking? So I don't know what the modding scene is on consoles. Like, I don't know if you can mod at all or it's limited or how any of that works. I'm not a console player. Genuinely speaking, for the most part with games that you can mod, it's almost always worth getting the PC version. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to go with it. Console systems tend to be pretty restrictive. Yeah, I believe it can be modded on consoles, which is probably the reason to have like their official thing. But it's one of those things that you can get the mods that come through the official store, or their modding portal or whatever it is. I don't know that for a fact, but I believe you can. And I am only running mods from that. There are some mods that you can get that are not part of that, that do additional functionality, but I can't answer a lot of it around that, unfortunately. I'm just not a console player. Like, no judgment against people who use console or anything like that. I've just, I've got the money I put into a computer. I'm just going to use that for my gaming. Let's see, it's been a long-running complaint about Farm Sim about logging needs, desperate attention. Yeah, that's one of the things. Like, I think you're limited to Mod Hub that's accessible from in-game menu in the consoles. Yeah, to be fair, in all my time playing Farm Sim, I think I've only ever grabbed one mod that isn't on Mod Hub. And that's just because the autoloader mod has not yet been added to Mod Hub on Farm Sim 25. And right now I'm not running it because it's out of date and it has to be updated for the new version, and I just haven't bothered. So we're not running that this run or anything like that. Nah, but yeah, that's like you're saying with the logging. I feel like all the stuff related to cutting down the trees is relatively fine. Like, it would be nice if, like, when you're using your, like, the hand chainsaw, having a little bit more information, being like, yeah, you've gone this far, or this much weight, or whatever. I don't think that's that important, but it would be a nice quality of life. What I do feel like is the picking up the logs needs some love. There needs to be something between the manually picking up the logs with the claw arm kind of thing, and something a little bit less laborious. Let's see, so console you can only put things in the mod hub inside the game. And on PC you can use the other. Yeah, no, PC you can mod it like any way you want, just, that's usually true of any PC game. But yeah. From what people are saying, it does sound like you can use the mod hub mods on console. Which again, 90% of the stuff you're gonna like I said, in all my time playing Farm Sim, I've used one mod that wasn't on Mod Hub. And that mod will probably be on Mod Hub eventually, it's not there yet. Okay. And that's a matter of because Autoloader right now, it's a very popular mod in the previous versions, but it's got some edge case issues that it seems like they want to get resolved before they try and put it on Mod Hub, I believe is what's going on. But yeah, no, I think what I'd love to see for the logging stuff is one of two things. One is you could assign a worker and they'd be able to just operate the crane to pick stuff up. I think that's probably a big ask to do that without like lots and lots and lots of buffoonery and fudging of things. The other one I could see is something like you can, so like the Nexat has. For those who don't know, with the big Nexat, when you pull up to like a header, you can hold a button and it'll align itself to the header so that you can drive forward and pick it up. Something like that for the claw, where you hold a button and it moves itself into position for grabbing the log. So you can kind of hold a button to get it into position, grab it, and then hit a button to like make it go back. That'd be tricky to do in a way that's meaningful, because like if I have a separate claw that's on a thing, putting into something separate, how will it handle that? But it would be nice. It'd be nice to be able to do something in that ballpark where there's still a little bit of time involved, but at least you're not making your hand sound like a paint mixer because you're, twisting and turning and moving your hand in 30 different directions again and again for the logs. Because right now, the workaround is people use super strength, just pick up the log and chuck it where they want it, or autoloader or something of that nature where they could just teleport the logs into position. Or do something like the, blanking on the name, where you put like the steel cables over top to grab a log and swing it through the air. Do something like that, but give it a lot more flexibility, so I can grab from like way farther away and carry way more weight, that kind of thing. Anything to like just make it not as bad. The other one a lot of people do is they'll grab the winch and they'll just grab a log on the winch and then they'll just drive with it being dragged behind the vehicle. Yeah, exactly. So I feel like it's that kind of stuff that, kind of take the realism of it and be like, don't worry about it, and kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, make it way more usable. Because that would allow you to get around a lot of the worst part. Now, for the record, they did make some improvements in Farm Sim 25 with the logs versus Farm Sim 22. They did make it stuff like the hands and you grab. It actually has a lot more force to it than it used to. It'll also, it gives a lot more kind of silly fudging of it. So I found I could pick up 5 logs at the same time with a lot of the claws on the little truck. Because like you can grab like the top 3, and even though it makes no sense, if you grab those, it'll grab the bottom 2 as well. And obviously physics-wise that doesn't make sense in the real world. But it's just kind of they fudge the numbers to make it a little bit less of a hassle. And that was the side effect. And I'm fully on board with it. I really enjoyed before they nerfed the wood transport contract, so you could just go in there and be like, yep. Less than a minute or two of picking up logs later, and you just bank $25,000, $15,000 real quick. It needed to be nerfed to be more aligned with everything else. But because like if it was those things, those contracts would come up and you're like, I've done a lot of these, I really don't want to do it. But it's really hard to say no with the money they're giving. Yeah, because that's the one that goes on the Volvo, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one that goes on the Volvo. So if we go here to the wood stuff. Yep, that's the one that goes in the Volvo. Won't do me any good. Because I was fully expecting this in-game month to be cut down some trees, you know, turning that contract and then desperately waiting for the next contract to cut down some trees and maybe get a small cultivating contract. I was pretty surprised to see we get better contracts out of that. I think part of the reason the save's a little rough on this map is just the size. Yeah, okay, so we're still not getting many contracts. So we consider we're a big chunk of the way in the day, and you've got a couple of cultivating contracts and a couple of plowing contracts. Otherwise, the other ones I said would have. So we are still dealing with a reduced number of contracts. It's just we happen to be getting some cultivating contracts, and I'm at least set up to do that. Yeah, so we said it was, what, 90,000 to get a tractor with about twice the horsepower? Not counting sales. So I think what we'll plan to do is we'll plan to keep things moving the way we got going. Maybe not grab a sprayer that we can set up to do some more contracts faster. If we go with the sprayer route, we are looking at... Oh man, it's not a lot of coverage. So to make it worthwhile, I need that package. So that's 60,000. This one would also be good, but that would be what we need. So it'd be 60,000 to get that. Because that's what reduces the amount so much. Was your approach for a mod to make the loading easier, but somewhat more immersive? That autoloader would be a tool that can be equipped, and you'd go around and mark items to be loaded with some UI to summarize the highlighted things. One second. The highlighted things to be loaded, and then you have an auto load selector trailer, and maybe add some time skip for immersion. But that wouldn't be really different than using autoloader. Yeah, no, I could definitely, because like that's a thing. I think the most not immersion breaking one would be you'd pull up your vehicle next to the pallets and you'd say pick it up. And like if it's a vehicle with an arm, the arm would go and pick it up and just do that. Getting that all lined up would be a whole thing. I could see them introducing there are trucks in real life, like semi-trucks, that they'll actually have a forklift attached to the back that you pull it into where it needs, you lower the forklift drives and then loads it up, and then you load up the forklift. I could see someone making an autoloader like that, where the AI is just programmed to handle the vehicle. That, again, gets really dodgy about getting the AI to do its thing right. And I'd have it like wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It picks up the box, it just snaps into place in the forklift. And then it turns and puts on there and it just snaps it to place where it goes on the back. Versus making the AI smart enough to perfect everything. You just kind of... It picked up the box and it put it in the rough area. I think that'd be a nice compromise. At the same time, that'd be a massive thing. But that way, with the auto-loading, you know, it'd take a good 15-20 seconds per box to load or something like that. Which I think would be a nice compromise of not having it be something that just teleports on the back rapidly, but also not be this, like, incredibly laborious task. Because that's one of the reasons why autoloader is so popular is by the time you get to pretty late game farm sim, it starts to feel more and more like you're playing Forklift Simulator, and occasionally you farm. This must be quite the hill. I mean, ultimately, functionally, it's no different than autoloader. You just hit a button and stuff magically appears on the back. But I don't know. I'm not usually one who's like super worried about immersion. But it is one of those things that's just kind of jarring. Just pull up to a pile of pallets and just hit a button and just watch it go. Tick, 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 tick. Okay, it's loaded. Like, it's, there's times that games give you convenience features, and then there's times it's like, okay, but the convenience feature off, it's really not a fun experience. Like, it's fun for a little while, but after a while you get tired of it. But then you turn on the convenience feature, and you're just like, okay, but really, it's so convenient, this mechanic stops existing. I want something in between here. It's like if you're playing a game and the easy difficulty, the game practically plays itself, and then the hard difficulty is so incredibly brutal and challenging and ridiculous and, you know, grindy, that it's just not fun. You're like, okay, I want it harder than this, than easier than that, and there's nothing in between. Let's see, there's an automatic bale loader. Something like that for wood logs would be nice. Yeah, I actually really like... There's a bunch of bale loaders that are like automatic bale loaders in the game. I would love to have that kind of thing in like other stuff. Because yeah, the physics minigame gets old quickly. Yeah, exactly. Like, I love the round bale loader. Like, there's ones for square and round bales, and they both work perfectly fine. There's just something about the round bale loader where it's got, like, the two hooks, and you just drive past the bale. It just kind of grabs and just hucks it up on the back. That is very satisfying. The square ones work fine. Like, the square ones work fine, where it just kind of, like, scoops it up and it puts it up into place kind of thing. You're like, yeah, that's fine. But the whole, like, kind of tossing it over your shoulder kind of animation is very satisfying. You know, and then when you get, like, the three in the spot, it pushes them all back a little bit. It's also, that's actually another reason why I like the round bales, even though you do have to stop going as you're working on them typically. The round bales, when you get that bale loader, like, that thing carries, like, I think it's 24 bales. It carries a hell of a lot of bales. And the round bales are generally a higher volume bale than a lot of the square bales you get from the square bale loaders, or balers. And so it's like, that truck represents a really large volume of stuff. Okay. Yes, this end of this field kind of sucks. I'm also starting to think that, you know, as we are doing this, we're getting a little bit of repair that's going to need to happen. And what does happen as you get repair issues on your tractor is one of the things it does affect your horsepower. Which in turn means it go from smoothly going uphill that as it needs to be maintained, it'll start struggling a little bit because it doesn't quite have the horsepower it needs to do it. It is one of the reasons it's sometimes worth it to get a tractor that's much more powerful than you need to do something, just so that kind of stuff becomes less of an issue. The downside is, the more expensive your tractor is, the maintenance is based on the value of your vehicle. Yeah, it's been a pretty long field. Well, we'll be able to do another contract before the month's out. So I'll probably grab one more field not quite this size to keep the money rolling in. So probably this 11,001. Because you're 7 acres. And the one we're doing now, yeah, so you're 12 acres, we're doing one that's 17 acres, and then the last one is 7 acres. We probably won't do that one, because it'll probably start getting dark by the time we finish up the second field. But that's okay. Between the two of them, new run, it was new yesterday. It's the same one as yesterday, though. Yeah, that'll be more than enough to overcome the interest. Or not the interest, the loan. But ideally, we'd want to be making more money. It kind of feels like what we're probably going to end up doing is the cultivator will be able to fall back when literally no other contracts are available. The mowing contracts seem to be going relatively quickly and pay relatively well. Not as good as the cultivating ones, so it feels like those ones I might prioritize over the cultivating. And then the hoeing contracts are even faster and better than the mowing ones, but far less often. So it does feel like in months that our options are limited, cultivating is what we fall back on, versus other months we've got better choices to work with. And I'd like to get into spraying, it's just that cost. And I'm guessing... You're 147. Yeah, that'd be a side grade with no benefit. Yeah, so I think we're going for the aggro star. I think was where we're going with that. So it's 230 horsepower. Oh no, you're good. It's very satisfying to finally get the widest cultivators and plows. Oh yeah, and that's gonna be the big thing. Is just, if we're lucky, snagging one of them on sale is gonna be a big thing, man. That'll be like when we start a day and we see that, you know, oh, there's that tractor for whatever. Now, keep in mind when we have that kind of stuff, like if a really good tractor comes by and I'm like sitting on, you know, 20,000 or whatever, and it's like, oh, well, it's 50,000. We can go in here, and we do have, where are you at? Finances. We do have the ability to sell stuff to make that happen. So like right now, our tractor's still worth $34,000. It can be one of those things, like say that $90,000, $80,000, $90,000 tractor goes on sale. It'll probably be around 40, 50,000, like 45, 50,000 and all that. I would be able to potentially sell my current tractor, buy the other tractor used, do a couple contracts to secure the loan payment for that month, and then work in that. Let's see. You slept an awesome 7 hours and you're going to be getting ready for the company. Wishing you a great day-night stream. How does the texture look right now? We have not gotten the chance to harvest anything, unfortunately, because of the challenge run. So I can't really answer that, unfortunately. I do hope you have yourself a good day at work. But because we're doing the sweaty challenge run, like I'm doing a lot of mowing grass and cultivating and hoeing and slowly building up what I've got to work with. As we are fighting the horrific debt we've put ourselves in by the nature of the challenge. For the record, those who missed what this challenge is, we started with $100,000 and $1 million in debt, and we are using a mod that makes our loans realistic, so we're not paying like the $3,000, we're paying almost $19,000 every month against our debt. And so it is one of those things that we just gotta keep ahead of it. If I miss a payment, the interest rates go up, which makes everything worse. I believe if I miss enough of them, they'll repossess my things. Which, considering I don't own that many things, they will probably repossess all of it, and that is effectively would brick the save. So that's our game over condition. This challenge adds a lot of fun to make the game more interesting. Yeah, it gives me a possible lose condition that does. I made the comment earlier, there's two things I feel that this challenge does that other challenges I've done don't have. One is this challenge has a lose condition. Most challenges in Farm Sim don't have lose conditions just by the nature of how Farm Sim works. So let's see where the next contract was. So you are field 172. I think that's like center map. 172. It's straight south of us. All right, let's get into position, and then we'll do our calculations on how much I should be attributing to the cultivator and tractor. And then we can cash in that one. But yeah, so it's got the one thing is just, it's got a lose condition. Whereas normally, what was the total? The total for that contract, 15,905. Sorry, I couldn't keep it up. I had to weave between some trees. I do appreciate I have people doing the division for me now. What time do you have right now? You mean what time is it where I live right now? Because I mean we're basically at midnight where I'm at. Okay, 7,952. Yeah, so I haven't been keeping the decimal. I've been rounding down when there's like an odd number because I'm lazy. Yep, I'll go ahead and get that 7,952. Yeah, so usually I go till 4 a.m. my time. It's a strategic decision because for English-speaking channels and all that, it's kind of an underserved time. It's mostly the later hours are mostly Australian creators and New Zealand creators, but it's even a little bit on the early side for some of them. Okay, so 7,952. That's being attributed to the John Deere. 7,952. And then the tractor. Alright. I'm gonna have to figure a way to organize this spreadsheet differently. Can I auto-fit the columns? You should be able to do that, right? I don't normally use this one. Don't merge all the columns. It's definitely not what I'm seeking right now. Format. I'll deal with that later. I should have just used Excel. I'm way more familiar with Excel than Google Sheets. Okay, so time difference is 6 hours. You said midnight or 1 p.m. Midnight. Is that 5 hours difference between US and USA and Europe? Yeah, it's something like that. Because again, I even remember with Excel, I just click on that, and there'd be like, column, like it'd be like format column width, auto width, that kind of thing. I figured I was gonna keep a sheet just that way if people did get interested, if the run like really kind of went along, that I'd be able to, I'd be able to share it. But I don't see how to do that. I don't want to make like a sheet for every part or something, which would be the more future-proofed design, because I'm very lazy. I'll figure it out later. I'm just gonna sit here and just fuss with that and get distracted if I do otherwise. That's fine. It's going pretty well so far as what we've got here. Basically, other than the weeder and the hoe, all of our stuff has made money, is making relatively good money. Let's see, so a 7-hour difference now. Wow, you're 7 a.m. in the morning. Sad that those streams are so early in the morning and late at night. Don't worry, you'll chill longer in the weekend. Yeah, so it's the thing to keep in mind that I do stream for about 4 more hours on a normal day here. So that gets you a little bit into this day. Otherwise, I do start what was about 5 hours ago. So usually it's late evening European time and bright and early European time is about my hours, which is a deliberate decision. Like I said, that's part of the reason I've done this. It is a thing that is kind of a difficulty sometimes, that it's effectively working the third shift, and that has a lot of implications that it can be kind of hard to do stuff with people because it's super, super late. But it always has been a fear that if I were to try to switch my schedule, on one end I would be competing with far more creators, which would make it way, way harder to keep a viewership. And then on top of that, like in multiple ways, like there'd be the one side that new people finding the channel be more difficult just because more other creators are out there. And at the same token, even my existing audience, you know, you'd have multiple channels you prefer, they'd be juggling between more so than now. And then on top of that, because of my existing time being this time for so long, it would likely be a significant subset of people if I switch my hours dramatically to be like a daytime streamer. I would probably lose a pretty high amount of viewership because I'd no longer be streaming during hours that they could tune in. So it's been one of those ones that like once in a while comes up, like especially with wanting to do things and all that, that it can be sometimes tricky. And at the same time, it's like, right, but I feel like that switch would be so detrimental to my viewership that'd be one of those things I'd be like, yeah, I'd do that, and that'd kind of be the beginning of the end of me being able to do content creation. Just the number change would hurt too hard. Plus, the timing works out extremely well for me right now. Because I go later than a lot of people, I do catch a lot of raids from it, which is really helpful. And it also lines up really well for like the time I wrap up. I do usually have like 3 or 4 people I know who make good content that, you know, I always have as like safe choices to raid into. They're not always available, but they usually are. You know, and so it makes it available so I can, you know, if I'm in a new category, I can hop in and be like, hey, let's make a new friend. Or just the same, like, if we're in a category and there's just no one streaming it, or like, you know, you start peeking into 1 or 2 of our channels, like, while the credits are rolling, and, you know, the person's dog is barking into the microphone the whole time, or there's a screaming kid in the background, you're like, alright, never mind. Like, I'll just go with someone I know makes good content. Ah, man. I still think the two worst things I've done so far is raid outs. Of just, like, you know, I had to raid out in a hurry. Is that when I checked when I'm like, alright, let's make a new friend, like, this person seems super chill, you know, nice relaxing pace, seems like the right vibe for the audience, let's go check this person out. And we raided, and the first thing was, the raid sound coming in was a super loud air siren, like, you know, a bomb drill was going off. And then it's like, you can see the person got in character, that they were having a lower viewership day, so they were just low energy. And when they got this big raid of 100-something people, and they're used to like 15, 20 people or whatever is there's normal, they saw them like get up in their chair and like get into character and all that, and is like, oh no, what have I done? And they were really high energy, which is fine, but for everyone who is like half ready to call it a night, falling asleep, relaxing after a nice long evening of really chill gameplay, and just jumping into that with some real solid whiplash for everyone. Yeah, it was definitely one of those ones, like, I think one of the Discords like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't know, so everyone, I just woke up, my apologies. And it wasn't like their content was bad or anything, it was just, it was a very, very stark switch in what people were experiencing. And then the other one is, I didn't watch that closely. My filter, like, you have your tag set up on Twitch, so my English tag got cleared somehow. And I didn't catch that. And I went to raid some, I think it was in Project Zomboid, I can't, like, the game's not that relevant. And their title was in English, and I was like, cool, let's check them out. And they weren't talking much in the moment. So it's like, cool, like, this person seems to have, like, some chill music going, it's some lo-fi, they're playing some Project Zomboid, it looks like they're doing this challenge. This will be fun, we'll make a new friend. I haven't seen this person in the category before, because they normally don't check other languages. And we raided in, and I think they were South Korean, and didn't, like, they spoke only a handful of words of English. And it was, again, one of those ones I'm like, I am so sorry. I have made this incredibly awkward for both my community and this poor person's community, that this giant English-speaking raid has dropped in, and they don't really speak English that well, and almost none of us speak, like, Korean that well. So that was a lesson learned, to be like, yeah, make sure that tag's on. But, you know, I just saw, like, an English title. The stuff on their screen was mostly English, so I was like, okay, it's an English stream. But was very awkward. Like, they stumbled through, you know, thanking me in English and all that. But you could tell they were just not comfortable with English, which was fine. Like, I'm the one who didn't check the tags. That was on me. That's been multiple years ago. But both of those raids were around, like, multiple years ago. That was way back, like, when Project Zomboid first started properly blowing up. But it was definitely like the, oh, what do I do with this now? Like, you can't, like, unraid someone. Plus, that would be even worse. Like, you raid someone in, you create that awkward moment and be like, yeah, let's just bring our viewers back and send them over this other way. They were a sport about it, and to be fair, it probably still resulted in a bump in their viewership because you have that many people at that hour were full-on lurk mode. But yeah, I had a number of people, they came into stream like after, like the next day, not realizing what happened because they'd gone deep lurk, and they're like, yeah, I don't know what happened, but I woke up and I was in a real different part of the internet. It's like, yeah, I imagine. You ended up in an entire different language a lot. See, yeah, the raid probably did not involve any audience exchange, but still fun and made them happy. Yeah, no, I don't think there was anything actually, like, majorly negative about it. Like, you know, it's the same thing of when we category switch. So, like for example, when I have another content creator and they're raising money for charity or whatever, so it's like a pretty significant switch in category. You know, there's going to be a lower retention rate from the people who follow the raid over to the new person and actually stick around. But it's fine. It can still be a very enjoyable thing, even if it's utter chaos. Let's see. You had a hard time when you used to talk at Discord with one of the very first streamers you followed Twitch. You had a little dog, and at the time, who was usually quiet, unfortunately, someone would always walk by the window. She'd go nuts. I was so ashamed, and you kept apologizing. Yeah, it happens. Like, it's not a huge thing to hold against someone. It's just like when you're getting ready to raid out, and you see something that's like, oh wait, that's a really, like, this, they don't have, like, their audio figured out or whatever. It is a thing to consider that you are sending your community there, and while it's not as extreme as, like, a tacit approval or whatever, it is those things that you want to make sure you're taking your audiences somewhere where they'll enjoy it. Do we know if this is cross-platform? Yeah, this works on console. There's console versions. I mean, do you mean cross-platform multiplayer? I think. That I don't know for sure off the top of my head. If you're talking like cross-platform as in like... Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Because I don't console game, so I just don't know. I think it is, but that is one you're gonna want to verify. Because, like, these days, for the most part, Windows and Xbox games work together. PlayStation's always a crapshoot. But yeah. Wanted to play with the missus? Yeah. You would probably, like, I'm willing to bet if you Google search it, you'll probably be able to pull it, like, find on their FAQ or something like that. So you remember when you raided someone and they had some cursed redeem going on or something? Like a filter on their camera? It was very cursed. You described a lot of creators. Like there's actually a lot of friends of the channel that I don't get to raid super often who have some, like, they'll do the, oh, what's the filter? They'll do the filter where it's like their eyes, and then it like skips their nose, and it does like the mouth like way up here. I see that filter a lot, and it's super cursed. It's a lot of fun, but it's super cursed. And I can think of a good 5 or 6 creators who do that as like a regular thing on their channel. I've also seen way worse too. Let's see, pretty sure it was a first-time raid? Gotcha. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Let's see, the headset mic was very poor at the time. They're better now. Using mobile Discord is tricky. Yeah, it's always a tricky thing. That's actually one of the reasons why I don't do a ton of Infinity Simplex. Not exactly the way I was thinking it, Infinity Simplex with the Drongo one, but close enough. Yeah, now the one I'm thinking is like, I've seen Salberry do it, I believe, where it's like the eyes and like the whole middle's erased and the mouth is moved way up. Or, JoJo also does it. But, it's a cool effect. Super cursed. Super cursed. But it's a good time. But yeah, so what I was saying is it is, one of the reasons as a creator I tend to be very leery about jumping on voice comms with viewers very often, is that kind of stuff where if someone's got like really crap audio quality, like it really negatively impacts the stream and all that, and kind of makes the whole experience worse for everyone else viewership wise, because you know you've got like, you know, if their mic is peaking a lot or they have like really poor acoustics, so like every bit of sound is picking up, or they don't have noise canceling. You get the whole gambit of audio problems you run into. Like, because I don't expect any random person to just have their audio stuff totally sorted out like that. And so it is one of those things to always be careful, because it can even be a thing that can catch you with other creators that, you know, their audio stuff has gotten a problem. But usually when you're with other content creators, because, you know, they are also dealing with audio for their own streams and whatever, it tends to be fairly safe that their audio is going to be pretty sorted out. And then on top of that, like, there's all the usual stuff, like regulars in that, you can usually have a certain amount of confidence that they're not going to be saying things they'd be like, hey, hang on, TOS, like, hey, hang on, let's not go there. Like, you have a certain level of confidence that the other creators will be mindful of what they're saying, because, you know, their channels are also on the line kind of thing. Whereas, you know, a random viewer might not be as aware that's like, hey, you know, let's not talk about that, like, that's a thing that could get us into hot water TOS-wise, or, you know, hey, I'd rather not get into that discussion, like that kind of thing, is always a gamble. And like, don't get me wrong, there's a bunch of people who've been around the community more than long enough that it's like, you know, if I was like, hey, I'm gonna have some viewers on, to be totally comfortable with them individually being on, it's just always one of those things that you are accepting a certain level of risk when you do that. There's multiple channels you stopped watching because the bomb raid sound. Yeah, no, I get you. I get that, especially like late night streams. Like the big, like the air raid sound kind of thing. Like, it's one thing if they do the air raid sound, but like the volume is really low. That's not too bad. But when it's one of those things that they have that air raid sound and it kind of drowns them out a bit, like it's that level of loud, it's like, all right, hang on, man. This is a level of energy I'm not looking for. As you play a lot of COD and Black Ops 6 on the side of Twitch, it's interesting seeing the dynamic of who has their audio figured out versus who doesn't. A lot of them play with viewers, yeah, and that's a very popular thing to do in those categories, because a lot of your first-person shooters, you start getting into like competitive multiplayer and that kind of stuff. So it's just a very different expectation. Yeah, Lightning saying at the time there was no noise canceling on the headset, and your mic audio is robotic. Your new mic has a mute button now, so it makes things easier. Yeah. Well, that's just one of those things. Like I know other creators who will do like special things that, you know, they'll play games with their mods from time to time, which I think is a cool thing. And I think I'd be on board with that. I've never discussed that with my mods, because first of all, what the heck would we play? Because I liked the idea of having like a mod thank you day kind of thing where the mods get to decide what game we play. You know, also potentially doing that where they could, you know, if they so wish, they could hop into voice comms or whatever. You know, doing like an Among Us kind of thing or a Phasmophobia. I never brought it up because it's also one of those things that there's still always that concern of being like, hey, let's sit down before stream so that we can kind of go through your audio and make sure it's all good. that can kind of feel a little bit weird. It's like, hey, I'm doing this thing nice for you, but also I need you to sit here and work with me for like half an hour so I can get your audio sorted out. It feels a little bit less for that person when you go through that hurdles. I've debated like a mod appreciation day kind of thing. I think it would be good to do some kind of mod appreciation day or whatever. I just have to figure out when I'd want to do it, how I'd want to do that kind of thing. And how I'll have to go pick up Beep real fast at the beginning of that Kenshi run when that happens. Because I think almost every single one of my mods are into Kenshi. I take that back. There's one mod I think would vote for Sims 4. I probably... Actually, you know, like, right now my mod list is pretty good. For a while, we had, like, a little bit of a gap towards the end of the evening where a lot of the mods would start having to turn in for the night. And I was starting to be like, alright, I probably should get one more mod. But, with things that have changed a little bit recently, you know, some of our mods have more availability than they used to. Which is cool. I also don't like making it... I don't want my mods to ever feel like you need to be here or anything like that. Every time I've had one, like a mod be like, hey, I apologize for not being there last night, it's like, no, you're not paid. You have no obligations. You mod when you can. I'm super thankful for it. But, absolutely do not feel obligated. I appreciate the desire to support and all that, but like, you know, I would love to be able to pay the mods, but, you know, it's already tough enough to pay myself. Let me go. Let me out. Let me go. But your fish heads. Where else are you going to get your bucket of fish heads? I mean, seriously. Let's see, as a mobile user, you're stuck with the audio you get, but you dream of better. Yeah. Yeah. Mobile is rough. Mobile is always super rough, start to finish. I do like the many tropes that are just have developed over the many years about like this not hostile relationship between mods and creators. Where like, you know, mods have a reputation of trolling the creators, and at the same time, like, the joke the other way around is, you know, the mods are rewarded in truly cursed ways. Because it is a reason you want, like, for the vast majority, you understand that the mods are effectively volunteers among your community and all that. And, you know, sometimes people have the means to do, you know, special things for them, like the channels that really blow up who can actually afford to pay mods and that kind of stuff. But that's so few. Some will, like, if they've got the leeway, will give, like, their mods free merchandise or whatever, which honestly wouldn't be a bad idea. I might do something like that. That's actually not a bad idea. I hadn't thought about that before. Like, as a thank you, like, give a mod coupon code so they can get one thing from the merch store or something if they want it. Or make, like, a custom mod shirt that they can only, like, you know, that, again, free as in shipping, be able to get just for a fun. I could talk to them about that. That sounds like actually a fun idea. I know we got a lot of the mods here. I feel like that'd be a fun thing to do. I don't know. These are all things I want to do, and I struggle at coming up with ideas, and then, like, usually when I get an idea and I'm happy with the idea, I can execute on it relatively well, but I'm definitely very wishy-washy on the initial ideas until, like, something starts to stick where you're like, yeah, this is gonna be good. I can't tell you the number of challenge ideas I've come up with and I've experimented on the side and just didn't didn't proceed with some of them because they were genuinely bad ideas. The permanent darkness RimWorld challenge thing with the lethal darkness, it's just not a good idea. It's really cool on paper sounding, but the moment you apply game mechanics to it, it falls apart real hard. Like, thematically it sounds awesome to have, like, it's permanently dark, everyone needs to chill by the light, keep everything running and all that, make sure you have redundant power because you don't want your entire thing to go down when a geothermal needs a component and everyone starts actively dying. But in practice, like, the way so many, like, the growing mechanics and all that work and everything, it just becomes... You just have to hand yourself so many, like, charity things just to get the run started that you kind of immediately go, alright, hang on, never mind. Or on top of that, like, the permanent death pall challenge idea I had, that one gets to be just plain obnoxious. It ultimately is basically forces you to burn box everything, because otherwise there's just no managing the corpses as they keep getting up again and again. Or you just shut your doors and be like, it's not my problem. Until you end up with, like, a Shambler raid because, or Shambler assault, because it is a thing with death pall, if I remember correctly, in RimWorld where, you know, once you get too many Shamblers on the map, they will trigger an assault and they'll assault you with the death pall. And so it's kind of like the permanent death pall, you know you're getting there, because a raid will show up, they'll lose a couple people against the Shamblers, and then, you know, then the next raid comes and then those Shamblers kill that raid, and suddenly you're getting these, like, 20 extra Shamblers every time a raid shows up, and it just accelerates on its own. It's okay, you do your own stuff behind your back. We gather once a month. Doug sent you cooking a giant glass of milk. Ah, milk and fish heads does not sound like the combination. Gonna be real. Sometimes the taste the mods have, very questionable. Like this channel, in its entirety. Is the milk sentient as well? That opens up some implications I'm going to absolutely leave alone. Oh wait, I think I've seen that. Have I seen that emote before? I don't think I've seen that emote before, Cookie. The horrified being dunked in milk emote. That's a pretty fun one. That's probably one of those emotes to Gigantify. Like, there's... I've noticed since Gigantify has come out, like, there's been, like, conventional wisdom that you just don't use certain emotes because when they're tiny you can't see them. Like, the, thanks I hated emote I have would fall in that one that, like, the small version is dang near unreadable. But with Gigantify and how many emote slots we have now, there's definitely those emotes you take, you're like, hey, you know what this emote's for? This emote's for Gigantifying. Do you want to use it as a normal emote? Don't bother, it's too small. Yeah, exactly, the one Burning Sun just posted. Like, and that's the improved for the small version, and I still need to make it better. It's just too dang small. I have debated changing it to be, like, under suggested, changing it to be like Haxor, so like THX, you know, I, you know, H8, it kind of thing. Yeah, well, the thanks for parasocialing, that wasn't even meant to stay as a long-term emote. It's only there because I haven't removed it. The thanks for parasocialing emote came to be entirely because of Snoot TV. Because Snoot was like, I think, what was the emote Snoot has, like, I heart parasocial, you know, I heart parasocial or whatever. And so, like, I made the thanks for parasocialing, and so I made the emote, and then I also put it so I could push a button to, like, make it big on the screen. You have an idea to make it more readable, but didn't get around to trying to see if it works out. So there are some things I can do to make it more readable. I can make the small version not have the border, so it's just a little bit more. It's definitely better than it was. The first version, it had like a gradient, so like the large version looked really amazing. But the moment you shrank, it just became literally a blurry mess. You could even make out that it was really letters. It was pretty awful. I need to stop and make like the different versions. Turn into 3 emotes? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is like the medium and the large version could stay what they are and they're fairly visible. But the small version. Yeah. Thank you for parasocialing. Yeah, that's the thank you for the Gigantify Randall Thor. Yeah, so I made that because I does that button still work? Do I still have that button? I think I got rid of the button. I got rid of the button. I used to have a button that I could push the button and it would put like in the middle of the screen, thanks for parasocialing. I did that entirely because I knew Snoot had just made their parasocialing emote, and I thought Snoot would find it hilarious, and it was a lot of laughs. I mean, three emotes? Thanks, I hate it. Oh, you know what? That's not a terrible idea. I think I have the emote slots for that. Because the thing is, I've got lots of animated emote slots. Like lots of those available. I'm really low on still image emotes. You're not counting like tier 3s or whatever. Because what I was going to do is I was going to animate it to be like a marquee where it'd be like, thanks, like it'd be like, you know, thanks, I hate it. Yeah, exactly, scrolling text. If I really put the effort in, I can make it scrolling text that does line up. So if you posted the emote next to itself a bunch of times, it would come across. I think I'd have to have 2-3 versions of it, though, for that to work, wouldn't I? Alright, maybe not, but, like, we'll figure it out. Yeah, I think splitting it between 3 emotes wouldn't be a terrible one. Because especially if I break it at the, Oh, yeah. Well, that's actually... So I think the thing that Burning Sun's approach, you know, does help around that, Ionek, is because the hate it aren't separate words. It splits the words between them. You couldn't use them... Well, I mean, it'd be like, S, I hate it. I think I can make that work. Let's see, it's not possible to do 2 identical GIF frames as animated. Oh yeah, no, I can literally make it so it's 1 frame GIF and post it as like an animated thing. That is what I can do. We can figure it out. But yeah, no, splitting it between a couple of emotes wouldn't be too hard. Yeah, with that, with the way you're presenting it, Burning Sun, I would honestly, I could also add the, add a comma after the thanks, and that'd even work for it even better. In the sense of making sure that people don't turn around and try and, you know, go to people's chats and, like, cut off and be like, you know, hate it. They'd be like, S comma? Huh? What? Oh, did we ever turn in that other contract? I believe I already added the value onto the spreadsheet. 7,952. Yes. Yeah, that's right. I forgot to cash it in. I was like, why do I not have more money? Let's see, does Twitch enforce emotes actually being the same thing when Gigantify? Could a streamer make a big emote that's something different from the base form? I don't believe there is a policy against an emote having multiple different, like entirely different images. I don't believe that's against anything. I believe you can do that. Like at a minimum, I know you could do in the sense like there are emotes that, like especially like the text emote, that I could have a version that is like the Gigantify large version, which is not actually Gigantify, but just the largest version of the emote, which is what Gigantify uses. That I could have like a gradient and drop shadows or whatever on the letters, and then you go down a notch, and it gets rid of all that stuff to make it more readable. So you can have different versions of the image for different ones. I don't know if I like literally did an entirely different image. I don't think that's a problem. Because the single letter emotes aren't allowed. And two-letter words got problematic lately because people are using emotes like it to spell out bad words. Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see that as a concern. It would be hard to set up, but I could definitely see it doing like the GIF marquee thing. And then what I could potentially do with that, if I took the time, is I could have like the left version of it, and then the center and the right kind of one. And it all just marquee past each other. But it'd be one of those ones that you could post the three of them, because it's a marquee of the letters going by. It would circumvent the problem of like people putting problematic things spelling, because the marquee would cause it to just be weird and it would still say the whole thing. But if you got like the three of them next to it, it'd be like, thanks, I hate it going by. Now you're imagining change all your Gigantify versions to be like, thanks for the biddies, and no actual image. Wait, can you have an F emote anymore? You'd have to do more than just the letter F. You'd have to have like a whole thing behind it. It's because unfortunately, like Enoch was mentioning, there were people who what they were doing is they're taking individual letters and then posting them next to each other to circumvent automod, that kind of thing. So, you know, just imagine just in your head, put the worst imaginable like racial slur. Obviously, don't actually say it in chat. But what they could do is they could find the correct letter emotes and then put them in sequence. And because it wouldn't be those letters, it would be images, it wouldn't pick up on it. So, unfortunately, people got naughty. So, you know, Twitch had to take away our fun toys because we couldn't behave with them. Which, again, is probably the correct thing to do in that situation. Also, ban the living hell out of whoever does it. But, you know, you get the idea. But yeah, so exactly what Infinity Simplex is saying. The way you can work around it is you could say press F or F for respects or something like that. By making it just not the letter by itself, there are ways you can effectively do the same thing. You know, because it works around the problem. If you say like press F, you know, and someone finds like a thing that's like press U, the likelihood of someone having enough letters to do all that's pretty low. And then if we ran to that, then it would take that away too, I guess. But that's a whole thing. Because it is one of those things that, whether or not you agree with the policy that Twitch does, in a lot of cases, there are lots of places in the world that there are certain things that, like, you are obligated to keep this off of your platform. Like, you have a legal obligation if you want to continue operating in that place to do that. Certain things like Nazi symbolism in Germany, that there are certain things that if you go and you have that, you have, you know, obligations to rein that in, certain symbolism, imagery, and that kind of thing. That it's strictly not allowed. So whether or not Twitch agrees with that policy, if they want to continue operating in Germany, they have to play ball. And that's just an example I'm drawing out. There's tons of them. Yeah, you're not that concerned about them forbidding the use of singular emotes? Yeah, me either. Like, don't get me wrong, the F, the W, and the L emotes, it's like, yeah, those could be fun, but also, it's not that big a thing. Like, you could even have, like, a silly one like W is for win. Yeah, no, honestly, if Twitch came out with the policy that said, hey, no text emotes, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. It'd be a little sad that some emotes can go away, but eh. like, there's always better things we can come up with, so that's not a big thing. Like, usually with the emotes, like my text emotes, those are my lazy emotes, where I'm like, oh, well, I want a new emote. I can just throw something together. Where most of the rest of the emotes I have, you know, I hire an artist to do that. If people can still use Unicode, letters are close enough. Yeah. I mean, people are always going to find a way to cause trouble. And, you know, that's what bans and all that are for. You know, bans, timeout, suspensions, all that kind of stuff. You can't just take the letter, though, if you're an emote-only chat, though. To be fair, it's pretty rare you see someone go into emote-only chat unless people are getting out of hand backseating, or there's, like, hate raids or stuff going on like that. Honestly, can't tell you the last time I saw someone in emote-only chat. It used to happen more, like, when hate raids and that were a little bit more prevalent. Well... Well, I now know the last time I saw emote-only chat. Ionek was just doing it as a gag. I see, unless the streamer uses EGR5, was the built-in mod layer before automod to suppress Unicode. Yep, what have I done? Yeah, now that used to be, like, don't get me wrong, there's still a use case for emote only. Like, again, if someone's doing playing a game and the backseating gets entirely out of control, I've seen people go emote only. Like, I've seen that. Like, hate raids still happen nowadays, but they're way more rare than they used to be. Let's see, in Sal's chat, you used to enable emote only when she was taking a break, and you had rave emote party. Yeah. I was, like, there's stuff I want to do that I want to do something more active and interesting for, like, hype trains. I want to have it, like, I think it'd be more fun if I did something a bit more active and fun for, like, a way. Not, like, high-energy stuff, but, you know, like, you'd have the music going and people could just emote spam or whatever. That stuff I gotta plan or all that. Because there's some modding tools that were pretty deep in the API that if you didn't know they'd exist, you'd have basically never seen. Yeah. But yeah, so that's the thing. Like another tricky one. So not as bad as emote only. The follower only one is a tricky one. Because there's definitely times when you're dealing with problems that you're like, okay, well, we're gonna restrict to follower only. And I don't really do that here. But, like, there's, again, a lot of use cases for that. I don't remember what I've got things set up here, but because of how prevalent and obnoxious bots got, a lot of channels started moving to where it's like, you need to either have an account over a certain age, you need to be following the channel, either for, like, a certain period of time or following in general, or you need to be phone or whatever verified. And there's an or, not an and there. And I remember people being like, making us think, is like, why do I have to be phone verified? It's like, well, your account's 3 days old. It's like, your account's 3 days old. You haven't bothered following the channel and everything. You're super sussy for bot thing. Like, everyone's got their first time being there, but it was just one of those things. The bots were so prevalent. Like, you couldn't get through a stream without a good, like, 5 or 6 bot posts in there to be slapped away. Being like, do you want to be famous? Join whatever, like, join buyviewers.com or whatever the crap it was. You know, the URL would change twice a week or whatever. And the only way to combat it was to be like, okay, the account needs to be over a certain age. You know, these kind of things. And once people started making that, like, standard practice, the bots aren't gone. Like, they still exist, but it's usually only on those channels that, one, they don't have all that stuff turned on, But because it's so much harder for those bots to get established, they're far, far, far less frequent than they used to be. Your channel needs more art. Oh man, the number of times it's usually email more than anything else. It's usually email more than any other communication. The number of times I've gotten a message, because for those who don't know, as content creators, we get hit up with scams all the time about like getting, commissioning graphic art. And it'll usually be something like you'll get a DM on Discord, and the DM on Discord will be like, hey, can I ask you a question? And you'll be like, all right, here we go. Yeah, okay, what's up? Well, I don't want to bother you, but like, would you mind if I shared you my portfolio? Like, my dog has cancer, everything's sad, my house is burning down, and I'm desperate. I'm just looking to try and get like a commission. Here's my portfolio, whatever. And it's a scam, start to finish. There's not an actual human being on the other end who's going to be giving you art. And if they do, it's the same art that they've been, it's copy-paste, probably not even their art to begin with. It's a very common scam. And I probably get messages like that once every other week now. For a while, it was like literally I'd get more than one a day. And it was pretty rough. But in the email, they had like a whole different pitch. That'd be like, man, you make such good content. It's a shame your art is absolute shit. And you're like, what is this pitch? And you'd be like, if you're looking for someone to work with you, I can help really improve the aesthetic of your channel and all that. Really bring you to the new age. I'm like, is this how you open every business proposition? Is you walk up and you're like, hey, you suck, man. Do you want to spend money? And it's like, what is this pitch you're doing, man? I've got a good like 5 or 6 like that, and every time you're just kind of taken aback. It's like, I don't understand your strategy. So yeah, they was using on one of the official streams. Is made by someone who worked for Twitch way back. Gotcha. The streamer who used it had a semi-strong, semi-internal. 1 second. Semi-internal contacts. They molded a few hundred channels. Probably how they learned it. Gotcha. That seems to be the pitch of like a whole lot of influencer genres, though. Apparently, there is one born every minute. Yeah. I don't know who that works on, because like every other content creator I've talked to, or like every once in a while, so because like, did anyone get an email like this? Like, what the hell is this? And it'll be like, it's all good you don't emotes, no problem. How about a channel banner? I haven't seen that, because I've never, like, the moment you're introductory to me on any type of business thing is to just straight up insult me, I'm like, okay, maybe I was looking for an artist. Sure not looking for you, though. Like, it'd be different. It's like, you've got some really good content, but your art just doesn't feel like it aligns with your brand. That'd be like, you know what? You might be right. Maybe there is a conversation to be had here. When someone's like, your art is garbage, I was like, hey man, I like that art. I like my emotes. I think they're pretty good. That's called negging. Yeah. Let's see, you've seen these fairly rarely as a mod. So you're pretty obvious it's a scam tactic. Yeah, no, like I said, that particular thing I've seen mostly by email. Like most of the crap we get is primarily by DMs on Discord. Those are the most prevalent of the art bots. But like the whole thing about basically insulting you and then being like, do you want to do business? That is a real weird email one. That is the head scratcher there. Like, I've certainly had people, not so much nowadays, but like when I first got my emotes, I did have like the occasional troll bot who would pop in and be like, oh, look at this, insert bad term, you know, with their cute emotes. It's so sad that men aren't men, like that kind of garbage, that, you know, alpha male BS. It would have every one of those once in a blue moon, which is a super easy ban. Like, it's really nice if you like just run into that, just like immediately dump into banning them. But yeah, I haven't run into any of that in a long while. Like, every once in a while you'll still have like the macho alpha male BS pop in that you have to slap back down. You on a Discord related to a streamer that is related to art stuff, so they get scammers constantly. Yeah, on Discord, like I said, I probably get, you know, the art scam DM once every like 2 to 3 weeks now. It was way worse probably about a year ago. And I don't think it's Discord did anything. I think it's just the scam has gotten so publicly known that people are, you know, they're moving on to different scams. Is it people that try to scam you on Discord too? With accidental stream report Discord scam. You got awkward scam looking friend requests every few months. But I think if you're naive in that respect. Yeah, generally, like, for the record, if someone tries to friend me on Steam or on Discord, and if I don't recognize your name and know that that's coming, I'm not going to accept it. It's nothing personal. There's just so many scams that if I just get kind of a cold call friend request, I'm just going to assume it's a bot. Like, and it's not anything personal to you or whatever. I'm just going to assume it's a bot. At the same time, if I'm like, hey, other person, we should play a game together, and you're like, yeah, and then like the friend request comes in, then obviously it's like, okay, that's that person. Or if it's one of those things that like the name doesn't line up, so say like Burning Sun goes to throw me a friend request, and like you get a message and it's like, oh yeah, we should play Helldivers together. Yeah, that sounds good. And I get a friend request and it's like, you know, Samuel L. Jackson Jr. or whatever. I'm gonna be like, is that your screen name? First, I'm gonna make fun of you. It is what it is. Like, I'm gonna make fun of you. Like, we both understand. But also, once you confirm it is you, then yeah, it'll go through. Let's see. Hey, can you give me feedback on this art that someone else paid me a ton of money for? You don't have the time to look too close because my grandma's dying. Posts obvious AI art. Yup. Aw, man. But you get the idea. And I've had a few come through where it's like, oh yeah, I should friend you, and you get like this name. It's like, is that you? It's like, first, you understand as friends who we get along, I have to make fun of you for this. Like, we have this mutual respect, but I'm still making fun of you for this screen name. Just the one time. I'm not going to lord it over you or anything like that, but I am going to have to make fun of you because we both know why. You don't need to explain this. You've probably been through this a couple of times. You had that issue a little bit in our social media platform. That you're using something other than SassBot and it throws people off sometimes. Yeah. I still love, it hasn't happened in a long time. I still remember fairly early into my dev career. You'd occasionally be like, oh, you know, I'm interviewing someone who's going to potentially be working on my team. And they'll be like, oh, what's the best way to reach you? And you can almost see like the person like shrink in their chair. It's like, all right, look, it's an email I made in high school, and you knew you're about to get a winner. It's an email I made in high school, but yeah, so it is gonna be XXX Sephiroth 69420 boy XXX at gmail.com. I haven't had one of those in a long time. That's an extreme example. It's usually not quite that bad, but it'll be something like animeboy at gmail.com or something like that. And it's like, it's one of those ones you're like, yeah, I'm not holding that against you. I understand. You know, you're only a couple years out of high school. You made that email and unfortunately got a bunch of stuff attached to it, and you haven't made a professional email. But also, if I can make a recommendation to you,
you're using free email, make another free email account that's something like, you know, something that'll look professional. Like, it's your name at gmail.com, or like, you know, the degree, like, you know, John, like, you know, John and IT at gmail.com, or like software dev John at gmail.com, or whatever. Like, it doesn't even matter what it is. Something that's like pretty straightforward, and that you had your full name on Gmail. Yeah, no, I've got one of my accounts is my full name. That is my professional email, which I won't be saying for obvious reasons. So I've definitely got that where it's like, hey, this is my full name kind of thing. I also used to have like my own, like my full name as a domain name as well, and I would have like my dev website to like talk about all the stuff I've done there. So when it came time to like interview, it'd be like, boom, here it is. There's a link over to my there's a link over to my GitHub. There's a link over to this. There's a link over to that. You know, here's my socials. Here's like open source projects I'm involved in, like a whole like resume website kind of thing. But it is one of those things that it's actually only been just recently that I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna let this lapse. Like, I used to be really on top of maintaining it, but now that I'm not doing like dev work every single day, you know, it's way behind. I need to do some updates for a whole bunch of stuff. It's like, you know what? The money I'm putting into like keeping the domain, keeping the hosting up and everything else, even though there's not a whole lot there, it's like, yeah, I don't need this. Even if I go right back into dev work like as my big thing, it's like, people aren't checking this crap anymore. It's not worth the money. That used to be a big thing for you, getting into dev work, to give yourself like a little nudge up on other people. Is like, if you walked in, we're having the interview, you'd be like, you know, hey, like, we're hiring you for a web dev position. Can you give me an example of something you worked on? You're like, boom, you know, johnthedev.com or whatever, and you've got your website and it's got all that crap. And you're like, here, I'm running this right now. I maintain it myself. It's like, yeah, it's not a major project. It's like a portfolio. But it's like, hey, the person at least knows how to wire up a domain. And honestly, for a lot of web devs, it's pretty good, because wiring up a domain really sucks. I hate dealing with domain DNS garbage. It's fine, it's not hard, it's just one of those things that like you set it up, you're like, well, I think it's all set up right, when will I know? It's gonna be a little bit, don't know exactly when, just gonna kind of sit there and work itself through. You know, 15-20 minutes later, it comes live, you're like, yep, got it right. 2 hours later, well, nope, it didn't work. Did I miss a C name? What's going on here? Because one of those things you do, like, at a company, you'll set up a website, unless they're a weird company that's not weird, unless they're a company that's setting up like a bunch of, what's the word I'm looking for? Where you, it's something lead generation. Unless you're making a lot of lead generation pages, you're probably setting up like, you know, the domain wire up for something once every year. Now, if you got a lead generation situation, you're probably spinning up a website every other week. Cached an old version, didn't realize it, hate it. Well, that's the, there's an old dev joke, which I do apologize for everyone who's not in the dev circles, because you're gonna be like, what? I gotta really make sure I think about it ahead of time so I get the joke right, because it's been a while since I've done it. Aw, man. I'm blanking on the air and I feel real dumb. That's literally the one I'm going for, Burning Sun. I was, right, off by one error. My brain was going indexing error, which is not the same thing. And that's what I was struggling with, was the off by one errors. I was trying to remember the name for it. But yes, it is a dev classic. So you got two problems in dev work: naming things, cache invalidation, and off by one errors. Because index 0 is a thing.
And all you need to know for non-devs is basically there's a thing called indexing an array. All it is a collection of stuff. So you might say, like, I'm going to store a bunch of numbers. I'm going to store 5 numbers. When you index by 0, which is what a lot of programming languages does, you'll have your index, and you'll have the 0 value. That is a value. So if I'm going to have an array of 5 things, I have an array that has 4 for its length, because 0 is a value. Like, or if it has a length feature, we'll say like 5, but you get the idea. So it is one of those things that you'll forget 0 or whatever and get yourself in trouble. And that, like, to me, because all the languages I did most of the time did index 0, I got used to that. And then I'd find a language that I'm doing that does not index by 0, and that crap always threw me for a loop. Alright, so we have 11,529, so that means it'd be at 5,764. 5,764. Alright. Let's collect that. And obviously, it's after dark. You hate case-sensitive languages? I prefer my languages to be case-sensitive. That's going back to, like, strongly typed and not strongly typed and that kind of thing. That's over the many years I've been doing software development, I've witnessed there is like an ebb and flow in what practices are preferred and what practices are not, what's in favor, what's not in favor. And genuinely the way I would put it is what ends up happening is it seems to be you go for somewhere between 5 and 10 years that you'll have like strongly typed languages are popular, everyone is moving to them and doing those, and then over time that slowly goes from being popular to everyone can't stand them. And so then you'll get not strongly typed languages will start building up in popularity. And now it'll go for like 5 or 10 years. And then people get frustrated about how wishy-washy the languages are, and they'll just wish that there's a little bit more stricter syntax, and then slowly they'll start penduluming back to the strongly typed. And I've watched that pendulum go back and forth throughout my career. And the answer is they both have pros and cons. And it's, you do the language for a while, and that con starts to become a frustration, and you start noticing that that's the pro on the other side of the fence, so you climb over to the other side of the fence, you get that pro, and then after the while you start facing the con of that side, and that starts to become a frustration, and you climb back over to where you started. Not the same individuals. Usually it's people entering and exiting, that kind of thing. But it is an observation that I've had that there is definitely an ebb and flow in the way languages work, that people do tend to kind of move to the grass is greener. That every language has its strengths and weaknesses. Let's see, that's yeah, it's one of the first things you learned in your first class is you start counting at 0. Yep. Let's see. Lua technically indexes anything, but internally it runs faster at index 1. Interesting. Let's see, applying class. Let's see, XKCD made an episode on strongly typed languages with maybe a $sign or such thing as a starting variable is essentially versus untyped languages. Yeah, there's absolutely pro and con. So it's usually strongly typed versus inferred languages. But yeah, about them alternating I don't know how to pronounce that. Basically just going back and forth. Yeah, no, it's 100% a thing that like genuinely I've watched.
Like, I'll be working in a programming language and, like, JavaScript will be blowing up, and then everyone gets frustrated about the fuzziness that JavaScript has, and they'll be like, no, let's go to .NET or whatever the flavor of the week is. Let's go to this one with a strongly typed. Oh, thank goodness. Now when I make a string, I know it's a string. When I make an integer, I know it's an integer, and I don't have to worry about, like... Man, JavaScript is the one I always beat up on, which is a little unfair for me. Like, a little unfair to JavaScript. But, like, you go with that, and you'll have, like, okay, I have a number, and I'm using it in this way. Well, now it's being interpreted as a string. Okay, well, I'm using a number, and I'm using it this way. Well, now it's going to be treated as an integer. Well, I'm using a number, and I'm doing this. Well, now it's a double. And it's all the same value. It's just, like, where am I putting the quotation marks and all that sort of stuff. And once you understand, like, the weird quirks and nuances of JavaScript, it's fine. But then later you're like, you know what I want to do? I want to tell JavaScript, do you know what that is? It's an integer. If I try to use it as anything that isn't an integer, tell me to go fly a kite because it's an integer. Case sensitivity is just the machine being a jerk? Not necessarily. There are places that case is very important. And that's not just because arbitrary strictness. But yeah, that's fine. Like, everyone has their different preferences in languages. You started coding with ADA95. I have no idea what that is, to be honest. Very strongly typed. No, this is not the way I should go. Actually, we're gonna turn around. This is definitely not the way I should go to where I want to be. Like, the stop at the gas station was fine. I just left the gas station in the wrong direction. Yeah, no, I definitely, in my career, I have had a very strong preference for strongly typed. I find when I go into languages that are not strongly typed, I get very frustrated with them. To be fair, part of that is most of the languages that are not strongly typed, I usually find a lot of their toolkits to be way less, way less functional, like being able to drill in and get information in a lot morning. You don't mind strongly typed languages, but sometimes you don't want to and just want to work at a problem before setting up types. Yeah, and that's fair. Like, that's the pro and con kind of thing. Let's see, most conversations do that with just the letter case. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? The strongly typed protects the person from their own mistakes, you feel? Yep. For those who don't know, Azrael, another content creator, also been doing a lot of Farming Simulator 25. Doing a very similar challenge to what we're doing, which, to be clear, I got the idea for this challenge from them, kind of came up with the idea of what they're doing and made my own adaptation of it. It's going pretty good. We are staying ahead of our debts, which is the dream. Slowly expanding our tools. But yeah, no, it's been going pretty well. But yeah, so Azrael does play a bunch of simulation games, not just Farm Sim. So if you're looking for sim games, you can find it over there. Yeah, no, it's going pretty good. I did find, so off stream, I was messing with the same challenge to like take like just a different strategy just to compare. I am a little salty that the one I did off stream, I started with the tractor that has like the super cheap sprayer you can get for it. That was like, what was it, like FarmCon 24 or whatever was that one. And yeah, it just about bankrupted me getting it. But having one of the cheapest ways to get a fully kitted spraying setup, and just the sheer money I was able to make with that, versus we went with the cultivator here, which has worked fine, but it's definitely nowhere near as lucrative. I'm like, man, I'm a little jealous at how well that one worked, considering I can't afford to pivot. So like our current goal is that we're aiming for a tractor that's about 90,000. It'll be double the horsepower so I can get better equipment. Let's see. Yeah, so, slowly chat made you finance everything you could possibly need at once. The advantage is I know your outgoing is going to be for the next 2 years.
Yeah, so I originally was gonna try and start with $0 and then depending heavily on leases, and just had real bad luck with the Deadwood, so I did a mulligan and restarted and gave myself 100,000 instead, with not being allowed to lease anything. So I gotta save up for every piece of equipment I have. It's been rough. Now, granted, I do feel like the financing also has a lot of difficulty because now you're paying on it constantly. So it's just another debt to add to the pile. So pros and cons. Also, chat does really like to be like, just get the next thing, just get the next thing, just get the next thing. Don't worry, money's free, right? I'm being unfair to chat. Ooh, what do we get? Definitely can't afford it, nor does it help me. Ha! Yeah, yeah, we'll just go ahead and jump up to the next at. That's how we'll do this run. We'll go straight up for the next at, and we'll go with that. Get the giant spaceship tractor. The one that folds in the middle. Yeah, right now what I'm aiming for is I'm really hoping we manage to get a tractor to show up on sale that I can snag like a 240, 260 horsepower tractor for like 50,000 or something. Because I think they have a lot of old machinery mods added. Like, oh yeah, gotcha. I like those mods. I like the mods that add like the 10 horsepower tractor that it's like, okay, you know, what is it good for? Dragging a light trailer? Well, the game's frozen. There it goes. It just really needed a minute on that loan. That loan kind of tripped it up for a minute. It's just like, hang on, loan payments are hard. Math is hard. But yeah, no, I actually like there's a little it comes with the official mods, but there's that little like I think it's a 24 horsepower tractor, utterly worthless for like 90% of the things you'd need to do. But you can put like the tiniest little plow on it to make it work. Actually, you might not be able to do it on this version. Or like the lightest, tiniest little trailer on it. Either or work. And it is kind of one of those things, that tiny microscopic trailer, it can be at least a little useful. To like drag a couple of logs or whatever. Oh yeah, advance to at least 5 a.m. Now let's go for 6. I'm trying to not work in the dark. I need to get a place to sleep on this map. It didn't come with one by default. And so one of the early investments I want to do that's not going to make me any money is to get whatever the tiniest, ittiest, bittiest piece of land is and chuck the cheapest place I could sleep on it is. But I just can't justify it right now. Okay, so we do have cultivating. Before we get into that... Why do you do this to me, game? Alright, yeah, so that's not going to help us at all. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and grab the cultivating contract. We're almost 20,000. So this contract alone will cover our entire... Not literally. It'll be pretty close to my entire loan payment. Okay, so that's field 143. $143 is where? Way down there. Okay, so if I take the road to the south, it'll be my third left. Let's see, you won't be on the precision farming save till next week. Game, you've been following, decided to do a load of content updates and unannounced. Wrecked your hold schedule for the week. Yep. No, that whole one. Oh, wait, it's turned right. Either way, we're going south and we're turning in a little bit. Yeah, no, I've seen a bunch of games are all updating. I'm getting real excited for Roadcraft coming up in, like, I think it's literally a week. Well, I guess now technically it's a day under a week. So I think my plan for the coming week is probably Timberborn tomorrow, because I want to do the dare drops for it. Then I've got my days off, which I may or may not have off, all depending on what we decide to do. And then from Saturday to Monday, I'll probably break out some SnowRunner, just to get us into the Roadcraft mood. Yep, dare drops for Roadcraft as well. Yep, looking forward to that. Okay, is it that? Yeah, so cut through this intersection, and it's the next right after this. Yeah, no, I'm definitely looking forward to Roadcraft in a big way. Then it's TwitchCon, then it's a new DLC for Farm Sim drops soon as we get back. Yeah, so I'm not going to be at Rotterdam, unfortunately. There is plans. I originally not planned to go to San Diego this year, but that is likely happening. Just gotta wait till, like, tickets happen and all that kind of stuff to make that all happen. It'd be really nice to do Rotterdam. It's just kind of tough to justify all the travel. Because we got me and my wife too are doing an anniversary thing towards the end of the year. You know, this year we're probably going to be going to San Diego, and then doing that all around content creation is pretty rough. All right. Okay, so our turn should be coming up here in just a minute. Is the big, let's see, the big issue with the Farm Sim DLC is you miss the early access weekend because you won't be here, pain in the butt. Yeah. Well, it's saying you feel like starting to code by learning a strongly typed language helps avoid falling into a lot of bad habits. Yeah. So I wonder if any streamers you watch will take on Dune Awakening. It looks promising, but also not a game you want to play yourself. Yeah, I've seen a handful of people play it. Like, it looks interesting. It also, you know, in a lot of ways feels like, you know, just another survival crafter. I think the big draw to it is, one, the Dune IP with the worms and all that. That's certainly a draw within its own right. The second one is just like, it's vaguely doing kind of a MMO-esque survival crafter. So kind of like Once Human is doing, or is doing. For me, that you know, MMO-esque side of it, while I understand that's a draw for a lot of people, to me that's more of something I don't really want. Because usually what I found with those types of games is you just wander around and there's just bases littering the landscape everywhere. So it kind of takes me out of it a lot. Chance to pwn the noobs. I mean, I don't really care about that part one or the other, I guess. Let's see, you watched some Dune for the beta. It wasn't fun to watch. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, for me, I didn't tune into very much personally. But that's because, like I said, for me, that whole MMO-esque multiplayer thing really doesn't kind of fit what I'm looking for. I used to play a lot of MMOs way back, but nowadays I'd rather have my own little sandbox to play in with friends, not have to deal with a whole bunch of others. In my understanding, unless something changed, they weren't going to have private servers. Which they may have changed that. I haven't kept up with the game, so that could be entirely wrong. Yeah, you think most channels will drop after a week or so? Yeah. I'm suspecting it'll be kind of in the same ballpark as Once Human. Where there'll be some channels who they go hard on it for a good long while, but the vast majority of them will kind of dip their toes in, kind of check it out for a week maybe or so, and then, you know, dip out. Dune's not for me. Yeah, I was never big on the Dune IP. Like, I don't have a problem with it. Just, like, I watched the movie and all that, but it was just never one of those ones that, like, really held my attention. Like, it's an interesting universe, and the worms are cool. It's like Elder Scrolls Online. Some people visit it from time to time. Yeah, that's what I would imagine. Because, like, for them to really allow you to do stuff to the scale necessary to, like, give it that really long staying power, I feel like that almost works directly against the MMO aspect. So if we think of games like Sons of the Forest, those kind of games. Did you reset this again? Please don't do that. So you look at, like, games like Sons of the Forest or whatever. You know, yeah, there's going through the story and there's a draw there, sure. But there's also the draw in Sons of the Forest for, like, building your, like, big elaborate base and all that, or like Valheim, you know. Sure, you can go through and defeat the big, you know, bosses and all that can be a thing. But for, like, the really long stay stuff, a lot of that is, like, building, like, overly ridiculous bases and all that. You know, where you've got yourself, like, your own little town and everything happening. And I do feel like with the MMO thing, it really restricts your ability to do that. If you want another good example, like Fallout 76. Fallout 76, when it first released, you were pretty limited on what you could build your settlement house, whatever you wanted to call out. You could basically make like a glorified house. Now granted, over time, they gave you like an underground vault thing you could build that was much more significant, that really kind of alleviated that. But when it first happened, there's thing. Hey, thank you, was that, yeah, Game Time with Eric. Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Can we get a shout out for Game Time with Eric? Also playing some Farm Sim 25. So, I understand you gotta raid and run. If so, you know, do what you gotta do to get that self-care. But obviously, you are welcome to stay here. But, what'd you get up to in Farm Sim today? And how did it all go and all that? But, welcome in, raiders. So for those looking for some Farm Sim 25, you can go check it out over there with Game Time with Eric. Let me go ahead and I will check that channel out later, because this is my first time getting to meet someone new and all that. So always good to bring that in. But yeah, like if you're not in a rush to like get to bed or get food or pick up the kids or whatever you got going on over there, like what do you got going on in your Farm Sim run? Anything fun or exciting going on? How's that going? All that good stuff. But for the raiders popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That record was 135,120 zombies killed in one character on one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on sweaty tryhard settings. But that said, you'll notice the past tense on that, which is I no longer have that record, but I did have it for a while. And otherwise, I play a lot of simulation, settlement builders, tycoon, like a whole range of stuff. Little, you know, really good times with a lot of that. And let's see, what do we got going on here? Fairly new farm going. Had a hard economy with $0 starting, so fun so far. You doing like the you just doing a rags to riches or a full-on survivor, man? And if you don't know what those are, that's totally fine as well. I have zero idea what level of experience you have with the game. Because that's normally the challenge I like to do is the Survivor Man challenge, which is, you know, the $0. Gotcha. Yeah, so Rags to Riches is just you start with $0, and build up from there. So like not a lot of specific rules around it. Survivor Man challenge is like a specific flavor of the Rags to Riches. That usually you'll choose a map that has very close to nothing on it. So like for Farm Sim 22 it'd be like No Man's Land. For Farm Sim 25 it'd be Calm Lands, Frontier. One of those are ones where you got basically a buy-sell point, and then just there's the map with trees and open fields or whatever. With Survivor Man, you usually give yourself the bare minimum required to make literally any money whatsoever, because there's usually not contracts to do.
So give like yourself a chainsaw, one plot of land, and maybe a truck, and go build from here. Hardest economy settings on either one, but and a lot of people who do the Survivor Man challenge have put a whole bunch of additional restrictions. Like, so when I do Survivor Man challenge, no loans, no leases, all that. So you're just doing rags to riches. Nothing wrong with like it being just the rags to riches. It's a good run. It's a lot of fun. I very much like the starting with 0. We're doing a little bit of a different challenge. Normally I start from 0 in a lot of my challenges as well. I really like the Survivor Man rags to riches, that style play. But after talking with Azrael, I got convinced to try a different challenge, which it has a lot of the same experience in that you'll have like the slow build up. Well, I guess with Rag to Riches, if you're allowing loans and all that, it's not as slow. But otherwise, you know, if you don't take loans, it's a very slow burn. But with this one, it's a little different in that we started with $100,000. Doesn't sound too bad, hard economy and all that. There's just one really big thing, and there's this tab up here from a mod called Enhanced Loans, and you'll notice something here. I started with $100,000, but $1 million in debt, which I have to pay about $19,000 a month to keep the bank from coming after me. So I started with $100,000 in my pocket, and underwater on a loan $900,000. I'm also making it so I'm not allowed to lease stuff. And we're working with that, and we're just making it happen. So every single month, I gotta get basically $19,000 sitting in the bank, or bad things happen. So we're figuring it out. You're currently doing no loans? Yeah, I think honestly I enjoy that gameplay for Farm Sim a lot more than taking the loans. Like the leases here or there, whatever. Just because you can kind of bootstrap really fast with the loans. With the lack of loans, it is one of those things that you fight and claw and you go and like, I got my little tractor. Like, it's like I got my 100 horsepower tractor that everyone else skips because they can afford to just skip it. And you're like, cool, I got my tractor and I got a trailer on it. We could do stuff now. I got my little tractor, I got like a lawnmower thing and a foraging wagon. And we're gonna go pick up like $7,000 worth of grass and sell grass again and again. To slowly carve away enough money to get like a slightly better mowing front, or being able to like get a baler so I can start doing silage or whatever. I like that slow build up. To me that's more interesting than the runs where you can just instantly give yourself like $100,000, or sorry, like give yourself like $1 million, and then just immediately jump into a large tractor and have like the basic equipment to completely run a field. Grass is like hay, right? Yeah, hay is dry grass. Not to be mistaken for straw, which is a totally different thing. Yeah, no, that's I don't do a lot of Twitch integration stuff, but yeah, no, that one sounds terrible, Azrael. Because the worst thing they could do is they could just like buy you a cultivator and you're like, okay, and then they could buy you another cultivator and you're like, alright, come on. And then they can buy you another cultivator and you're like, I don't need those. Let's see, you're so stoked to see the AgroStar 8.31 available for like 60 something though. Decent small tractor. The funny thing is, we've actually been talking about it. I believe that's the same tractor that we were talking about as our next target tractor. Because right now I've got a cultivator, I've got the hoe, and I've got a mower to give me the availability to do a handful of contracts just to keep ahead of our loan. And the problem is the tractor I have right now has 140 horsepower, and that's enough to be able to do some of the tasks on a very simple level, but not really at any meaningful scale. Versus the tractor you're talking about, which I believe is right here. That one's about 90,000,
and it's the 230 horsepower, I believe it was. Yeah, 230 horsepower. That would open up our possibilities a lot, and at a fairly reasonable price. It's also, unlike the tractor I'm using right now, my tractor doesn't have a front connector I can work with on it, just a back, which does limit me quite a bit as well. And the AgroStar does have both a front and a back connection to it. So a very, very solid upgrade for us, while being, you know, for a medium tractor, a bargain. So that's kind of the thing we're working on here, is trying to get enough money ahead of all of that stuff that we can get that going. So you started with the Agro 58K for 160 horsepower, so I could do most of the basic bits equipment. Yeah, the save I was doing offline to tinker with this afterwards, I got the Fendt Xylon 524, and I'll show you why in just a minute, as we get around this corner. We're apparently really slowing down, even though I have plenty of horsepower for this. Oh, we're gonna be fine. Yeah, so we were getting the Fendt Xylon because, like, it's a decent amount of horsepower, 147, so about the same horsepower I have for a couple thousand more. But we got a front and back connector. It's a really weird looking tractor, and you might wonder why. But if we actually look at the combinations it's got, it actually has a super cheap sprayer to it, and a super cheap tank that you need to make that sprayer usable at all. Really inexpensive. So really what you're buying is a glorified sprayer for a tractor there that just happens to be able to hook up some other things. For that offline save, that has been amazing, because we are doing the precision farming mod, and it is really, really been good. Not quite as high of horsepower you could get for the same dollar, and if you hook it up for the precision farming mod to have the thing where it targets the weeds and all that, you know, it basically wipes out your 100,000, but then you use, like, I did a whole field, and I think I used 50 liters of herbicide, which is basically nothing. And the Redneck Mechanic also playing some Car Mechanic Simulator 2018. Thanks so much for that raid, I really do appreciate it. Welcome in, Raiders. And I missed a message up there. Let's see, it's amazing with the performance farming mod, but the Asara kit is super expensive. Oh yeah, no, that's like, to give you an idea where you get that thing, so you get all excited and you're like, all right, so you got that, and no problem, you know, 60,000 or whatever it is. You get the sprayer and all that. Cool. So you're only on about 60,000. Let me get the weed thing. Oh, that's $30,000. So the tool is $4,000, and the sensors on it is another like $29,000. But you go in there and then you put herbicide in it, and I made the mistake in the off stream run that I was like, okay, let me get 2 containers of herbicide. I'm probably gonna need that to do this field. And then I finished the field. I'm like, I used like 50 liters of herbicide out of the 4,000 liters of herbicide I bought. No problem. Absolutely, raid and run. You have yourself good. Thank you again for the raid. Oh, Car Mechanic Simulator? New Car Mechanic Simulator teased by Playway? Gotcha. But yeah, so it's like, it's really slick stuff. But man, yeah, like to get the Fendt, just like the base model of that, with these two and the kit on it, you're at like $9,200 or $92,000. Just gotta chug the rest. No sense in letting it go to waste. But yeah, that's the thing. Because on that save, where this one I made I'm not gonna call it a mistake. We made the strategy because cultivating you can do kind of year round. It's like, cool, we'll just work on the cultivating. It's not the fastest. The pay's relatively good without being amazing. But, you know, it is something that year round I could find work for. First, if I was able to get into harvesting, you only get a couple months of harvesting any specific crop. So that's a very limited window you can work with. The weeding and hoeing is another one that there's only a couple of months out of the year that's available. So it was one of those things, and I think the first thing I grabbed is the weeding and the hoeing because those contracts are available. So I just tried to make that happen. That actually didn't pan out for us; those still haven't paid for themselves. But the cultivating has paid for itself hand over fist, and then the grass mowing has also paid for itself a little bit. Because you can afford to add the sensors on your sprayer, you're not allowed to modify the kit you finance. You gotta wait 2 in-game years before you can get the sensors. Yeah. I mean, this run we're not doing it, but not yet at least. I definitely want to make that happen. Because also, the more I get of those, like, wide range of tools, the better suited... The wide range of tools, the better suited we are, one, so that no matter what time of year it is, I can do something to keep the builds pace. That's the most important one. And then the second one is if I can manage to set aside enough money, then I have the potential opportunity of getting my own stuff going. I don't have a rule that says I can't own land before I pay off my debt, but if we're being realistic, I can't own land before we pay off our debt by a pragmatic reason, not even a rules reason. Like, I'm gonna have to set aside like $100,000 to buy the land, and then I have to have all the equipment to do something on the land, and then realistically I put all that time into that and I'm gonna get paid like $20,000 or something for it. Cart before the horse? Yeah, basically. Like, getting enough to be able to do... So yeah, you decide against that rule in the end, because it wouldn't get you anywhere, and you need the land to get a house on the map. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at as well. I kind of wish that I had kind of, you know, wink wink, nudge nudge, cheated and like got a tile of land so that I'm not allowed to do anything on this land and just put the house there so I could sleep. So don't do anything that it makes me money, and arguably it'd lose me money because I'd lose like $5 or $12 to the house every month. But you know, just to have that. Car Mechanic Simulator sounds interesting. I've seen a couple like car mechanic simulation style games in the past. Most have been relatively decent. I still want a game that's like My Summer Car, but not cursed. And not have a troll dev. So just a game where you have like, you know, your car that you start with basically barely functional, not functional, and then you have to like go work, get like, you know, get some parts, shove it in your car, and then, you know, your car, like, I'm down for it to like wear out unreasonably fast and all that kind of stuff, and you work your way up. Not cursed? Yeah, my whole thing with My Summer Car is I gave that a good couple of goes, but it was just, there was a lot of decisions that were just really meant to troll. And those ultimately made me bounce. Like, there was a lot I liked about it, but then was stuff like, you know, we were doing permadeath for a while, and then people were like, yeah, well, we don't really want to see you kind of go through this whole process again. I'm like, okay, cool, we'll do non-permadeath. And I could have waited and been totally safe. I'm like, yeah, it's not permadeath. I'll try and see if I can't get, you know, with my little motorcycle moped thing, see if I can't get to where I need to go real fast while the rally race is going on. And I got killed, which is about what you expect. Because the alternative was for me to basically stand around and waste time. And so I got killed. I'm like, well, that's fine. I'm non-permadeath, and I woke up at the hospital. And then I realized I was going to have to wait like 20 in real life minutes for the bus to show up. To then wait like 10 in real life minutes on the bus, where I had to know the map well enough to figure out when to get off the bus. And then walk another 10 minutes. And it's kind of one of those ones you just stared at and be like, okay, so hang on. Because I died, I have to spend 40 in real life minutes to get back to doing something. It's like, this is not good as a content creator. But see, you did add a better contract mods. The mod will allow you to take up to 10 contracts at a time, and get discounts at fields the more contracts for the person you do. You set low so you only get like a 2% discount on the contracts, up from 20. Yeah, no, I can imagine. Yeah, people are like, oh yeah, non-permadeath, my summer car is awful. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I had been playing and enjoying like the early game. My big thing I ran into. Let's see. Heads up said something earlier. You have the season pass, but the Nexa and McDonald weren't included. Wait, the Nexa and the McDonald were not included in the season pass. I thought they were. I mean, if they aren't, like, I'm sorry for misinforming. Because I was under the impression that the season pass would be like all of the DLC released, you know, for the first year, that kind of thing. Hey, Lucky Chimera, how's it going? That's weird because, like, oh, the McDon is not, but the Nexac Plains and Prairies is. I see. So it's just the McDon. Okay. Okay, I can see that. Because I think the McDon... Okay, yeah, the McDon probably was one of the, like, you buy the special edition or whatever of the game. Gotcha. So I just need to make sure to be aware of that in the future when I'm mentioning it to people. Let's see, it didn't give you the Nexat on Steam. Gotcha. So it should have. Because like I said, usually it's like 2 or 3 packs and then the expansion that come with the season pass. Yeah, no, if you got the season pass, you should get the Nexat DLC, because I'm pretty sure that would be one of the included packs. So if you didn't, something is not right there. Sorry about that. Because, like I said, usually the season pass is like 2 or 3 packs and then the expansion. And then you'd get, like, the next season would come up. So yeah, that's, I do not know why that is. But I'm pretty sure you were supposed to get access to the Nexat on Steam. So with the season pass, to be clear, in your UI, I don't think you'll actually see, like, I don't think you'll see that it will say you have the Nexat DLC, like, on the Steam thing. You'll have the season pass. But if you go in the game and you scroll all the way to the bottom, if you see the Nexat down there, or actually, you don't even need to go that far. When you go to the screen, when you go to, like, load or start a saved game, if you see it there, I believe it would be there. But yeah, no, I don't know how the UI looks for that. I mean, no, I'm pretty sure I have the season pass. Yeah, look in the mod hub as well. Yeah, you can check to see if you see it in the mod hub if you just search for Nexat. Because it could be that you have it, but it's just not installed kind of thing. I could see that as a possibility. Trying to remember. Because I'm trying to remember, because I got the season pass and everything. So yes, I'm trying to remember how it actually interfaced when I grabbed it. But yeah, definitely if you don't have it and you've got the season pass, I would bring it up with support. You go through Giants Launcher, so they send you the packs. Yeah, so they send me the pack for the base game, and I did that like for the early access and all that. I very much prefer Steam, so I actually did buy the game separately afterwards because, like, I'm glad you gave me this so I could check it out early and all that. But also, I have zero desire to play a game that I can't launch through Steam. And yes, I realize I could, like, map it up with Steam to, you know, make that work and yada yada yada. It's just one of those things that, like, I'm like, nah, man, I want my Steam achievables. You know, achievables that live in their own, like, void. Not really my thing. I know none of it matters, but it's just my preference. It's one of the reasons I never expect to have, like, the higher levels of Giants partners, because I don't really... Like, I'll mention you can buy it on their platform directly, often for cheaper, but I usually don't really go out of my way because... I don't know, hypocritical is probably too strong a word. It's just not my preference to use third-party launchers. Yeah, no, I totally get it. Like, getting the game for free. Like, if it wasn't a game I played as much as Farm Sim, yeah, I would use the free thing and I wouldn't pay for it. But for me, it was just one of those things of like, nah, man. I want this on Steam. Oh, that's right. That's right, I've been getting the DLC through Dare Drops. That's right, that's what I've been doing. Like, each time the expansion comes out, I do the Dare Drops. Yeah. For you, it's just annoying. Paradox moved the same model with their mods. Yeah. I don't like third-party launchers. Yeah, like the one that really got me disliking the multiple launchers was EA's Origin and Ubisoft's Uplay. I didn't play a ton of their games after they made that move. I think it was like The Division was kind of the one that was my last. Was it The Division? Maybe it's Destiny. There's one of the ones that was Uplay that, you know, you would start the game and it would launch like the separate launcher. So you had Steam and the separate launcher running and the game running. And it was just like, why the hell am I doing this? You're like, oh, so you can do the social component. Yeah, there's this thing called Steam. Frickin' use it. Like, I don't mind if I have to create an account on your platform because you're going to store my data on your servers and all that. I get it. But, like, you can just go through Steam and then have your connection to your server. It's fine. Don't make me launch your launcher's launcher. Like, and I know some people's like, why do you make a big deal? It's like, man, I just don't want it. I distinctly remember the moment I was able to go from AOL Instant Messenger and Yahoo Instant Messenger and MSN Instant Messenger and ICQ and just load Trillion, which later got renamed Pigeon. I thought that was the greatest thing ever. Because I was so past tired of booting. Like, I'd start my computer up and be like, all right, time to load all my things to communicate with my friends because there's just no getting everyone on the same platform, apparently. And I thought that was wonderful. And so when everyone is on Steam, I'm like, this is great. Everyone's on Steam. I have one place. I don't have to do this stupid multi-platform nonsense anymore. And then, you know, years later, suddenly we've got Origin and Uplay and Microsoft Store and all these other ones because everyone wants their cut. And it's just like, you know what? I understand the business reason you're doing this. That doesn't mean I don't hate it. Why is my tractor struggling so much? We've been using this thing the whole time. It's not a bad state of repair. Like, is this one field just like... Am I visually just not seeing that it's like weirdly... Because it looks flat. So you wish Valve would forbid everyone from acquiring a third-party launcher on their Steam release? I would be on board. I would be absolutely A-okay. That's like, hey, you know, rule going forward all future Steam games. When you hit launch game, it needs to launch the game. No middle step. Okay, well, take that back. One middle step. The only middle step permitted is just like first time configuration stuff, because that's necessary for certain engines. But outside that, you know, just launch the game. Like no third party launchers or anything else allowed. It just, you want to do Destiny or something like that? It needs to go straight into Destiny, and you can have it connect to your social and your other garbage and all that. But no booting up the launcher that's got your news thing and all that crap and all whatever. That then I have to wait for, you know, I've got my game installed, and then it goes over to, like, and thank you for the follow, like, the nonsense where you're like, okay, I'm going to be streaming this game later, let me install the game, cool, the game's installed, and you go and do whatever, and you're like, a little bit before streaming, you go to boot up the game, and then a launcher opens, and then it's installing the game in their launcher, that you already installed like 60-something gigabytes on Steam, but it's apparently not the same 60 gigabytes that is the rest of the game. And you're just like, no, I don't, this is terrible, I don't accept this. This is garbage. I've not bought a game from Ubisoft or EA in a long time, honestly, specifically because of that kind of stuff. Then, honestly, not as many games interest me as they used to make, because a lot of their games are just re-releasing the same game with a new story again and again. That's a separate issue, though. Let's see, with Ubisoft, some games you buy on Steam, it installs Ubisoft Launcher, and then the games can't be played because Ubisoft stopped supporting it and turned off the servers. Yeah. I would absolutely be on board with the idea that, like, I like the idea about having a certain amount of, when you buy a game, there's a certain obligation to keep the games alive. I understand stuff like MMORPGs that's not realistic, and that's fair. But stuff like when you're playing a game that's effectively a single-player game like Assassin's Creed, and it's like, sorry, you can't play, you know, the server's offline, and you just kind of stare at them and be like, you know this is a single-player game, right? Like, I do personally feel like if you've paid, they have an obligation to make it able to have an offline mode if they shut down the servers. Or, I mean, honestly, I don't think you should have the internet connection required in the first place. But regardless, they shouldn't be able to just, like, artificially be like, your game, get it out of here. Like, it's one thing, again, if the game has a bunch of functionality that requires the servers to work, and then without that functionality, like, the game would suck or whatever, okay, I get it. I understand. But when it's a game that's like, what does the online component do? Oh, it changes the numbers on the economy. Okay, so when you shut down your servers, just send an update that hard codes the economy to a certain numbers, or adds, like, it randomly adjusted them between a range every N amount of time. You know, some like, quick and dirty patch. But yeah, I know there's been a lot of moves over the preservation of games and, you know, consumer rights things and all that kind of stuff. Because, like, even, like, most countries actually have a rule against forced obsolescence. And usually what that involves is, like, if you have, for example, a phone. Forced obsolescence would be, you would have, like, coded in the phone that every 10 years it reduces the CPU power of the phone until it doesn't work anymore. Like, it's not something wrong with the phone, it's like literally the phone, just software just tells it to run worse until it doesn't function anymore. Or another thing of just taking a game and then, or like taking a product and then forcefully making that product brick after a certain period of time, or otherwise turn off features or whatever unless you buy the new version. There's lots of restrictions. Yeah, no, Apple was literally doing that. Apple was like, oh, but this is for battery life thing. And I think they genuinely were trying to do what they should have done. They're like, no, we want to preserve the battery life so your phone keeps working. But because it was, like, hidden from the customer and non-optional and everything, they got a lot of flack for that. I think the workaround is I think they made it so you could turn it on and off or something like that. I don't know, I haven't used an Apple iPhone in forever. But yeah, no, Apple got caught doing that exact thing. And they're, like, that's the thing. There was a certain amount of reasoning for why it was that way. Is that what they should be doing or anything else like that? I don't know. I'm not an engineer involved in that. But so you love that there was a time when everyone created their own shop and launcher to avoid paying Valve 30%, then ran back to Steam to sell their games. Oh yeah, no, it was a big thing that, like, Origin, you know, EA made Origin, Ubisoft made Uplay. You know, there's the Epic launcher. Everyone is breaking off their own thing. They're like, man, we don't want to give Valve their cut. And a lot of those big companies don't pay the 30%. A lot of those negotiate a better rate because they're that big. You know, once you're at a certain size, you can negotiate different terms. I don't know if that's still the case. But they didn't want to give Valve a cut of their money. They're like, that's 10, 15% or 30% that I could be making. They're like, okay, well, if we pull it off Valve's store, like, we'd have to have a hit of our sales of about 30% or whatever the amount they're paying Valve before we lose money compared to it. And they saw that reduction in purchasing because everyone preferred to just go through their thing, and people got more and more upset with how terrible Origin and all them were. Craven said, Ubisoft had some of the most toxic policies when it came to requiring being online in the game. Doesn't require online capabilities. You remember Settler 7 release, they inadvertently put geo-block on Australia. It bricked your account if you attempted to play the game while that block was in place and the IP locked you. The response to support request is basically too bad. The only solution was to find someone you knew and trusted and gave them account details. Log in your behalf and unbrick the account. Lovely. Yeah, no, it's, like, they were definitely the ones who popularized the always on to authenticate. Like, and I remember people used to make a huge stink. They're like, with Steam you have to log in once every like month or 2 months online at all to keep playing the games back when that was a huge thing. Like, and it didn't mean you had to be connected live at any given point over time. It was just, you just had to have one day that you went online for it to be like, yep, it's still valid. Yeah, SimCity was EA with Origin. That was like one of my last pre-orders, because like I got burned real bad on that one. So I was like, never again pre-order. That was also one of the last EA games I bought. I got 1 or 2 cents then. Thanks. I can't see really well snow, but I guess, you know, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. It is winter. Let's see, Valve was so smug about accusing Valve of robbing devs with the 30% cut, and then they lowered the profit cap to take a cut made with Unreal. Yup. So 100% being in Australia, you're used to paying between $80 to $100 AUD for anything that comes with Ubisoft. You know, its starting price is 120, 150. That's a larger IP like Assassin's Creed. Oh yeah, SimCity for Super Nintendo, where the meta was to use railroad tracks instead of roads, because railroad tracks didn't have traffic and there was no negatives. Where did the plants go? You see white only? It's snowing. And it's annoying because it keeps snowing and it keeps covering up where I've been cultivating, and it's making it much harder to see. I always have had snow on, it's just usually during the winter months I don't have much to do, so we tend to rush through them pretty quick. Yeah, no, snow looks good. Like, it's amazing. I'm just usually moving on forward. I am hoping it gets warm enough that the snow melts before I start backtracking for just visibility's sake of being able to see where things happened. Was it at the time? Lots of culture wasn't prevalent here in Australia. Yeah. I know people like to make fun of the people sue for anything. But then there's definitely those cases like that where, you know, you buy a product and you can't use it, and all that garbage are like, no, I think that's fair. You know, granted, you know, suing a company as an individual and all that ends up being a colossal waste of your time most of the time. But then when you have like those big class actions that go against a company for that kind of thing, whether or not you as an individual benefit much from it, yeah, as Captain Pirate saying, it's usually enough of a legal hassle and cost to the company that they just kind of want to make it go away. So it is a way to pressure a company into, you know, behaving. Even though when the, you know, the class action's done, they'll be like, okay, here's your $1.50 for your part of it. You're like, cool, man, I really don't care about the $1.50. I just don't want them to do that thing, you know, again. They don't want attention to it? Yep. That's entirely. It's about creating a big PR stink. And then a lot of times the class action, when whatever they were doing ends up getting into discovery, things in the discovery get real messy for companies. That's where a lot of the really awful stuff that companies have done to keep on the down low, it's usually in discovery from some kind of suit, whether it's class action or otherwise. A lot of dirty laundry gets aired during discovery when, you know, when the lawyers get involved with scraping through all the relevant things, you start finding all the skeletons in the closet, all the really, really gross stuff there. It's also good when those things go through as well, because then the next time, it's also like along the lines of Captain Pirate saying. So Captain Pirate saying it sets a precedent, makes it easier for things to be arbitrated in the future. But it's also one of those things that when someone's doing something wrong, whether it's a major company or an individual, even if what you're doing is not going to be particularly actionable, but they will get in trouble for it, like on writ, it's still sometimes worth going through that. Because then in the future when they do something wrong again, you've now got that it's not just a one-off, it's a pattern. So when they go, oh, it was a misunderstanding, it was a one-time deal, I'd be like, no, it's not. I got the receipts here. You've been doing this for a while. It makes it so the legal system, the court systems tend to be way, way less forgiving and way, way more ready to take action against it. If you show that's like, yeah, this company's got a history of doing anti-consumer behavior, when they get back in trouble, even if it was an honest mistake the second time, they've got a long history of continuing to do that stuff. It makes it so like the next court case they get into ends up going through a lot less in their favor, because it's a lot easier to go, yeah, this isn't a pattern. And that's true outside of this. Like, you know, when you have a person who like trespasses and you're like, you're not going to get anything for it. It's like, no, still press charges, because when they trespass the next person, they do something awful. They now have a history. And if they don't do it again, then it doesn't matter. Let's see, people rarely benefit from it directly. Volkswagen lawsuit was one of where the people affected actually got something out because Volkswagen had to pay out more than the car was worth. Yeah. But in your case with Settler 7, you were lucky enough that your best mate had bought it about 48 hours after you had, so he wasn't bricked. So you just gave him your account details, and he was able to unbrick your account for me. Honestly, you consider Ubisoft more scummy than EA in their practices. Yeah, but comparing the two, I don't know which one I'd think is better or worse. Like, very genuinely. I don't really buy much of their products either way, mostly because a lot of them don't appeal to me as much as they used to. But yeah, they both have their problems. They currently allow states far too much levity overseas lawsuits. You intend to use them as effective precedent in your opinion? The forced arbitration needs to be illegal. Yeah, no, I agree. The big problem with forced arbitration a lot of times the court they put you in is genuinely to the benefit of the person forcing you into arbitration. So it's not really giving you that fair of a shake. I did like, oh man, who was it? Was it AT&T? Forget the individual company, that's not the relevant part. There was a company that, I want to say they were a telco, that they had in their clause that you had to go through forced arbitration. Which for those who don't know what that means, instead of going through the standard court system, you've got a more efficient path that generally, like I said, tends to be more favorable to the one who sets it up. But you know, they were trying to do this lawsuit, and they're like, we want to do a class action. They're like, no, you have to go through forced arbitration, you know, per your terms of service. And they got a group of lawyers together who were like pro bono. It's like, all right, let's play dice. And so, you know, they had some odd 100 or some odd 1,000 accounts, and they're like, okay. And they went through and they filed all of these individual, like several hundred to 1,000 separate individual lawsuits against the major company. And they go, it's like, no, wait, you could do a class action. It's like, nah, man, you said forced arbitration. And just basically completely crippled the poor company's, like, legal team. Because normally what happens is when forced arbitration happens, you just don't have that many people willing to try and go through with it. But actually having people get together and, like, literally put through hundreds of individual lawsuits at the same time became this big headache for the whole thing. And I want to say it was one of those things that they just, like, to make it go away, they just kind of settled or something like that. I don't remember the details of how that ended. But it was one of those, like, hey, this is what you want, that's fine. We could take you to task on this. See, honestly, you have more beef with Ubisoft and Activision Blizzard for the power of use. Yeah, no, there's a lot of, especially a lot of the older gaming companies, a lot of them had that frat boy culture. Not all of them. There were ones who didn't go with that, but there was a lot of that kind of stuff. You know, and part of it's things at the time, not that that excuses it in any way, because once you realize you've got that not okay behavior, that's where you circle back and go, hang on a second. Yes, at the time that this company was founded, some of this stuff was normal and accepted, whether or not it should be, but we're now, and it's still that way, and that's a problem. So we need to get these people out of here. So you agreed. Ubisoft straight up insulting its audience. Ubisoft executives saying gamers need to be comfortable not owning their stuff. Yeah, and I get the sentiment that they're like, hey, you know, games are becoming these live products. You can't own something that's ambiguously moving, and I understand that argument. But definitely it's like, yeah, look, man. Don't, no. Like, having subscription games like MMOs, sure, makes sense, whatever. But it's again, like the Assassin's Creeds and all those that it's like, it's a single player game, man. No, I'm not paying a subscription. It's like Logitech for like 30 seconds being like, yeah, you'll be able to get a subscription mouse someday. Like, no, I want a mouse. I want to pay a monthly fee for my mouse. Piece of hardware. Yeah. You know, talking about like EA keeps buying and closing various studios out of control, or for the IP, just like Microsoft. Yeah, I've stated before, it's my opinion that once you have even a relevant amount of market share in anything, that like mergers, buyouts, all of that should be just straight up off the table. I understand there's a lot of good reasons to allow those things, but I have been in companies, usually on the acquiring side of things, not the acquired, but I have been on the other side. And I can tell you, I've never in all my time seen that where there weren't, like, that it worked out to the benefit of the consumers or the benefit of the employees. Like, I've never witnessed that in my time working in tech. So I would be absolutely A-okay that's like only 10-15% of the market share. Congratulations, you're too big, you're not allowed to merge. And that's not even a software or gaming or anything. That, let's see, your issue with Ubisoft originated with Rocksmith. Let's remove all the digital purchase from Rocksmith 14 because you want to relaunch Rocksmith Plus, which is supposed to be better, but has 1/4 the original content, worse UI, and it costs $20 a month. Such a BS move by Ubisoft. You can still get Rocksmith 14, but you have to buy the physical disc brand new and use the Steam key redemption. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was the thing. When you mentioned Rocksmith, I was like, what happened to Rocksmith? Yeah, I didn't get the new one. I still have, I think it's Rocksmith 14. I haven't booted that up in a long time. But I very much enjoyed that. 100% set that thing up so I could put custom tracks on it. As fast as I could set that thing up. Yeah, Captain Pirate, like, got auto-modded, but it's like, kind of avoid publicly traded game companies. Fiduciary duty doesn't mean you need to be a jerk. Yep. No, that's, in my career, I have been along the ride of a company going IPO a couple of times now. And I've come to accept when a company becomes publicly traded, that is the signal that my time with that company is coming to an end, that I don't want to be there anymore. I've just really been disappointed. You know, once the stakeholders for the company are not the people who care about what the company does, that's
that's when your company stops, being as effective in doing what they need to do to sell to their consumers and in the interest of their consumers and their staff and all that. Because at that point, the people no longer really care about what it is you're doing. They care about the money ticker more than anything. And that's not to say that businesses aren't always worried about the money ticker. They obviously do. That's how you keep your lights on. But there's a difference between, wanting to make money making games or whatever, but caring about games as well, and then wanting to make money making games and not caring about games. Or whatever your product is. The video games and video music, we're able to resell them and give them away. Now it's impossible, not to mention, you can remove access to your account. Yeah. Has you not heard of one good thing about Rocksmith Plus? Other than people that use Ubisoft? Nah, that from what's being described, I've obviously not looked into it. What's being described is it does sound 100% like a money grab. True, but we also have kind of lost the ability to sell software when, as consumers, all dive 100% into the digital age. Yeah. Like, I do know the resale market, both in gaming and software, has really dipped. Like, that there isn't really a used software market anymore. And that's because most licensing agreements make that so you physically can't do that without breaking the licensing agreement. I'm less worried about that. I do know that there is arguments to be made around that. But, like, to me, if everyone's operating on the up and up, buying a used copy of Photoshop or something, to me is like, I don't know, it's I've never been the one to buy much in the way of used software. About the only time I ever bought any used software in my life was I was trying to get hold of the X-Wing like collector's edition because it's the only way to get certain titles here in the US. And I found it at a garage sale in German. I think that was like literally the only one. Let's see, so you put Farm Sim 23 on your Switch wishlist, and now you just need to wait for it to go on sale. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yep. I basically repeated the comment with the thing that Automod jumped on. I just rephrased it to not be as, I guess, harsh would be the word. Not that I don't agree with the sentiment at all. I do 100% agree with the idea, like, hey, just because you're publicly traded so you have a fiduciary obligation, like, that doesn't mean you need to be absolutely awful. There's ways to approach being more profitable without going there. Hey, Whirlwind, how's it going? Let's see, GOG is the only way to buy games and own them. You can download offline installers and back them up. You can legally have them forever. Yeah. Yep, no, I got you, Luxray. I literally agree with what you did. Alright, I'm going to adjust the AC because I am cooking in here. Okay. Also, Rip's Discord going public? Yeah. Yeah, I'm very much dreading that one. Like, and for the record, when companies go public, it's not like you blink and the whole thing catches fire and goes downhill. Not usually. Usually the way it goes is, you know, it goes public and there'll be some period of time that'll go by that they usually won't make any major plays. And then after a little while of being public, then you'll start seeing those like little changes here and there as they try and find ways to better monetize the product, reduce their operating costs, all those kind of things. So it is usually like kind of a slow burn kind of thing, where, you know, over the course of a year or 2 years, it starts getting worse and worse until you eventually hit that threshold that you're finally like, okay, you know, the product's ruined. It's not good anymore. Yeah, no, you're good. There's nothing to apologize about, Luxray. You're good. Yeah, no, I know they've been prepping for a while. They've been trying to add ways to monetize the platform and all that. And for the most part,
most of those haven't caused meaningful negative impacts to Discord. Like, they've been freemium kind of things where it's like, okay, the platform's free, but if you pay, you know, X amount extra dollars, you get this. If you pay X amount extra dollars, you get that kind of thing. Not wholly. There's some stuff they did take back, but it's been mostly things. Let's see. Wait, does that mean you have to pay for Discord? Well, we don't know. All things considered, Lightning, we don't know. But when it does become publicly traded, expect them to try to come up with new monetization strategies. The ideal outcome would be, again, they go for a freemium model, which is we can continue to use it as we have been using it for free, but then they end up at a bunch of upsells. The thing is, that's often difficult to come up, because you have to come up with ideas, they have to execute, people have to want them, yada yada. There's the challenge. Now, in absence of that, they find ways to monetize what they have already got. So taking things that they've already got and finding ways to make money off of that, i.e. ads. And also, they end up doing a lot of effort into reducing operating costs. Yeah, like that's another one. Jaywalker's another one that's on the point, that they could start adding a bunch of file limits that are lower, and a bunch of that kind of stuff. Those are other opportunities that they potentially have. So we don't know what they will do in the future. Like that's the big question mark. And I do suspect, especially with how much people are watching it right now, if it does go like IPO and all that, when it does IPO, I would not expect it to be an overnight, suddenly you just boot up the application and it goes pull out your credit card. I would not expect it to be anything nearly that fast or extreme. Realistically, what'll happen is a little while go by and like, okay, well, we would like to go and take this feature. We're going to introduce it. It costs this much a month. Da 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 da. You can ignore it. You can take it. You can do whatever. Okay. You know, this month, you know, a little while goes by and said, all right, well, we used to have it where you could have like unlimited data. I don't think they do have unlimited. Like you have this data limit on how much you can store on your server. Well, it's too costly for that to operate it. So now you get this much of a limit. And if you want more, you have to pay for it. And you get the idea. So it usually ends up being one of those things that it's kind of like just left and right, these little nick, little cut kind of things that just make the product a little not as good as it was yesterday. See, there are file and server limits without Discord Nitro already, but those might get a lot stricter, lower. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is we don't know what tomorrow holds. But it is one that, for a lot of us content creators, we're all kind of holding our breath. That's like, one, there are a couple different competitors for Discord, but kind of none of them are in a position to really be meaningful from a mainstream side. Like there's I always forget the name. There's one that's a federated platform, kind of like Mastodon is for social networking, but you know, a Discord-esque thing. And then the problem is like having to be like, okay, well, I'm on this server that I have my server on, kind of thing. There's a bunch of ones where you can host your own server, which is kind of going back to what we had before. Yeah, Matrix. I think that's the one. And there's kind of one that's you can locally run it on your own server and people can connect to it. So, you know, the way TeamSpeak and Ventrilo work, where you have to, like, you as an individual have to pay to have a server with X number of people able to connect and yada yada. Kind of going back to those days. Or have the infrastructure to run it yourself. But so you're so scared, to be honest. Discord staff are so friendly, you'd hate to see it go downhill. Yeah. I mean, it is an unfortunate reality in tech. That we've talked about this a bunch of times, that generally the life cycle for the like 95+% of tech companies is usually have the investor phase. The investor startup phase is pretty much you get some injection of funds to make your product, and there'll be prototyping and figuring it out before the investors phase. But basically you come up with a product idea and you're like, okay, get some investors on board to give you money to see your product become a thing. And once you get past that, you get into what's referred to as the growth phase. The growth phase, you are still surviving on investor money primarily.
that someone is bankrolling you. You're like venture capitalist, those kind of things like that. Someone is throwing money at you, just dumping it in the fire so that you can grow your product. And that's the point where you offer your product at like incredible discounts or free or whatever to try and get as many people to hop onto your product as possible, to get your product to be something that they use as their daily driver. And then eventually, and where that eventually comes in really depends on a lot of things, like, are you IPOing? Are your investors starting to get heartburn that they really want to see that money come back? Whatever the thing is that creates that pressure, that it switches over to its profit time. And that's the thing where you take your existing market share you built up over however long, and now you're trying to figure out, okay, I've got 2 billion users. How do I turn those 2 billion users into money? And that's when you start seeing like monetization get heavier and all that kind of stuff. So Discord has been in the growth phase for the longest time. Now that it's IPOing, now we're switching over to the profit phase. And so they're going to have to figure out a way to be profitable. Now, with that, it can be one of those things that you have some companies that do just get themselves profitable. They're not seeking to ever grow. It's very rare that I've seen a company that full-on IPOs that remains the case long. The only exceptions I've seen is sometimes when like they've got that setup where the CEO or whoever controls 55% of the market share and never sells it or whatever, so that you're basically buying into a company that there is one person who is, literally makes all the decision making, and you physically can't override them because they control the vote. Like, no matter what, if you want to bring everyone together and vote against them, they still win because they have the entire vote. And that does happen. But that's not how a lot of it works. A lot of it, early on, the company will keep the majority of the voting shares, but over time they want to convert those into money, so they sell those voting shares away to inject money into the company that they can invest to grow the company. And that over time, those voting shares get distributed farther and farther until, you got that. So I do see that I skipped. So this line left to me, we already did, but the line left of that we didn't do. So it's going to be a little bit of funky lineup. It's not going to be clean. I can't really see because of the snow. But yeah, it is one of those things that it's always a trick. Yeah, you don't need to own the majority to own the vote. Like Meta, for example. Right, you can also have non-voting shares. Right, as Infinity Simplex says, you're basically just a non-voting investor in those IPOs. Yes. And that is the thing, you can have voting and non-voting shares and all that kind of stuff. But usually a lot of times when a company IPOs, the vast majority of the time, the shareholders do get a lot of pressure they can put on the company. Again, depending on circumstances, there's a lot of fuzziness in there. But generally speaking, that does mean the shareholders do end up sitting there keeping a lot of pressure on the company because enough of them can rally to force stuff. The snow makes this rather monotonous. I mean, the snow is pretty, but it does make it really hard to see stuff. Now, granted, the progress is really easy to see. You look at the area that's not white. Now, the good news is the snow should be short-lived. It'll be probably just this 1 month that we'll have the snow. The biggest issue is it's kind of hard for me to see the areas I've already done. Because looking for the white line on the white snow, not the easiest. Alright. There's a white line? Yep. So what happens is when I'm turning, you can't see it right now, but when I'm turning, it'll show the white lines of the paths I can end up following. When I turn enough, the line will turn orange, which means basically, hey, do you want to lock onto that line? And then I hit my button that would be the same button you'd make like the worker take over. Then with that, I can be like, hey, this is the line I want you to be on. And it turns green when I lock it on, and then we follow it to the other end.
So it's only when you're turning on, and then the lines I've already done, there'll be a gray line instead of a white line. But yeah, so it is one of those things that once you IPO, there is a very significant pressure that people can put on. Why not make the AI do this fully since you can't see? The AI charges money. I have to pay the AI. Let's see, George Netta mostly has non-voting shares, and Z other central people own voting shares. Oh yeah, I have no idea the breakup of specific companies and all that, but yeah, and there's a lot of that kind of stuff. Yeah, and because we're on the hard economy, the worker charges a pretty decent amount. Definitely enough it can be worthwhile with a lot of stuff. But where we are kind of a little bit on the struggle money-wise, that can end up being a lot of money, especially right now. Like, if it had a much larger cultivator behind here, it'd be way easier to justify. But the longer it works, the more it costs. Let's see if there's any discounts in the meantime. I mean, we got a semi-truck, but that's not useful by itself. The semi could actually be useful for log hauling contracts if I can get something to pick up the logs, like a front loader. It's pretty unlikely we'll end up with a semi unless I get to the stage of having a harvester. If we get a harvester, then suddenly the semi becomes really worth the purchase because we get the semi front and a trailer to go for it, and that ends up being a really big hauler for our crop. Maybe they should add a feature to darken the lines of the snow on the ground. I do think it would be good to, like, I do think it'd be good if they did have an option like that. The lines are smart enough to detect if the ground they're on is a very light color, and so instead of a white line, it was like a black line kind of thing, to make it stand out. Or, you know, that it puts like, you know, you have the white line, but it's got a black border on it, so it stands out more. Might be good to get a truck now since it's on sale. Probably not, because right now I have to pay the $19,000 for the loan at the end of the month. And this snow really is slowing down the rate we're getting this field done, because I am noticing we're getting a little bogged down in the snow as we're moving along. So that's kind of a rough thing. But it's one of those things that for the money I spend, I need my money to be making me money. Because right now, we have a lot of debt, and that debt comes after me every single time. UA has a lot of places have issues with contrast. Yeah. And that's a very common problem with a lot of stuff, especially stuff with like weather systems and all that, where it starts raining real bad, so everything starts getting kind of a gray tone in a game, and then certain UI elements become hard to see, or, you know, it snows and certain UI elements become hard to see, or at nighttime certain UI elements become hard to see. Oh, the snow does affect the physics of the farming tools? So, like, the cultivator itself, I don't believe meaningfully, because it's deleting the snow on the lead end, but I believe it is affecting my tires in the snow. Like, to me, it's almost the same as when I was driving over the loose grass we had mowed, where it's kind of getting caught up a little bit because it's having to climb and all that. I don't know how much it's affecting it, but I am noticing we're getting a lot more, like, stutter starts and all that because, you know, it's putting a little bit more fight into it. They have a dual class structure. Mark Zuckerberg owning about 15%, but has more voting power. You think their early investors at Play could basically control the vote without owning the majority of the company's shareholders have less power? Yeah. That's, at the time that, Meta IPO'd, that was the thing a lot of people made a big stink about, was like, you know, they're like, you know, getting stock in Meta means you're investing in Mark Zuckerberg. Because basically, with the voting, non-voting, and like the ratio of shares and all that, like the votes you got per share, basically the control of the company was entirely held in Meta, and primarily on Mark Zuckerberg himself. Which some companies do that, you know, for genuinely good reasons. There's been a dime a dozen stories about people who ran a company and, you know, genuinely cared about their product and yada yada yada, became publicly traded, and then basically had like a shareholder mutiny on them because they wanted to make more money or whatever, and then punt out the CEO and then bring in a new CEO that's going to be more in line with making them a bunch of money. Some that really did benefit the shareholders. But so it is not a super unusual, it's not the more common approach, but it's not a super unusual thing to make sure you can't be easily ousted as the person running the company. If you're the kind of person attached to it. The majority of shareholders are essentially investors, with some added scrutiny rights. Yep. Investors has long-term vision, which changes depending on what's convenient at the time. Yeah. It's basically people who said, like, this person made a boatload of money, they'll probably make another boatload of money. That's kind of the mentality. Which, we'll see how that turns out, considering even Zuckerberg came out being like, yeah, Facebook doesn't serve the same purpose it used to. Like, the days of connecting with your family and friends on Facebook are basically over. It's a lot, like, it's a different animal now. But now he'll spin up AI friends who sell stuff to you. Yep. Yeah, no, the idea of, like, the platform itself adding AI accounts is like, what? Like, I haven't used Facebook in a long time. And no judgment for those who do, really. It's just kind of one of those things, like, I had Facebook when it, you know, first really started getting around, so not like the very beginning, once it started to pick up. And I used that for a while, and then eventually, for me, the thing that got me to stop using Facebook was, I'll avoid what the exact topic was, but there was a very heated political topic going on in my area at the time. And, you know, people were fairly outspoken on Facebook about it, and coming to find that close family members I had and all that had views I would say are very problematic. Is my very diplomatic way of walking around the whole thing. Was very problematic to a point that it hurt the trust and respect I had in that individual. And I'm like, okay, I need to not be on this platform anymore because I'm seeing a side of people that I'm not okay with. Like that I am at odds with this person. And it's not like some little thing like, should lunch be free? It was a pretty big issue. And so it's kind of one of those things, I'm like, all right, I'm going to get off this platform because this isn't doing any good for anyone. And then I stayed off it for a long time. All right, Luxor, you take it easy. I stayed off of it for a long time. Then I worked at a job that just the nature of what it was, I became a very public face at the company. And so I needed to be on a lot more social platforms. And while Twitter was the big one at the time, Facebook was still relevant. You know, and Google Plus is trying its best, whether you like it or not. And so I ended up making a new Facebook that I strictly use for work stuff, for like webinars and that kind of garbage. And then the moment the company's like, okay, yeah, we don't see Facebook as, you know, worth investing time in, I deleted my account again. Like literally it's like, oh, we're not using it anymore? Delete, deactivate. You know, hey, we're going to hold your data for like 30 or 90 days or whatever it says. Like, all right, and I'll just delete it again when it's there. So, in all honesty, if it wasn't required to have smartphone for work purposes these days, you'd honestly go back to flip phone. I prefer having the smartphone. I definitely find social media on your smart device tricky. I kind of have to do it because of the nature of what I do. I have to be like, hey, gotta go live today and doing this really cool event. Hey, you know, raising money for whatever. Like, these kind of things that draw people to your stuff and whatever. But it is one of those things that, like, the less I do of it, the better, so far as participation. But I do need to be active on it because that's one of the ways that new viewers find the platform. Yeah, Google Plus. Google Plus, I think, honestly, if Google Plus didn't force itself on you so hard, I think it honestly could have just ridden out to the point that Facebook kind of removed itself from consideration and been the winner of the day. Which, granted, Google had no way to know it, so this isn't me judging their actions. But because they tried to force everyone to use it, like, hey, you want to be on YouTube? Get your Google Plus. You want to use Google Docs? Get your Google Plus. That really pissed people off. Let's see, Facebook feels like the place where a snake oil salesman let their repeat customers mingle, like a hamster cage. That's, in a lot of ways, it is now. The only people I still really know in my own circles who still Facebook on any amount is there's some because, you know, grandma still uses Facebook, and that's how she talks to her grandchildren kind of things. That there is some of that people do still use it to keep up with each other's lives. Otherwise, it's definitely, I would say, not the best informed people use it as their source of news, which I actually can't recommend a social media platform I would suggest using for that use case. They're just, that's not what they're good for. That's how you get your incredibly untrustworthy stuff. It can sometimes point you to good news, but like, oh, thank goodness. Ah, the snow's gone. Get it out of here. The tipping point for you is your messenger got hacked. As anxiety sufferer, you made the choice to permanently deactivate your account. Yeah, mine didn't get to a hack. It was just kind of one of those things that, like, didn't want to go with it anymore. Need to research stuff on the fly. That's actually, we were discussing, you know, it used to be someone would make a statement and one of your buddies would be like, oh yeah, you could totally save Aeroth in Final Fantasy VII. You're like, I don't think that's true. And you couldn't do anything to argue with them because, like, you know, it was the middle of the day, you weren't going to be able to hop on your dial-up while your mom's expecting a call or whatever. So you just had to be like, I don't think you're right. I don't think you're right. But neither of you could really prove it one way or the other. So, you know, you'd have to wait till that evening, long since you forgot what the heck you had talked about. Unless you, like, really got into it and you're like, no, man, I looked that up and that was a lie. Which, granted, in those days, people just believed it. But, you know, you'd have that and you couldn't verify anything. Like, you had to be like, I don't think you're right. I think you're telling me BS right now. I think you read that and you think it's true. I believe that you believe it's true. But I don't think it's true. And there was no way to either party to, like, confirm or refute it or anything. You know, again, until you got home, most likely you forgot about the conversation ever happening. And then, you know, maybe you got online and started looking at it, and honestly, the resources online back then were pretty garbage. There were, like, Wikipedia wasn't a big thing yet. So you had to troll around all these forums where people would swear up and down, but, you know, again, you would find, like, Sephiroth XXX Boy 69420 says, oh yeah, you could totally save, you know, totally save Aerith, trust me, bro. And you'd be like, I don't know if I trust Sephiroth XXX 69420 boy. I have not been able to verify Sephiroth credentials. Yeah, game FAQs was okay, but, like, it definitely was all over the place. So it's one of those things that a lot of times you just had to take people for face value. You couldn't refute or anything. There was certainly stuff you could look and be like, that's BS, and I'll prove it's BS. And you could look at it fine. Game FAQs. Well, that's the thing. Game FAQs had a lot of good stuff, but Game FAQs did get stuff wrong too. Because of a lot of sources. Like, I remember another big one is that you could get Mew in Pokemon Blue and Red.
And there was like these whole conspiracies about how you could do all these different things to get Mew, and you'd figure out like going, or was it Mewtwo? It was one or the other. There was one you could get, I think it was Mew you couldn't. And Mewtwo you could, I think. But they'd be like, oh yeah, there was this truck on the top right of the map, and if you run back and forth along the truck, which you gotta break out of bounds to get to, you can get Mew there. And then there was like Masingo, which Masingo was real. I saw the Masingo thing where you could get like the out of memory thing and it would brick your game. That one was real. That was a memory error. But Mew was a lie. Like there was Mew was in the files, but it wasn't actually accessible. So if you saw someone who had Mew, it's basically they game sharked their game or whatever, or something similar of that thing. But man, that was another like game conspiracy that went around. Because again, you could game shark your game and get Mew. So if you had that buddy who cheated at all their games with their game shark, they'd be like, "Look, man, I figured out how to get Mew. You just go by the truck," and they would have their Mew, and you'd be like, "Oh crap, that's real." And then you'd remember that's your buddy who game sharks everything, and be like, "No, you game sharked that. I'm calling BS on this." My buddy did that, and he was full of crap. But yeah, but the point was you couldn't verify anything back then in any type. Like you didn't have the internet that available to you. And again, it was game FAQ and friends. That young person was not your friend, Rual. No, like they were fine. You just couldn't trust them with that kind of thing. They liked to figure out new things. Those Game Sharks wrecked games. Well, oh yeah, they would absolutely hose the memory in those. Like, it did lots of problems to those games. Yeah, so a Game Shark, it was, so you'd have your game, and you'd plug it into the Game Shark, and then you'd plug the Game Shark into your console. And what you could do is you could put in cheat codes into the Game Shark, and basically would rewrite memory in the game. So you could be like, hey, I want infinite lives. And so the Game Shark would have a code that would go to the part of the memory in the game that says, hey, you have 9 lives, and it would set it to, like, 9,999. But, you know, some of the stuff the Game Shark did got really ridiculous, and some things it didn't. But they would F up your games. Like, they could really screw up your games, because a lot of games didn't have the idea of, like, resetting your save files or anything back then. So you would corrupt the files in your game, and then your game is toast. And there's other problems it could cause as well. But it was a way to cheat the game by rewriting the memory. Let's see, you could also get Mew at an event, not in America though. Oh, maybe. Like, that might be a thing. But yeah, my friend definitely didn't get it from the event. He definitely game sharked the thing. Yeah, basically it was a man in the middle for game memory. You remember a NES game? That if someone came in and did something, it would break your game? Yeah, there's a lot of things you could do in Game Shark where you could brick your game. It's one of the reasons why, like, me and my brothers never owned a Game Shark. 1, we weren't the kind of people who wanted it. And then 2, just we had our one buddy who Game Sharked everything. And so it was like, yeah, you know, no. That's actually one of the things that made me really happy when he got a PlayStation and he could no longer Game Shark it. Because it's not that you couldn't cheat on PlayStation games, there were ways. But it was nowhere near that easy. Not to mean a roast, but you could pull apart the cartridge, remove the CMOS battery, and have it back. But that knowledge wasn't exactly known due to the distinct lack of information on the internet. Yeah, well, exactly. So Unwieldy is saying you can recover that. There was things that Game Shark could also do to hurt the hardware as well. But yeah, generally speaking, you could take the battery, because back then a lot of the cartridges had a battery in the cartridge to hold the memory. But yeah. You need one of those for real-life problems right now. I know, right? Yeah, Game Shark was for CD cartridge games. Once they went to for cartridge games, when they went to CD, it wasn't possible. Yeah, there were ways to cheat the CD games, but that usually required you to be able to like write to the memory card that holds your save kind of thing. So it's way less prevalent and nowhere near as effective. What's a cheat code to remove your back pain? So you made the painful mistake of letting a so-called friend convince you to use Game Shark. Your first Pokemon games were ruined. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things.
What's your cheat code for removing back pain? Oxy. Yeah, I mean, oxycodone and Oxycontin are pretty effective painkillers. But yeah, Noah's, it was a whole thing with all that stuff. But like nowadays, you know, you sit there and somebody be like, hey, you know, you can go to this truck and you can get Mew over here. And you're like, hang on, wait a second. You just bust out your phone and be like, can you get Mew by this truck? It'll be like, not Forbes, that's a newspaper. There's like the fact-checking websites. They're like, no, you can't. This rumor was started by this individual, and like, this rumor was believed started by this individual. It originated from here. There's like nothing to support any of these claims. Yeah, Snopes. Right. So you'd have some like Snopes be like, yeah, this is like, there's no basis in reality for this. It has never been confirmed, and you bet there'd be a Snopes article? Probably. But it's like one of those things that like they would go through and you could like in a moment be like, look, you're full of crap. And in some ways that's good and bad. Like in one way it could really screw with the dynamic of, you know, communications and friendships in a bad way, where you're fact checking everyone live. On the other hand, it can be a lot better for like getting ahead of stuff and being like, no, you're wrong. One of the big problems we're running into is with all that, and how people can cherry pick their data and how not all sources are created equal and yada yada, that you have people reference some pretty crap sources and treat them as gospel. So you'd be like, yeah, well, Sephiroth 42069 XXX boy on, you know, this website says it's true. Who the hell is that person? Why do I care about what they're saying? Well, yeah, they run a podcast about controversial game stuff. It's like, why would I use them as a credible source? What's wrong with you? You know, versus going through and then again having like the Wikipedia article that you get like 10 paragraphs and be like, hey, here's the controversy going on, here's how it started, here's the history of that controversy. You know, it's generally accepted that this controversy is garbage. And, you know, you can look at it and you're like, yeah, we can say with a fairly high level of confidence that it's crap. Not that Wikipedia can't be wrong, it certainly can. But you get the idea. When you got like that entire written out history that's got like the receipts of where it started, how it went, did all that kind of stuff and all that, you're like, you know what? The odds of someone lying with this degree of receipts, probably not true. Versus I do like sometimes you'll go up to Snopes and it'll be like some stupid claim that's like one sentence, and there'll be a Snopes article that's like 10-15 pages long, like documenting the first reported you know, who said it first on what platform at what time at what day, and like literally how it's spread to like, oh well, it went to this platform from this time to this time, at which point we started seeing it on this, like literally gives you like the entire flow where you can follow the information the entire way through start to finish and be like, yeah, it's not true. Like, we can verify it's not true. We understand who spread it, why they spread it, what their motivations were, where the idea from it came from. This person admitted to making it up later on this thing here. And then someone will still be like, no, but that's true. It's like, no, it's really not. It's really not, man. Like, here's the article. It's really not, man. Know Your Meme does that too? Yeah, it's really interesting. And then you also have those things like, that can't possibly be true. And you pull it, I was like, well, F me, I guess it is true. I've certainly been caught more than once where I'm like, I don't think that's true. That sounds very untrue. And be like, no, it's real. Here's the thing. It's like, you're right. Blob Squatch? I have no idea what that is. Know Your Meme has better sources than Wikipedia these days. I've seen some incredible things. There's another one. Oh, what's the one? There's a website, I'm blanking on its name. It's basically for the etymology of words. Oh man, I'm blanking. I'm sure someone will be like, I know the one, and they'll say the URL and they'll be good. You know, just say the thing without the .com because it'll absolutely get grabbed by Twitch. But there's entire websites dedicated to etymology, which is like the history of a word.
And that can be really, really fun and fascinating to be like, huh, it's like, where did this word comes from? Wikipedia is full of self-referencing sources these days. That's no good. That's, what is your source? Trust me, bro, I wrote it down over there. What is your source? My source is me. I am my source. That was, one of, and this is like way later than it should have been. I was in a college course that, it was discrete math. That's right, discrete math is the name of the course. One of my least favorite courses I've ever taken. Which people not so lovingly refer to as math without the math part. It was basically, the whole thing was proofs. Just proofs. And so a big part of it was dealing with logical fallacies. Let's see, Blob Squatch is the concept of Sasquatch actually being just fuzzy in real life. But remember, the Sasquatch video where it's obviously that's a dude in a gorilla suit, once the video is stabilized. Gotcha. You love when people use etymology to prove modern definition usage? Oh yeah, no, it's really fun to go through like the whole path of etymology. Because it is one of those things, you'll have like some like idiom saying and you'll be like, okay, wait a second. So we use this word for something disappointing, but it sounds like we're talking about mowing a lawn. I don't see the connection. Like this is, I don't have an example off the top of my head, so I'm making something up. Like you'll sit there and you'll have the accepted common usage of the word and what the word means when you think about it literally. And you're kind of going, how did this end up meaning this thing? Like, what was the path that brought it here? And it can be really fun to go through the etymology. And, you know, usually it's like, oh, well, in Latin it meant this, and then it got translated to French. And, you know, in the French version, they pronounce it a little bit differently. And then there was a play on words in this play that gave it this meaning, which then moved forward to mean this thing. You're like, okay. I see the route now. Can you do me a favor? That depends on the favor. It's probably going to be no, because usually when I get asked that kind of thing, most of the time it's about like promoting your own channel kind of thing. So I'm not going to accuse you that unless you do that. But the question immediately makes me suspicious. Just proofs was 75% of your classes. You never learned logical fallacies though. It was expected for you to be able to apply deduction, and it's kind of easier to do in CS than other subjects. Yeah, so this is the computer science part of my degree, included the discrete math thing. So it's mostly proofs, and it's like a lot of logical fallacies are pretty straightforward. Like one of the common logical fallacies is the true-false fallacy, that the acceptance of if this is true, the inverse must be false, which is not necessarily true. It's often true, but not necessarily. Or if this is right, the other statement must be wrong, which is again true-false fallacy. But they had like the list of fallacies, and there's a whole bunch of like commonly accepted fallacies, the slippery slope fallacy and all these other ones. And they had a bunch of like fun ones, which is, you know, the fallacy of like, you know, the fallacy that because I'm stronger than you, I'm right. I.e., I'm going to threaten you that my stance is correct, and that makes my stance correct, because I'm going to beat the crap out of you if you say I'm otherwise kind of fallacy. But so they had like a bunch of the serious fallacies, which are again, you know, people making mistakes in logic, jumps in logic, and all that. Yeah, it was, I think it might have been the Mike makes Reich fallacy. The idea that like, just because someone is stronger than you or tougher than you, that they are therefore correct. Or more threatening or whatever. That, you know, they can kind of force the view. It's like, okay, you might acknowledge it as correct out of fear for your well-being. Doesn't mean it's correct. Doesn't actually make it correct. Yeah, formal fallacies and informal fallacies, yeah. There's a whole bunch of them. It's genuinely fun to have, like, the cheat sheet of fallacies. And then when someone's like making an argument against you, you're like, hey man, Just so you're aware, you're like jumping between these fallacies. It is not a way to have a meaningful conversation, as a forewarning. Also called argument by intimidation. Yeah, that sounds about right. They're like, if you sit there and be like, hey, you are using this fallacy, you might have some who are more of a scientific mindset kind of thing who would find it interesting to have that. The vast majority of people are going to feel genuinely insulted and pretty pissed off about it. But do you remember hearing a thing about the origin of a certain curse word on the radio years ago? It was interesting and incredibly funny. There was a sound bit for a while that actually went into the etymology of the F word. And then it was also had a satire thing at the end of it about how it is a amazing word that you can literally have an entire sentence of 12 words that only features 2 words that aren't the F word, and it be an acceptable sentence that both conveys what you're trying to convey as well as is grammatically correct. Which is fun for so many reasons. Actually, in philosophical debates, you're expected to point out fallacy. So yes, like in like formal debate and all that kind of stuff, absolutely. Like if you're doing like debate club, all these kind of things, absolutely. But when you're sitting down with a friend and it's like, hey man, the thing you just said there's true false fallacy, and they're like, what? Yeah, it's a true false fallacy. Like what you've said is true, may or may not be true, and that's fine. But that doesn't mean that what I said is false. We can both potentially be correct. I could be wrong. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean that. But the way you point out a fallacy isn't to invoke the name, though. You walk through it. Yeah, like, that's the whole thing. Like, usually it's more along the lines being like, hey, like, you said if this happens, then this is gonna happen. Well, that's not necessarily true. Here's an example of where this happens, and it doesn't happen. You know, therefore, we cannot assume that this other thing does or does not happen. But if you're like, hey man, you're dealing with sunk cost fallacy. Hey man, you're dealing with true false fallacy. I used to know like a whole list of like the different fallacies, like, you know, be able to just call them out by name. Yeah, people don't generally like know when you show like how or why they're wrong. Yeah, well there's definitely a way to, you know, let people know that they're wrong in a way that is not directly insulting. And there's definitely a way to really do so in a way that you're just kind of giving them a jab. Fallacies of the philosophy are some more meaningful than though, and encompass more things. Is you're tempted to have that cheat sheet just for personal references in family political dates, along with the current fact check procedures? Yeah, I have absolutely used that. Like, when I've had a family member getting a little bit rude, you know, the guy who's like, oh, you're just one of these insert political alignment kind of whatever, because I'm trying to make sure we avoid getting into the politics side. But, like, you know, their view does not align, and their just, like, accusation is because my view is not, like, is part of a different view, therefore I'm wrong kind of thing. Like, really just being insulting or calls you stupid or whatever because you believe that or whatever. That's when I like to break out the fallacies and kind of be like, hey, you just made this claim. I can give you an example of why your claim is garbage. Like, you know, that's a fallacy. That is a logical failure. Usually, though, I don't have to do much of that, because it used to be when, like, a lot of us were all younger, and, you know, you didn't want to stand up to the adult because they're big, scary adults. You know, he'd go on his tirade, and we'd kind of all just stay quiet, like, maybe one of us would push back a little. But we're all, you know, full-grown adults and have been for over 20 years now, the bulk of us. So when he goes on to one of his little tirades, he just gets ganged up on now. It's like, yeah, that's garbage, man. Just gets hit right, left, and center. So he's become a lot quieter about his very opinionated takes. Let's see. X is happening because someone had too much money to buy that domain. X is happening because Y, or does Y happen because of X does?
Let's see. I'll agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong. Dude, Garbage Man is awesome. You've watched Minecraft movie 3 times? I don't understand what's happening with any of that. It's even explaining what kind of fallacious argument someone did, and walk them through it, but it was so egregious that he had, you had it for like 50% of what they said, and they only got angry at you no matter how civil about and cautious I was. And it really mattered it was some of your doctors, and it completely drained your energies for weeks to come. So that's not always feasible at handling method, sadly. Yeah, no, there's definitely sometimes that people aren't willing to listen or, you know, accept criticism or anything like that. That's actually, I've had really rough time with family doctors, just because like insurance changing and having to switch them and yada yada. But I ended up having a family doctor that, like, my insurance had changed, so I could no longer see the family doctor. It wasn't even that I couldn't see them in network or anything. I physically could not see that doctor because they only accepted, you know, certain insurance policies for reasons I won't get into to avoid doxing myself. But I ended up having to switch insurance for, like, not insurance, switching the family doctor. And so I found another family doctor, and he had some, like, weird takes, but family doctors are kind of hard to get in the US. You have a pretty long waiting time to get an appointment and all that. But it was like, okay, so this guy's a little weird, but not in a, hey, I'm deeply concerned for my well-being kind of way. And so I was going to them, and I really liked the nurse. The nurse there I worked with, she was fantastic. She listened. She was really good at her job. Really deserves to be in a better office than that one. But the doctor himself, even from the beginning, I'm like, man, I don't know about this guy. He's just really trying to push this book he wrote. But whatever. You know, I see the nurse, the only way I deal with the doctor is if the nurse is gone or something escalates to the point that she is no longer able to take care of things. Then the pandemic happened. That started creating some pretty big rifts. That he started posting a whole bunch of YouTube videos with some pretty unfounded takes that I won't go into what they were one way or the other, because I don't want to turn into a big stink over that kind of stuff because people get weird about it. But like, he basically had some hot takes about being like, these people are wrong, yada yada yada, and putting up these videos. And eventually, YouTube introduced the policy that it was going to start flagging videos containing misinformation around the pandemic accordingly. And every one of his videos got completely lit in the hell up because what he was saying was hot garbage. And later on, a lot of his claims said, just you keep your eye on it, this is what's going to happen. And it didn't happen. Like, not even spiritually, not meaningfully, not statistically, and all that. And I even confronted him when I got stuck with him. I was like, hey, you put up all those videos, and, like, you said in 6 months this is going to happen. We're a year and a half later. Are you going to take down your videos, or at least edit them to correct yourself? And he kind of gave me, like, the, you know, F off kind of look, which is kind of the point. I'm like, all right, well, I'm not going to this doctor anymore. Like, if something happens with my nurse, as much as I appreciate, like, working with her, if this is the guy that I have to answer to, like, he's gonna give me some horse tranquilizer and tell me I'll be fine, I'll die. Like, he is letting his own personal political biases compromise his integrity. So I'm gonna go find someone else. Because I don't care what your political leanings are, like, if you get outright proven wrong and you're like, no, I stand by my thing, I could like demonstratedly see I was proven wrong, and you still stand by that and be like, no, I'm going to keep sending that message out there, there's definitely a certain point that's like, you know what? I can't trust you. Like, it's one thing if you got it wrong and, you know, sometime later, like, hey, you know what, I said 6 months this would happen, I was wrong. Even if you didn't adjust your full view on it, but be like, hey, I made that claim, that was incorrect. It didn't pan out that way. Here's why I think it didn't pan out that way. I might still not agree with you, but, like, to knowingly have you put out bad misinformation, get accused of it and all that, And I'm not muted. You're muted because I did a double take. I was like, no, mic's fine. It's coming through. So someone let Layla know that you know that unless it's trolling. Let's see. Kind of amazing how many of us took the vaccine are supposed to drop dead last week until now. Yeah, and that was the thing. I did a double check. So the good news is I could check my equalizer, I could check my mic, and I can definitely see, because like people have been responding to the whole thing. Made you look at your EQ? It did, because honestly, accidentally muting your stuff happens a lot. And this mic doesn't have a physical button. It's got like the it's so. Would you consider a physical button if it's still like the so it's not like a clicking button is what I'm saying. It's not a mechanical button. It's where it does the conductivity on your fingertip, whatever it is. And why can't you suddenly hear him? Yeah, so I'm assuming either like their headset died or they muted their tab or something. Like, it happens. I've done it. Oh man, like literally the other day, like hopping into someone's stream, I'm like, why can't I hear them? And I'm trying to like investigate what's wrong with my headset and all that, and my tab was muted. Like I'm going through here being like, what's wrong with my equalizer? No, that's fine. Check my device setting, that's fine. And it's just the tab's muted. Is this the sorority mic? No, so the mic you're talking about with the voice changer, that's this mic. I had some issues with it for a little while because it even plugged in, it seems to still want to use on the battery. No, I'm sorry, we actually resolved that. I did have like once or twice that it started having some weird noise effects, and at the time I didn't want to troubleshoot it. So I do still have that mic like floating right here. It's the same brand and everything. But, you know, in the middle of the stream, it was acting up and I didn't have time to troubleshoot it, so I just switched mics. And I don't really have a reason to switch to the other mic right this second. So it's kind of like, eh. It'll definitely be something if I go to do voice changer stuff, I'll switch. But yeah, no, that was fun. Like, I enjoyed that. But yeah, no, it was a good time with that. For those who don't know, like we have some clips from it. I got sent this mic by Moano, so they provided it. And this had nothing to the fact that I was about to do an RP event. They were just like this mic they gave me because I had a Blue Yeti, and I love the Blue Yeti, but I'd had that microphone for years and years and years. And so the microphone part was fine, but the mute button, the mechanical switch, was getting real dodgy, that sometimes I'd push it and click and it wouldn't register and that kind of stuff. And it, like I said, it was an old mic, like no complaints about the mic. It had done its mileage. But I needed to replace the mic, but it's still mostly working, so justifying spending a bunch of money on a mic was kind of one of these things that kept going back and forth. And I still, to this day, and I keep forgetting to ask them, and they probably don't remember anymore, but the mic company Moano came out and was like, hey, we heard you need a mic. We'd like to send you a mic. You know, we'd like to send you a mic, and all that we ask is for your first stream, will you have the mic, just, you know, put like the Moano, like put the mic information on your stream. So like a very minor ask, being like, hey, we're gonna send you this mic for freezy, and all you gotta do is put up there. Now normally if someone's gonna send me a hardware kind of thing, I'm probably gonna be like, hey, you want to pay? But in this case, I actually did need a mic, so I was like, you know what? Sold. Sure, let's do this. And I've been very happy with this mic. And I had only had this mic for a couple of months, and they're like, hey, you know, we just sent you a mic, but what if we sent you a better mic? Because they were coming out with a brand new mic, like better mic. It's got like a voice changer, and it's got the marketing that it's supposedly all AI. It's not AI. But, you know, it's supposedly all AI doing that. It's just an algorithm. But it's still like, you know, the whole thing. They're like, hey, we'll send it. And it's got all these features and all that, and it's got wireless and all that, and a whole bunch of stuff. And I was like, you know what? You did me a solid. Yeah, let's do this. But it happened to be that one of my stream teammates, Sui, that there was a big Product Zomboid event being hosted by Burke Black, that there was going to be this big Project Zomboid RP server, and that was going to go in there. Now the catch was this particular event that there's going to be a whole bunch of teams, like different groups and all that, and they all had like a theme going to it. Well, the group that I got invited to, which was like Sui, Ultrasaurus, myself, Smashly, and a whole bunch of others. Well, it was a sorority. So I agreed to doing this because, one, I thought it'd be fun to collab with all these other people. And there's also those things that is kind of stressing out a little bit because I suffer from this chronic problem that is called man trying to do woman voice when it comes to that kind of RP. It's not great. It's not. I'm not a talented voice actor for trying to do female voices. Really bad at the feminine voices. Really not my strong suit. So I was like, great. I'm gonna be like putting on this like really lousy voice the whole time. But the mic happened to arrive like the day before I was supposed to do that. And then I found it had a voice changer in it, and it could do a female voice, and it is creepy good at it. Like creepy good at it. And to use it for the whole thing, and I really wish some of the other people who were there were streaming just so I could see their reaction, the people who knew me. Yeah, the sorority button was amazing to like uncanny values yet. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things you can realize it's me because of like just you know, some of the phrasing and the tones I tend to use and all that, and like the what's the word I'm looking for? But basically you could recognize it's my speech patterns. But it was like really solidly, convincingly whatever. If someone can grab me the clip, we can grab one of the clips from that. Now, the only downside is there's a slight delay. So when I would say something, it'd be like just a half a second, quarter second later, because it needs a time to actually take your voice, run the algorithm, and then spit out the sound. So in practicing the RP, I kept accidentally cutting off the end of my sentence because I'd let off the push to talk, and the mic would still be processing things. You remember hearing your character from a different stream and having no clue? Oh, it was like amazing kind of thing. But yeah, it was ridiculous. But yeah, so when you have a distinct cadence, yeah, right, the cadence. So like it's you would notice the cadence and all that kind of stuff, and like the word choice and all that, so you can tell it was me. Yeah, all right. So let me go ahead. We're gonna quickly do this. I'm gonna go settings. We're gonna pause this real fast. Because I'll just play this clip really quickly because it is a wild thing. So let me get on the correct screen. And then get us to display capture. Alright.
I'll blow you to smithereens. You got that?
Yeah, we both can do that. I'm trying to explain that we both have guns on each other.
I couldn't even hear. Who even are you? What are you doing here alone?
I'm doing what I wanted. That's what I'm doing.
Are you doing what you want, are you? You do what you... Yeah, what you gonna do? You gonna take me to your leader? Is that what you're gonna do? Because we got
You know what? Why not?
killer back there with gunpoint. And you want to survive? You better start place.
See, here's the thing. You're in my car. You're in my car, and I am in charge here. So your buddies might have the cure, but do you know what you don't have? Their safety.
You're gonna kill us both.
Oh, it wouldn't be the first time I'd had that said. Any of that.
Yeah, no, it's okay. That's covering it. The only thing you'd notice with me covering it, like, here, I'll just show, like, the 2 seconds. You can
Do
just
that. I'm
watch.
trying to explain that we both have guns on each other.
So you'll notice I stop talking
you.
seconds
Who
before
are
it
you? What are you
finishes
doing here
because of the
alone?
delay.
I'm doing what I wanted. That's what I'm doing.
But yeah, but it was a pretty wild experience. It's really good. But they actually do a range of voices to it as well. Like that was, like they've got some voices that are clearly meant to mimic one. Like they've got one that's clearly meant to mimic SpongeBob. They've got one that's clearly meant to be Tifa. You come back to think Rual rated out. Yeah, no, we still got about an hour till I normally rate out. What I'm actually going to do is I'll probably pause here and say, you know what, I could actually switch. Do I have the software running? Let me check if I have the software running. If I have the software running, nah, I don't have it running right now. I was gonna say, if I have the software running, oh, the voice? Yeah, I got you. Oh, that's why the sound is delayed in those streams? Yeah, the sound is delayed because I would speak, it would take a moment to process it and send it along. Like, it would process it as I was speaking kind of thing, but there was a slight delay. Herbert the Pervert? They don't have Herbert the Pervert. They had, oh man, they had characters I didn't know, but they had one that was like supposed to be Tifa, they had one that was supposed to be like SpongeBob, and I gave them like copyright save names or whatever, but it's very clearly supposed to be that. I would have demoed it, but I'm a little scared to boot up the Moano software because I have 2 different softwares for each mic, and I'm just being like a little leery because I did have one time I switched mics in the middle that I boot up the software for the AI voice thing, and it muted my current mic, and it wasn't a big deal. It just took me like 5 minutes to sort out real fast, but I'm a little paranoid as a result of that. Do it at the end of stream? Maybe. We'll see. All right, so we finished that contract. So that's 18,845. So 9,422 is what we do. So 9,422 for these 2 machines. To keep track of what money's being earned where. Complete that. Love to see it. That one contract is enough that we basically paid this month's cost. Let's make sure there's no amazing sales. So that's slightly higher horsepower than what we have and has a front connection. I don't think we buy it though. So it's got a front to back connection, which is good and all. It's alright, we can also add a front loader attachment, but it's only 30 horsepower stronger than what I've already got to be set back 30,000 and then have to repair it. I think we skipped that one. So let's check on the contract options real fast. See if we've got... That one's a little bit smaller contract. Let's grab that one. It's not as much money. I should actually check where that field is. 57, and field 57 is... on the map somewhere. Literally straight north of me, about 2-3 fields. Let's say, I mean, you've been there enough years to know it, but you've seen streamers with 10 years experience being very caught up in particular trolling. Kelly stream that muted is a common troll, though. Don't take what chat takes at face value. Yeah. It's also one of those trolls that can be pretty disruptive, because it's one of those ones that, you know, when they're like, hey, you're muted, that means drop what you're doing and fix it. Whereas like a lot of trolling you can kind of just ignore, but it's one of those things that when you're dealing with trolling, that's like, hey, you're muted, deal with it, that kind of thing. All right. So yeah, you had to put in your channel rules to not do that because it used to stress you out too much. You get close to the ending of stream because you couldn't work out what was wrong. You get close to ending the stream? Yeah. Well, that's those reasons why I've gotten to the point now that if someone's like, hey, you're muted, I immediately first check the equalizer on the microphone itself. And if I see the little lights bouncing, I'm like, okay, the mic's fine. And then I check the equalizer on my OBS. Because if my equalizer on my OBS is fine, it doesn't matter what's happening on my equalizer on my multi-channel support. It wouldn't show up on OBS. And honestly, if it were to show up on OBS's equalizer and the audio's not playing, it's just like, well, it's on Twitch's or your side. I can't do crap about it from here. The data's going out. If it's not being received, I don't know what to tell you. So what I'm gonna do here really fast is I've got to use the restroom. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to actually hand this one over to the AI for a minute or two to get it starting on that field. And then I will take over when I get back. But in the meantime, thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. We're about to hit an ad break anyways, which is why I'm timing it here. So I need to use the restroom. I already don't like... Alright, change of plan. The AI, you're fired. We're just going to pause the game for a minute, because I don't want to do the middle of the field. Okay, so I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. That's one of the things that irks me is like I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them and it's just no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction? I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we needed a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's gonna be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. All right. Yeah, that was the my very first Survival Man challenge. Survivor Man challenge was the one you saw there, the clip from it. And yeah, dealing, I think that's a 24 horsepower tractor. It's like the itty bitty tractor that you can get with the DLC and all that kind of stuff. I think it's the DLC. But either way, like the super itty bitty tractor. Man, I had to use that stupid thing for so long. All right, let's get this going. All right, let me catch up in chat. Let's see, this says anytime, very well. Because you get stressed out. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Let's see, you're lucky that if you're not muted and there's some awesome people who will say you're not. And there are people you'd trust to tell me if there's an issue who know not to mess with you. But yeah, it was enough for you to put it as a channel rule. Too many people think it's hilarious messing with the streamer. Yeah, not like, there's some trolling of the streamer that can be a lot of fun and everyone's good interest and all that, like the gentle ribbing, that kind of stuff. But a lot of that kind of stuff, like miming, audio issues and all that, that can be a thing that can derail a stream pretty bad. Like, it just kind of puts you off balance and everything, which really can hurt the rest of the stream. It's kind of the same thing when people pop in and say something like incredibly racist or incredibly sexist or something like that, or otherwise just really awful. It's kind of the same thing that's kind of the goal they're going for, is like really put you off balance and put you in a weird spot where it almost doesn't matter if you ban them.
because the impact on the stream has happened. The vibe is dead. But where one, they might genuinely be trying to crack a joke they think is funny, and the other one is malicious. You never know with some of that stuff that people are just really trying to screw with stuff. And it is one of the things that like really make it good when, you know, you've got mods on top of things for those moments. Because the more you can get ahead of it, the better, before it can kind of kill the vibe. I am pretty fortunate that most of the time with that kind of stuff, just because I've dealt with it before streaming and all that, that a lot of time when people pop in like that, you know, you've learned to not even really engage them, just skip to ban, get them out the door, get them moved on. Not the mute thing, but like the really awful stuff. Skip straight to ban, try to not let it derail things too much. The more you acknowledge them, the more you feed them, and the more they'll do that behavior. But yeah, no, that's like people again, like by all means, you're like there's gonna be times where you're like, hey, is Rual muted? And that's totally fine. Be like, hey, Rual muted? No, it's fine. And it's like, oh, it was my tap. Like that's a-okay. But like people, if I had a problem where, you know, people are being like, hey, you're muted, I can't hear you, and a bunch of people are engaging with that like as a trolling thing, that would definitely become a thing. I'd start timing people out and such after a while. Because like I said, that is definitely crossing into the line of you are going to derail the stream, you're going to stress me out, that kind of stuff. Like that is when we crossed from the it's all in good fun to no, really, this is not in good fun. Like I used to have redeems back when I used, was it Blurp? I used to have Blurp where people could, you know, pay bits and all that to make Product Zomboid sounds play, and so I made it so people could troll me by making like the zombie bite sound or the helicopter sound. Like that kind of trolling's absolutely fine. But yeah, no, pretending there to be tech issues is not a good one. That's actually one of the things that gets me, like, when you die in a run or whatever and people be like, F. Even when I'll be playing a permadeath game, and even I'll take a death, and I should realize they're saying F about that. But when you see a whole bunch of people in chat suddenly say F, I immediately start like looking as like, okay, did I get disconnected from stream? Is everything okay? Like, is the stream still going? Because it's like 90% of the time I see Fs in chat, that's what's happened. It's like you know, the ingest server on Twitch went down, or there's an internet connection outage, or, you know, because also as things, the disconnection protection, you only get like a minute and a half to figure that out. So it's one of those things, at the moment you see the drop, you go, okay, what do I need to do? Do I need to kill OBS and try and boot it back up real fast? Is it reconnecting? Do I need to raid out almost immediately? Like those kind of things, like really jump on it, because if you don't really jump on it, you just miss the window. That's what this is for? Yeah. Yep, no, like, that's the whole thing. If you see someone, like, a whole bunch of people spamming the not like this and the F thing, you just immediately assume your stream went down. Even if, again, like, playing Product Zomboid and you're hundreds and hundreds of hours into a character and they die, and a whole bunch of people spamming F or whatever because the character died. Even with that, sometimes it'll be like, oh no, did the stream just go down? Is this you driving corners? Because that corner was wild. It is me driving. Just, you know, sometimes you don't get a good lineup on it. Is it Yandy? There's jokes that streamers laugh about too, in and out of stream. And if you tell a story as a viewer to another streamer, we trolled the streamer friend that they were muted, and you mess with them, they wouldn't laugh. That should be a clear clue, yeah. You need to troll chat and have the OBS screen, which is the disconnect graphic. So I've debated doing some of those. Like, I know there's
So like there's a lot of channels who have a bit more higher energy than mine, which isn't a bad thing in anything. It's just a different audience. But they do have a lot of bits that I really like. And I'm referring to bits as in ideas, like not bits as in the thing you use money to give to the streamer. And so like one for them is Sal has like this whole thing that people can redeem, and it puts up like a gray screen that's like, you know, Salberry, you know, from whatever year to today, like epitaph, all that covers the screen. And those, like, I would love to adopt some of those kind of things. It's one of those ones I'm always super cautious about, because I go for the far more relaxed kind of thing, that I have to be really careful with what I bring on, because it's really easy for me to cross a line where, for the, you know, the relaxing, people winding down in the evening, it's really easy to add stuff that's gonna be a whole thing. But there's definitely room for some of that. Like I did like for a while for Halloween, and quite a while after that, we did have a command that you could make the Doki Doki Literature Club characters appear on screen, which I enjoyed, because it wasn't like a really big loud sound effect. It's just this kind of look like little like quiet giggle, and then like just peek up from the bottom of the screen. Or, you know, the most jump scary one was Natsuki. Had like, you know, kind of swoop up on the screen real fast and then pop down. That was a dark game? Yes. Yes. Doki Doki Literature Club is an excellent game. Take that psychological horror warning real seriously. That game does not play gentle. I think, did I fix that? I know the one second, I'm gonna check some. I know that command broke for a little while, and then I believe I fixed it. I think I lost the sound. Let's see real fast. It's a different giggle because I lost the old giggle. I liked the old giggle more, but I don't remember where I got that sound effect from. Okay. And let me get everything rearranged. When I did that, I moved YouTube chat and they disappeared into the void. Okay. Not that I get much on YouTube chat, but still. You new streamers that disconnected to troll chat. Yeah, I've seen that. But yeah, no, it's I've seen some really fun one. Autocorrect us a great advisor on grammar. At least that's what phone manufactures things. Yeah. Autocorrect is really kind of all over the place. I knew we were probably going to go into darkness on this contract. I've been trying to dig deep on a bunch of these contracts, just to get that little extra money. Because if I can get one extra contract that's an extra $9,000 or $10,000, that's that much more towards getting the next piece of equipment, which is going to be, you know, that much more towards being able to get more stuff going. But yeah, so I've been down to do a bit more in those like I said, those redeems that you can kind of make stuff happen like that. It's just with the relaxed tone kind of fun we do on the channel, all that, it's just, I have to be real careful. there's an entire thing with when you're doing content creation that you have to like go, what is the value? What do I bring my audience? Why do they show up here? These kind of things. And there's always one of those things that it's just a matter of going, okay, but with that, you know, does this add to the stream or detract from it? Because a redeem that someone else might use might be perfectly suited for the stream, great for their audience, really engaging, and then you put on your stream and it's terrible. Because like your value offering, your vibe, your whatever is just different than the other one. You don't think any of us would be adverse to lighter nights mod? I would not be against that. I haven't grabbed it. But I wouldn't be against a lighter nights mod. Because I do know it is a thing that it can be pretty hard to see on stream sometimes. Let's actually, like, we won't need to do like a proper poll or anything, just like a quick 2-second, what do people think? Do people want me to grab the lighter night, what you said, it's lighter nights mod? Because it's pretty straightforward what that does, it makes the nights lighter. As a question, does it make it a lot lighter or generally lighter? Like, you know, full on daytime, somewhere in between, configurable would be ideal. Yes, please. Okay, well, what we could do... You assumed it existed? Guess not. I mean, it might. I genuinely don't know. Can someone verify? If someone can verify with me like, basically give me the name of a mod that will make it lighter, then I can go grab it by name real fast. If you... Oh, you just checked no dice? Gotcha. Okay. It might be something I look in after stream. I wonder if it's just like a setting, that maybe that's why there's no mod, is there's just literally a setting to adjust day and night. I'm sure there isn't like admin tools or power tools, but I don't have those. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like the lighter nights, I'm like, yeah, for streaming, I agree. Like we've done that in multiple games before where normally... can you put LEDs on your vehicles? With mods, probably. With mods, get yourself some like ridiculous halogen bulbs. Okay, let's see if there's a setting for it. Or better tractor lights. Yeah, I believe there are mods for the better tractor lights and all that, or something of that nature. Game settings, let's see. Seasons, we don't care about. Crops and growth isn't that. Vehicle controls, AI workers, enhanced loan system. General settings. Field information on, money, radio, camera, input devices, sound, precision farming, graphic settings, I don't think there's anything for night, but I'm just checking, and the rest won't be. Let's see, increased light distance or... You found a Reddit comment that says you can adjust the color grading in an XML file. Seems a bit involved. So honestly, editing the XML files is not that bad. For those who haven't seen how I set up these challenges, it literally edit the XML file. Like, I even have a shortcut to take me directly to the farm sim folder for backing up my saves and all that. And it's literally just popping into the correct save file, whatever the appropriate XML file, and just changing the value real fast. That's actually not that bad, unless like what I need to enter is super involved. It's a bit weird that it's a color grading that is the thing that you change. Because that makes me worried it's just a cranking up the, Well, the file is color grading night XML. Well, now that's going. I won't be able to edit it while I'm in the save, I don't think. But let me see if I can locate the file. Oh, I don't know what the heck save file this is. Okay, so it's not in the individual save files. Yeah, no, it's showing up as a hyperlink just because everything with Twitch, it's like, did you put a period in the word? It's clearly a hyperlink. Twitch does not do great in recognizing what is and isn't a hyperlink. Well, don't worry about it. Oh, it's like for the map file. Interesting. I mean, it makes sense. So let's see, data. I'm not seeing a lot of that stuff. Okay, I'll worry about that after stream. I'm not opposed to making it brighter. I think I'd rather grab a mod that I could just toss in there than going into the map information and altering the map's information to be like, make it brighter. It kind of can make sense that it be on the map. Like, if you're trying to make places look like certain areas, you could certainly choose, like, you know, something like Michigan or whatever. It would have much brighter, like, brighter days during the summer and much darker nights during the winter. You might fiddle with it and publish a mod for it? Yeah. I feel like I would imagine there's going to be a mod for it. I would check, but it's just, unfortunately, I can't look. Like, if it used Steam mods, I would be able to pull up on the other screen and take a quick peek at the Steam mods and try and see if I can't find something real fast. But with Farm Sim, I'd have to exit the save file, go to that, and try and go through that. Alright, Bassett, I hope you get that sleep. Thank you again for tuning in. But yeah, I might check after stream what I could do to make the nights. I don't need them to be a lot brighter, but it would be good if I could take the darkest it gets a little bit brighter for viewership reasons. Because for me, playing reasons, I got these bright lines in the ground, so it doesn't impact me in that way. And it's not like a horror game where I got to worry about like the thing coming in from the darkness or wherever. Like, so really, there's not a gameplay reason for me to have it that dark. Like, it can look nice and real and all that, but at the same time, when you're dealing with video compression and, you know, people watching on tablets and phones and whatever other configurations they got, you know, they can't adjust the brightness on your game. It's usually best to lean to be somewhat brighter for the lowest. This is true. I can go to the ModHub website. You're not wrong. I mean, we're probably getting this one last field done and then probably starting to wrap for the night kind of thing. So play out this last day real quick. But we can go from there. One thing I'm also finding interesting with doing this challenge versus my Survivor Man challenge is Survivor Man challenge, we usually get through a year relatively quick, just because, you know, with the limited equipment, we don't have much to do most of the year. So it's kind of like, do the one or two things this way, get a bunch of wood early on. When I run out of trees, that's off the table. You know, do what I've got to make money. And even if you're doing something like grass, it means you mow the grass one day, and then 2 or 3 or 4 days go by, and then you mow the grass again. You know, versus this day, because we're using contracts, just every single day there's a contract available. And then because of the whole horrific debt we've set ourselves, I almost have like an obligation or a necessity to push contracts. And I deliberately just started on the really wide end of the field, because it'll take less turnarounds to get the amount. It's a shame that tractor's not just a little bit stronger. If that tractor was just a little bit better of a tractor, I would have jumped on it. It's just, right now, it's only 30 horsepower, more, you know, more powerful. Is it even 30 horsepower? Yeah, it's about 30 horsepower more powerful than what I've got. And for me to spend all the money I'd have to buy it, like, that little bit of horsepower isn't going to do me any good. It's entirely too much money for just a small upgrade. Like, honestly, the big thing it has over this one isn't even the 30 horsepower, it's the front connection. But I don't see myself spending 30,000 to get a front connection and a tiny little boost in strength. Then needing to repair it, that'll probably cost me a couple thousand after that. You know, so that, like, next season I can turn around and maybe, if we do more mowing contracts, get the center mower on the front to just get a little bit more width on the mowing paths. But the additional game settings mod has this as a feature. Toggle lighting from other maps. Custom lighting can be added to the folder. Gotcha. That's not bad. That would still require me to add configurations of extra lighting and all that. Like I said, I'd probably want to make it one of those things that I could like literally just increment, being like, hey, what is the darkest you can get? Sorry, that came out of nowhere. Like I said, I'll check into it after stream. I do appreciate that. Well, I'll check into it after stream, after I deal with my jury duty thing. I believe I can do that online, being like, hey, the day you asked is like the only day I can't. We can move this anywhere in any direction, but the day you gave it to me. And hopefully that gets sorted out. So you think it'd make it so you can adjust it live so you don't need to reboot a dozen times to get it right? Oh, that part I'm not too worried. I'm a very pretty good gauge when it comes to like brightness kind of stuff. So I used to do a lot of 3D modeling stuff when I was like literally when I started my degree as a computer graphics animation person. I've also done a lot of work with audio, so it's usually pretty easy for me when someone's like, hey, you know, here's the way the audio like sounds like. I can listen to it and be like, oh, cool. You know, turn it up 15%. And usually I'm right on the money in like 1 or 2, just because I've done it so much. So with something like this, I'd probably turn the brightness up somewhere in that. You think you can adjust the light using the console commands as well? Gotcha. Do the console commands disable achievements? I know that shouldn't matter, but I like my achievements a lot. The only console command I ever did in the previous one is the one where you can make it so you could fly above stuff, and I did that for screenshots for thumbnails. Yeah, then I'll probably leave it alone. Like I said, most likely what I'll do is after stream, while I'm working on other admin stuff, there's some of it I have to like hit go and wait kind of things. That'll give me some time to do a little bit of research, see what I can come up with. The big thing I gotta deal with is I gotta not forget about this court summons thing. Like, obviously I will show up for it whenever, but I got jury duty that I found out today on the same day that my niece and nephew are visiting from the other side of the country. So I'm gonna be like, hey, can we move this to literally any day but that? And it's not that I'm like on a particular case or anything, it's like literally seeing if, you know, they're just trying to get jurors for whatever cases they're gonna have. Just the way they do it here, they'll usually line up a good handful of cases and then do one big jury selection where we all sit around, they pull them into the side room, be like, okay, get their jurors figured out. You know, if you're not brought in, you go into the middle room again, and then the next one, they'll draw you into the side room and all that. So you got a letter a few years back, you were being summoned for jury duty, then you forgot, and you remembered like a year later. Thankfully, you haven't gotten in trouble for that. Oh man, you can actually get in pretty big trouble. Yeah, now if it's been a year, that's probably okay. But yeah, no, you can get in pretty significant thing. You'll likely get in trouble the next time you get jury summons. Yeah, no, that's it almost feels like in that case, like the honest thing you could do is be like, you know, hey, like I messed up with my jury summons, do you want me to like get me back on the calendar kind of thing? Because a lot of times with a lot of that stuff, if you show that you're actually trying to do the right thing, they tend to be pretty reasonable. It's kind of like, you hear people get like all these nasty stories about code enforcement and all that. And like, yeah, if code enforcement shows up and you're a complete prick to them the whole time, yeah, they're gonna be a prick right back to you. But at the same time, if you work with them and they're like, hey, you know, this is wrong and that's wrong, you should be like, okay, you've got 60 days or whatever to get that solved. And it's not a big deal. It's kind of the same thing like with a lot of interactions with the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, who's like the tax man here. Like when you get audited, usually if you demonstrate that you're willing to work with them, you're not trying to hide something and anything like that. Most of the people I've known who have gone through have had, you know, for the fact that they're being audited, generally a positive experience. But, the person who's like, you know, cussing out the person who shows up or is very clearly and deliberately trying to pull a fast one, then they've had bad times. I'm not saying it can't go badly, but generally they're people doing a job as well. Usually if you treat them well enough. Again, as long as it's clear you're not you're not trying to okey doke, they'll usually work it. That doesn't mean you're not going to get fined or you're not going to get, you're not going to get in trouble if you didn't claim a bunch of stuff you're supposed to. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, Zocyto, definitely. I'd probably go with Burning Sun's thing. Probably just be like, oh, I didn't what? I mean, mistakes happen. I'm sure it happens a lot. Because especially, like, it hasn't happened here in a long time, but we had a long trend of problems with the mail in my neighborhood, where the person put the mail in the wrong box, straight up stuff wouldn't get delivered. Eventually the, oh, I don't know what the title is. Whoever's in charge, is the postmaster's in charge at the post office? Eventually they fired the person who was the mail person for us after a lot of complaints and found someone new, and it's not that there's never mistakes, it's pretty rare though. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll get stuff that'll have, like, the correct home address, but, like, someone doesn't live here kind of thing from time to time. Let's say there's a chance they dismiss the entire jury pool before being checked in. You had that once? Yeah, I didn't have that one. I think Tomb had that one time, that she got a summons and then they just basically just kind of called and were like, yeah, don't worry about it. Like, don't worry about it. Like, I don't know if, like, maybe they had a couple of cases or whatever and then, like, the person just pled guilty so there wasn't a thing, or like how, I don't know how that works. But whatever reason, or like the, an appeal happened and delayed the case, or whatever legal procedure, but they're like, yeah, we just don't need them. I do know there was, like that Tomb had, she had been selected as a potential juror, and there's this whole back and forth, and she had to keep checking in again and again and again. Like, she was required to call to see if she would have to show up for jury duty for, like, it was almost like a week. She'd have to call in and be like, in the morning, it's like, yes, you need to show up. And then if, they said yes, you'd have to show up. And it went on for, like, a week like that. And it was just a weird thing, because they were dealing with some weird stuff, because that was, like, right around the pandemic and everything, so they didn't want people just sitting around in the building as a group and everything. So they're kind of doing this, like, remote thing, and it was a mess. So he went to the courthouse with summons, with the summons passport, and they said you're willing to do jury duty, but you were out of the country, and they were like, meh, you're fine. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, if you're deliberately dodging, you can get in trouble, but like I said, a lot of that stuff, as long as you demonstrate, like, hey, I'm not trying to pull a fast one, they're usually relatively okay. So you've been summoned exactly twice. The first time was literally over winter holiday period that pretty much every judge ever takes all vacation. They didn't have you come in. They called to see if you would need to come in, and the second day of the recording was like, nah, you're dismissed. Yeah, that's kind of what Tomb had. But it wasn't just like the next day, it was for a while that I think she was like in the extended pool or whatever the heck it's called. And so they kept, like, day after day after day after day, she had to call it and be like, just, it's like a recording, you don't talk there when you're recording, it's like, your jury, jury pool number whatever, does not need to show up today. Please call it back at, after whatever time. This is the second time the defense attorney, was the one representing your crappy dad and his divorce, from your mom. And while that wouldn't bias me, you weren't selected for some reason after you had to answer, do you know any of these people question? Yeah. That was, so I've had, how many times have I jury summons? I think I've had it 3 times where I'm at now and twice where I used to live. I had one where I used to live after I had moved and already updated my address and everything, but they still sent it to me, and it's like, hey, you need to show up for jury duty. I'm like, I don't live there anymore. Like, all my information is updated. Like, my driver's license
I already have a new driver's license with my new address because my old one expired. Like, I haven't been there in a long time. Get your stuff sorted. You're like, never mind, you're good. Don't worry about it. Let's see, your first summons was 18, you got out of school. The second one happened to have bought a plane ticket the day before for that week. Yeah. No, I've other than the one that like they had the jury summons for the county I used to live in, I've had to show up for all of them. But for the most part, it's you just show up, you sit in like the big middle area, just the way we do it here. So you sit in the big middle area, they take you into like, I'm gonna call it the courtroom, it's probably not technically the right word, but they pull you in the courtroom, they've got like, you know, the defense, they've got the prosecution person who are there that they're trying to, you know, negotiating, selecting the jurors, so they'll be like, hey, do you know the defendant? Do you know the, you know, like, do you know the two people involved in this? Yes, no, okay. You know, do you know this? Do you think you could give a, like, you could, you know, this is what happened so far as the type, like, they won't give you the details, but like, yeah, the crime involved, you know, involves whatever. Do you think you'd be able to give a unbiased, you know, not sentence. You don't sentence. I'm trying to think of the word. But like an unbiased, you know, response. Like, would this bias you against either party? Like, all that kind of stuff. And I've never been in the situation where it's like, you know, a former employer or something like that where they're like, oh yeah, no, I'd totally be biased. Like, oh yeah, no, they're terrible. I would absolutely rule against them. Like, nothing, I've never had anything like that. Now granted, I can think of a company that if their name came across, they're like, do you think you could be unbiased? It's like, no, I actually don't. Because you telling me this right now, they are guilty. Hang the company. I don't know how you hang a building, but we will figure it out. We'll talk to Texas. They can make it happen. It sounds like you need to update your BIOS. Yeah, that company did so many crappy things that were like so sketch that I'm like, you know what? No, absolutely. You could come up with just about any cartoonishly supervillain type awful thing, and I'd be like, yep, probably did it. I believe you. 100% convinced. Because I just assume it's true, because if it's awful, they definitely had their fingers in it. Let's see, the one you served 3 charges, the defense literally said guilty of number 1, prosecutor literally said innocent of number 3. Both plus the judge said we only need to deliberate number 2. We spent 2 days in deliberation because 1 juror said guilty, and all 3 another day said innocent, and all 3 ended up with a plea deal for time served. It was one of the dumbest things you're ever part of. Okay, let me reread that. So, deliberate number 2. And your 2 days of deliberation because 1 juror said guilty to all 3. Another said innocent to all 3. So basically they're like, 1 and 3 are off the table. That's already resolved. Like, that's already resolved, we figured that out. But the second charge, like that's where we're currently deliberating. Because, you know, when you like, if someone says they're guilty, the jury doesn't turn around and be like, they're innocent. It doesn't work that way. At least I don't believe it can work that way. Like, I believe genuinely if someone was just like, hey, the only charge is this, and they plead guilty, the jury is just, you go ahead and leave the building, you're not needed anymore. They've, like, your whole thing is to determine, do we, you know, assuming it's something serious, like beyond a reasonable doubt, do we believe this person did this beyond a reasonable doubt? Yes, no, and it's like, I totally did it. You're like, okay, they did it. Yeah, there was 3 counts. Defense said, yes, we know he's guilty of number 1. The prosecutor said, yes, we know he's innocent of number 3. Right. Yeah. It almost feels like when you have that situation where one of the jurors is like clearly incompetent in following the directions, that at that point you'd be like, okay, juror number 5, you're dismissed. Just get out of here. Like, you're literally, like, allowing you to participate in this makes no sense. That's one question, and I understand some places are asking it more. Is with the jury selection. They've been doing a bit better of asking, saying, hey, if a police officer said that they did whatever, and the defendant said they didn't, would you be more likely to believe the police officer over it? And if they're like, yes, they're like, okay, get out of here. Because I've known people who served on jury duty that they had to, like, really fight with someone who was like, well, the police wouldn't lie. And they're like, you know, I trusted the police wouldn't lie. It's like, well, no, like, everything's pointing that this is fabricated. Like, you know, we're not trying to prove they're innocent. We're just trying to prove they're not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the line in the sand. They're like, oh no, I don't think the police officer would lie. It's like, that's not what we're here for. It doesn't matter. Like, honestly, it doesn't matter if they're telling the truth or a lie or not. Do we think the person is beyond a reasonably doubt having committed the crime? If you don't hit that bar, then you're supposed to find them innocent. There's probably ones that you don't have to hit quite that level, but, you know, the serious crimes, that's what you have to do. Like, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt is like one of the really high bars that you have to hit, and that's usually what's like murder trials and all that. That's like, hey, we're looking at the evidence, and there isn't a reality. We look at this and be like, no, we reasonably feel they might not have done it. Like, you can even honestly feel like they did do it. Like, you can look at that person and be like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they did that. But there is enough holes in the evidence here that I wouldn't say, like, I wouldn't bet my life on the fact that they did it. Like, there's enough holes here that I can't say with confidence and conviction that they did it. In that event, you're supposed to find them innocent. That's the bar, beyond a reasonable doubt. If there is any doubt there whatsoever that is reasonable, then you gotta be like, nope. I think the guy's a scumbag, but nope. Let's see, also had body cam and car cam from 4 different officers through the entire encounter end to end. Yeah, that's a lot. So, like, we obviously knew what was happening. Yeah. The person I was referring to as well before body cams were normal. I think car cams were a thing. And I don't know the details about what they had going on, so I couldn't even ask anything with that. Let's see, also jury duty talk reminds you of the time you read the 12 Angry Men in English class aloud, and it was literally only one person who got into character and everyone else was mocking me for it. Ah, 12 Angry Men. That goes back a ways. You were not popular in school. Yeah, I remember we had to read 12 Angry Men and then we watched like the video version of it. Which, for those who aren't familiar with 12 Angry Men, the entire premise is basically like there's a court case and there's the one guy who's taking it seriously and like really focused on and, you know, trying to go and like kind of in his head like cross-reference everything. And it's all the other people in the jury thinking like, yep, guilty, get him out of here. Oh, I'm kind of in a hurry, whatever. Oh, this is costing me money, I don't want to be here. Like, they all have motives that they're not taking their jury duty seriously and they're just kind of going with it. You know, various degrees, I'm oversimplifying. And then there's like the one guy who's like, no, there is absolutely things we can doubt here. And it's basically effectively the one juror, you know, going through like the entire court case like the defense would among the 11. And then like eventually that one juror whittles down the other to get everyone to, you know, agree with them to like find the person innocent. I think that was the end. I don't think it was hung jury. I'm pretty sure they end up finding him innocent or whatever. I did like it was the oh man, was a Robot Chicken I think did a bit on that one. Where it goes through like the whole thing and, you know, he finally convinces everyone to find them innocent, and it shows like the next scene and it's like the defendant who's, you know, he's got like the landlord or whatever who was the main witness or whatever it was, like, you know, cement shoes by the dock or whatever. And he's like, oh crap, I messed up. But it was a whole thing. That was
that was often a choice in like your civics classes here in the US to kind of explain how that all worked. But you know, to have it be a little bit more entertaining than this is the court system. What do you mean? Why is everyone asleep? I don't understand. Why did you all go asleep when we started talking about the court system? Let's see, 36, so 3,683. 3,683. 3,800. Helps if I put the numbers right. Alright. Complete that and get our cash. Alright, so let's hit the gas station just north of us. But yeah, I know this... I think it's Robot Chicken. But it was basically, you know, one being fun that, like, you know, this person fought so hard and so valiantly and everything to, like, win everyone over by slowly chipping away at their resolve. That's like, hey, you know what, if you're paying attention, like, there's plenty of room for doubt. And then just, in the cartoon, like, the person was, like, 100% innocent, or 100% guilty. Like, it went on to do awful things. Which is not really a great characterization, because like the whole reason we have that process is to hopefully keep innocent people out, and so when people don't, you know, out of trouble, and if people don't take it seriously, it's much easier for innocent people to find themselves in bad places. So you do want people to think critically, and you do want people to not just take people's word for it, and you do want to find people who aren't just going to go with whatever law enforcement says and all that. Now granted, as Burning Sun says, when someone's like, I didn't do it, and then there's 4 police officers with body cameras, and the car cameras, and the entire, like, you know, over the radio chatter the whole way front and center, you're like, yeah, that's a lot of evidence to try and ignore. Perhaps they actually did it. Perhaps the fact that we watched the guy punch someone in the face in the middle of like 4 different people's body cameras, yeah, they may have committed assault. We're feeling a certain level of confidence that that has occurred. Cameras, I claim insanity. Oh no! Evidence? My only weakness! Okay. No give gas? There we go. We got our gas all topped off. We're in pretty good shape today. We're gonna end today with almost 40,000 in the bank after the loan payment, which is pretty solid. And we're getting ready to go into the months that I can make much better money. So we would be able to potentially buy the sprayer. The downside is I can't get the sprayer with the meaningful upgrade that I need for it. We are in that realm with 1 contract-ish. I would likely be able to afford the tractor if I can catch it on sale. Let's see, the he did it charge was fleeing from the police. There was 4 cops looking at him, getting his ID and such, when he decided to run across the freeway. Yes, he did that. Yeah. People don't always think things through. And I've never had to actually sit on the jury. I've definitely been called in and gone in there. But like I said earlier in the stream when it first came up, like the judge was doing the really hard thing is like your only job is to, you know, based on the evidence provided and nothing more, decide whether or not the person you believe, you know, did it. I don't remember if it was like beyond a reasonable doubt or whatever. And like it doesn't matter if you agree with the law or anything else, and it's like that clear. And I was like, yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, I don't agree with that.
Like, if you find a law unjust, you are allowed to find people not guilty. I can't remember what... There's a term for that. Like, where, like, during laws, like the Black Code laws, if you had a jury trial, be like, hey, do you think this person did this? Like, no, I think they're innocent. I don't think they did that. Because you morally oppose the law kind of thing. And I understand there's, like, the slippery slope argument kind of thing, but yeah. Yeah, it's the, did they do these actions? Not, did they break the law? Yep. But it's a thing. So it's, like, there is room with that for moral guidance. Jury nullification. Yep. Where the jury's like, yes, they did the thing, but we're finding them innocent because, like, the circumstances, whatever the justification is, like, holding them accountable for this in this particular case would be, immoral, inappropriate, whatever. There's a lot of fuzziness on it. But yeah, like, it's like, no, that's a thing, and they're like, that's not what you're supposed to do, that's not the instructions I gave. Like, that's fine, I'm going to be honest with you, I will be, like, I'm not expecting a conflict, but in the event that it's something that, like, I am absolutely morally opposed to, it's like, yeah, I'll find the person innocent. Like, that's, I am being honest with you in that moment, that is what will occur. And they didn't threaten me with anything. They're just like, okay, you can go back out. It's like, okay, that's fine. I wasn't trying to, like, I would have absolutely served. But when they're like, you're not allowed to use your gray matter for anything other than determining guilt, I'm like, yeah, that's not how this works, friend. I paid attention to my civics classes. This might be what's simplest and least stressful for all of you, but... Alright, loan is paid. So that's good news. It'll be wrapping up here in just a minute, but I would like to get to the start of the next day, where we first get the daylight set up, and then once we get there, we'll check to see if there's like really sweet deals going on in the store to kind of bait everyone's breath as to what we got going next. As a reminder, more than likely what we're going to do is probably next stream, I'm not going to say 100%, but like 90-ish% chance we're probably going to be doing Timberborn for the start of the next stream. May do it for the whole stream, may do it for part of the stream, I'll figure that out when we get there. And then I technically will have 2 days off. I'm really bad at taking those days off though, so we'll see what actually happens. If we don't take them off, we'll probably do more Farm Sim. But at a minimum, when we get to Saturday, there's a very good chance by Saturday that I will, break out some SnowRunner, and that's basically to get everyone some, get everyone all excited for Roadcraft, and then we'll end up doing Roadcraft things. So let's see here. That's not what I want to check. Alright, so literally nothing new went on sale yet, so that's cool. The contracts, we don't have anything having showed up yet, that's fine. Let me go ahead and hit the save button here real fast. And then what I'm going to do is, just so the time doesn't keep advancing, I'm going to pop us back to the front screen. We're going to take 2 seconds to just see where we're at so far as what investments have paid off and all that in the spreadsheet, just because I can. For record keeping kind of stuff. So if we zoom in here, you can't see it yet. Zoom in here. That's too far. Zoom in here. I'm going to be a mild flashbang. Like looking at where we at for here. So here's the 5 pieces of equipment we have bought over the run. We got our tractor. At this point, the tractor with the jobs it has done has given us 31,000 worth of profit. The hoe that we got, we have lost $27,000 on. The weeder we got, we have lost $1,500 on because we haven't done more contracts with that. The cultivator has made us $45,000, and then the lawnmower thing made us $1,000. So the cultivator and the tractor have earned their keep.
The mower is on its way, and maybe we'll get the hoe there, but so far that hoe has not worked out for us. And then the weeder won't work out because you notice I sold it because the contracts didn't work. So all in all, good progress. We're not doing too great. I should have probably had a final tally. Final tally would be, let's see, 76,000 or 77,000 profit, with 28,000 off. So like around 50,000 that we have made profit. But the problem is this will be our 5th month or 5th time paying. So really, all in all that said, we're down 60,000 so far as cash. Now, all that said is I've got 4 pieces of equipment that we purchased that are worth more than that. Sentences are hard. So all in all, we have gained our net worth a lot, but the bank account is not doing too good. With that said, though, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow over here. If you're over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and do all that kind of stuff. For the YouTube side of things, what's going to end up happening here is you are suddenly going to get dropped because I don't have a host lined up and all that. I need to figure that out, and I do apologize for not doing that. But thanks so much for tuning in. I will be back here again tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. And if you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find to drop a raid. Let's see, you looked away.